have some intention with it. I mean, it's just like the ladies' nights is like nails on a chalkboard because it's just arguing, and trolls and trolls. And I'm like, don't y'all see that these people calling are just trying to keep us in loops in our brain? Like, what are we, if we found all this stuff out, we know it. Yes, we've done the internal work. Now what's the next step? What are we going to do with this information?
Hello. In my opinion, we can record the information for the future generations.
Well, I've tried recording a lot of information, and I have been shadow banned for years. My information gets deleted, taken down, removed, blocked, banned. So just because it's out there doesn't mean it's the only information out there. There's lots of information that's being held from us. So besides documenting it for later generations, what's the only other way we have to fix the issues for our kids. We can't leave it for them to fix. It's up to us to make things better.
I agree. One of these days, we have to go to court and show the truth to the world and fight these guys that are still lying to us, like NASA. But I think they are already prepared, They have the money, they have the lawyers, but someone has to start that.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, apparently I can't even talk about it, so I don't even know what's the point of me being here anymore. But that's the point. We can't do anything because the cops get called on us. We have risks. If you have kids, you risk getting your kids taken. If you don't have kids, you get risk being arrested. I've already been arrested before for talking about this stuff. I've had my kid taken for talking about this stuff. I still have threats of them trying to take my kid for talking about this stuff. Okay, I just had to delete half my social media, 90% of my social media, because I have to basically go into hermit mode now because people are after me because of me being a flat earther and being truther and all this. So are we going to protect each other or keep going against each other? Because I honestly, ever since I've been coming out more and more trying to make opportunities for flat earthers to unite, it's like y'all have just been going more and more against me. And when I say y'all, I mean the overall flat earth community in general. Yes, I do have people who support me in the flat earth movement, but we have to stop going against each other. I have been reamed out on a live thing by Nathan Oakley or whatever his name is. I have been basically exiled from half the flat earth community. And I'm like, what is going on? So at this point, I can only take that like flat earthers are not really trying to fix the world's issues.
Well, Goddess, I empathize with you. I mean, it's very tragic that, stuff like this happen to you in life, having like children taken away. That's horrible.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I
saying.
don't
Like this whole
blame
thing,
you.
and I
I
got my
don't
baby
blame
back.
you.
Listen, I do want to say that case
Thank
got
God.
dismissed and I got my baby back, but it's
Yeah.
still a life fear for me. I will never have any more kids because of the fear. And so this is my thing. Like people are scared of this happening. Yes, but we have to face the fear to control it, to know how to handle it.
I was telling here in the server for
Hey guys, sorry to
many
interrupt
years
this. I think
now that we will get to this point where we will become martyrs. This is where the world is
Yeah,
heading.
we're not trying to be
This is the
martyrs, though.
reality.
That's the point. If we won't be
Don't be
martyrs.
afraid. Don't be afraid to be one.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to be a
guys,
martyr.
hey,
I'm just trying to get people
we've got a
on
noob
board.
here that would like to have a few questions in, if that would be okay.
Yeah. Sure. We have someone new. Let's.
Cyclohexatrine.
Hello.
She is new. I think she's typing out her question.
Mhm. Did she join the live stream?
Question is posted.
Oh. Theoretical physicist. Well, I will say part of embracing science is actually going along with the scientific method and not with belief systems, viewpoints, perspectives, stuff like that.
What's the other one? Peer reviews.
Yeah. So, what do you say about that, cyclohexatrine?
Sounded fine when I interviewed her. She should just talk. We can hear her just fine.
Hey, I just wanted to quickly say, Flat Earth Goddess. I just wanted to point out, if you look in the live stream, I posted a picture of these cards that I have made, about 500 for about $25. And I just want to point out to you, if you wanted to go and have these made at some shop, you could do that and just hand them out to people, and that'd be a good way to at least wake up your own community around you. So maybe this thing you're describing might be less of a problem in the future.
Yeah, I've been talking about flat earth. Everyone knows I'm a flat earther. Everyone in my local community knows. This is my point, is because I have been targeted because I'm a flat earther before. So like, how do we stop this? And part of it is talking about these hard topics. They do this with police force. That's why it's the police that do it. So, we do have to do things in our local communities, but this is a worldwide issue. This is not just in the United States either. This is happening all over the world. And it's just, yeah, I don't know, man. I appreciate the cards, and I see them, and I have lots of cards that I have got and handed out to over the years. I've been a flat earther for a long time, so I love the advocacy work. I'm all about it. So when we're doing my advocacy work, when I'm out there and I'm like talking about flat earth, or I want to do signs, or I want to do a meetup, and we're out there talking about it, and then the cops roll up and tell us we have to leave, or we're disturbing the peace, or whatever like that. So then what? Then our
wait, hold on. Did that actually happen? Did cops actually roll up and tell you to get lost for doing something like that?
Yeah, tons of times. I used to own a store.
Okay. Let me. I don't mean to cut you off, but let me just point out to you: if that ever happens again, or if you think that's ever going to happen again, make sure to get a camera and get that caught on camera, because that violates the First Amendment.
I did. I had it all. Jack's Beach knew about it because it was on YouTube. Thousands of people saw it. So yes, I have done these things. But the thing is that the law is great and all, but it doesn't really apply. The cops do what they want. They don't do what the law actually says. They don't even know what the law says half the time. So it comes down to police force. That's what I'm saying. You say, oh, they can't do that, but they do it. And just like the taking people's kids things, sorry to bring it back up, but it is. People are like, oh, they can't just do that, but they do. They do. And until we start talking about it and getting people to realize it, stop letting people take your neighbor's kids. I mean, why are people calling them on it? Why do we even have this system? I don't know. There's a lot that's messed up. We already know that. I know I can't change the whole world. My issue is, how are we supposed to get these messages out there aside from just doing the online things? People are suggesting, go to a different platform. You don't think I've done that? You don't think I've been on every platform trying to put this stuff out there? I get blocked, shadow banned, everything. There is no, putting it just online is not the option. We have to be in real life. We have to connect in real life. So how are we going to do this?
I think your next step is to get in contact with a lawyer.
What kind?
Yeah, maybe not the 24/7
First Amendment
Flatter
one.
Discord. Probably a lawyer would be a better bet. I was wondering if we could get cyclohexatrine to respond in the live stream.
Are you talking about verbal? Because if so, I'm extremely sick right now, and that's not a possibility. I'd rather just type if that's all right with you. Thank you.
Okay. No worries. Yeah, you're probably running into this wall again and again because you're bringing it into places where the purpose isn't to go into all of that. So maybe just try to find the right
so
context.
that's why I keep asking, but nobody's really given me a real answer. What is the purpose of this?
Well, it's pretty self-explanatory. I think it's in the title.
Precious metals,
Discord.
Discord, 24/7 Flat Earth.
Hey, Flat Earth Goddess, check your DM, and I'm not sure if you're able to see what's in the voice text, but I get the feeling a lot of times people are talking and they're on this line of thought, and I empathize with what you're saying. I've had some of the same situations. You see what I wrote you. I understand this completely. Like I agree about the connecting with each other, because if we don't do that, that's where the rubber really hits the road, if you want that kind of analogy. Yeah. But the thing is, the reason that people get upset in here, this is just how I see it, that if anything happens to this server that would remove the ability for us to have discussions at all, we want it to be for flat earth and not other side topics. Do you understand that part?
Yes, I hear you. I won't talk about it anymore.
No, listen. I don't want you to take that kind of a takeaway from it, that you can't talk about it. Like, listen, I'd be happy to talk with you about it myself. We could go to Chill Chat. We could go to anywhere else, other VCs here, and we can actually go have discussions, and other people would be happy to follow in discussions like that. Believe me, a lot of people have had the same kind of situation happen as you're describing, and so it's not the content, it's the, how do you put it? It's the forum that you're in. It's this particular room that we're in. That's all.
I got you. It's the censoring. It's the censorship.
No, it's self-censorship, because if we are going to get shut down, it's not going to be because of CPS. That's all.
Right. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. So yeah. What are we talking about now? Okay. So what's our intention with the next topic? So the precious metal topic ended. So now we're just kind of in a free conversation.
Yeah. Precious metals is not a topic. It's just a discussion to let people like the golds and silvers that don't speak much, to give them a chance to say something, so that we can hear from them also. That's what it's for. And a lot of different topics come up, and other side venues that we have going on with special topics or specific topics that we have discussions on Sunday. You know, we have Fridays as ladies' night. There's other things that are branching off from these other discussions. But when they're live streamed, we need to stick to here's the way I see it. Primary purpose. It has to be the principle that we stick to. If we don't have a singleness of purpose, it's going to be too scattered. So we're not saying that they're off limits in the discussing them. That's not the point. No one's trying to censor you and saying, we're just saying, we don't want you saying it here, because we hear things coming down the pipeline, down the grapevine, that are saying we're going to get shut down if we start talking about any of these other topics. It's not us. Talk to Google. They're the ones, like the exact people that you're talking about are the ones we don't want to get shut down for other topics. If we're going to get shut down, that be it as it may, and they could do that also, have it be for flat earth only. That's the primary purpose. So I'd be glad to discuss other things, but we can go on to someone new, if anybody else, or if you guys want to address cyclohexatriene. She has questions.
You won't talk.
I know she could type it though.
She is. Theoretical physics isn't a theory. It's a fact, I guess, is where we're at right now. So, not sure how those two words go together.
Wow, I didn't mean to be a room killer. Gee whiz. Sorry.
So, I'm going to post my proof of flat Earth again. Okay, here we go. This is it. That's my proof right there. And proof of a creator.
Chill. Yeah, how did that happen? All in that one little place. What? That's just. How does that work on a spinning ball? Try to listen. Try to put a spinning ball and put plants on it. Spin it around in front of a light source. See how.
So maybe if I get like 20 of those terrarium, those jars there, and then put them like on a centrifuge and spin the thing, let's see how long they live.
Wait, I have just one question about them. So I know some terrariums have bugs of certain types in there, but like, how does the cycle with, I mean, how does the carbon dioxide get produced for the plants? That's my question. I mean, isn't it just plants and water and soil in a container? Like, don't they need animals for carbon dioxide?
I think the carbon dioxide would come from the decay of the leaves and such that fall off.
Would that be sufficient for them to survive? I mean, I guess it is if it's working.
Yeah, I don't think they eat as much carbon dioxide as imagined.
But they need oxygen too. But I guess I just don't know much about these things. But yeah, because it's balanced one way or another.
I used to get muted on here all the time. And the first 2 weeks I was here, or a week, I think I had 900 and something hits for for cursing. Like, oh shit. I didn't know I cursed that much. Anyway, that's funny. Yeah, I got told to get shut the fuck up by QE. Got muted several times. Like, that happened. Yep. Just part of the process. Now I tell QE to shut the fuck up. He is my junior. Okay, so there's that.
Fuck Huey.
Hmm.
Who
I
cares what he thinks? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
actually, we should have had the roast. See, we could do the roast, and that would be
We
perfect.
need to do it.
But he
We need to
doesn't
do
want to
it, bro.
participate in that, so whatever. We'll just have to do it on the
Well,
phone.
somebody has to have enough balls.
Yeah, no shit.
Well, I mean, I'm sure they're afraid of doxing, of course. There's that. But I mean, if we stick to just making fun of their character flaws instead of what I mean, like that'll make it funny. Otherwise, it'll be if you go too far with it, yeah, it wouldn't be fun.
Thanks for listening to my crazy shit there, right? Thanks for letting me share. Do 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 do. Gappy, are you drumming in the background? Sorry. I guess I'm supposed to keep going. I don't know. Feel like on the spot now.
Well, what do you want me to do? You want me to talk to you? Want to start talking about something? I'm good.
Somebody talk to me.
I'll talk to you. You're my homie. What's up?
So we're going to talk about how light is not in a cone shape because otherwise Eratosthenes couldn't have measured a globe. So which is it? It's in a cone or it's in parallel?
Wait a minute. I'm not sure I get the cone part.
Yeah, she's denying Eratosthenes.
Wait a second. Nobody would do that, would they?
Yeah.
You denied that we live on a globe.
What we do?
Especially when talking about high-tech measurements, of course.
Yeah. If collimated light sources doesn't exist, then Eratosthenes' measurements are bunk. Trash.
Cyclo.
Yeah.
General relativity is an unproven theory. It's never been said that should be the cause of anything. You would have to perform the scientific method for that to
Experiment.
happen. And it's never been done. But proceed.
She said you don't need the scientific. Listen, she said you don't need the scientific method for everything.
No, only for
for scientific theories.
Only for cause and effect relationship. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's true. If you're making stuff up in your head and it only exists there or on paper, then of course
she's saying the theory of relativity or general or special, they are scientific theories. So for that, she needs to provide experiment.
Yeah, we'll need a valid hypothesis. You have to have the independent variable, the control variable, and a null variable. Bring those
Uh-oh.
Show us in the paper where that is.
Oh, see, yeah, this is great. I wish she would just speak. It takes a lot less time.
She went full
She already
on
said that she has a sore throat and it's hard for her to speak.
Yeah. She can't speak because she has a sore throat. But she went full on bending of space-time. And I'm curious to know, how can she bend a concept?
Yeah.
Because time and space are concepts. They are not physical.
Well, you have to combine them first and then bend them.
Define them, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a very good question.
They have to be combined. Time is one, space is another. Then you need to make space-time, and then you need to bend it. Or making space-time actually bends. I don't know.
It'd be nice if you can find in that paper somewhere where it says anything at all about a ball the size 3,959 miles radius from that paper. Is that in there? Oops, guess not.
Theoretical physicist.
Be right back. I'm going to show you something.
We'll be right back.
Be right back, folks. Dun, 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 dun.
Get ready to clear your desk out. Shut the server down.
Yeah. Many have tried.
I hope it's an article we can read.
Yeah, she doesn't realize.
Some people have come in here and said what bothers them about us is that we're so confident. Well, the reason we're confident is because we don't have to rely on ourselves for this stuff. The reality itself out in nature shows us exactly what's really going on. That's why we're confident. And everybody.
Can I get a mic
check.
this way.
Sorry, Sunny.
Everybody
hear
senses
you.
it and uses it practically the same exact way if they're doing anything real. Like, in other words, real being physical activities with maybe solid objects flying over physical solid surfaces. Yeah, they're not using a globe either.
What is
Well,
hypothesis? What is hypothesis for general relativity? Observer natural phenomena for general relativity. Guy said that he has scientific method for that.
oh, she
What
has it.
we do, what we do to find out bending space time? What we
The
verify?
Philadelphia experiment.
I want to start at the beginning because this is what happens when we start in gravity. It's kind of it's too many steps down the road. Like
She's too advanced for that. She's a theoretical physicist. She's too advanced to start on shapes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, gravity is the force which is not a force, but is the strongest force of non-forces.
Because
And
you have to go there because it's hundreds of presuppositions after the primary problem of the foundational concept of a ball. It has to be a ball first. So why don't we just start there? Let's just start.
Who you guys talking to?
I don't care if people come and go. It doesn't bother me. It's not going to stop my
cyclohexatrix
keep
something.
going. Like whether they stay or not, none of my business. Out of my control. So I might as well just keep saying what I was saying. So no sphere, no heliocentric, nothing. You don't have the very beginning. It's over from the very start.
Well, thank God she didn't call us heretics.
Nah. Whatever. Yeah. That's about what it's like though, huh?
How can you not believe that your feet are older than your head? Special theory of relativity.
I must be simple because I don't even understand that at all.
Oh my God. That's so crazy.
But when we realize general relativity, everything, what we will do with the surface of the Earth?
Yeah.
When we realize how gravity, whatever, bending of space working, how we will form the curvature.
Well, it has to be bent more on the side with the sun and bent less in the side in the shadow of the sun, like at nighttime. You know.
I know, but where is curvature?
So, yeah,
I know what are you saying, but where is curvature, man?
we're talking about so many curvatures here, Sasha, that we can't see them. You know.
Hey, Get and Sasha. So, is that thing about the feet different age than the head? Is that something to do with this contraction of the apparatus when the Nichols and Morley? So they had to come up and say that the apparatus shrunk or some shit. So what is that called? What is it? Is that called something?
The Lorentz correct.
It's
the Lorentz
contraction,
right?
That's what I thought.
Lorentz
it's basically transformation equations is all it is. It's transform equations to make the math allegedly work to rule out the ether.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's the end of the discussion right there on gravity. Michelson Morley proved without a doubt, right? That the ether was moving, not Earth.
Yes. Yes.
Over.
It's flowing.
Checkmate.
Ether is flowing, yeah.
But what I understand that every experiment showed that is not moving.
That what's not moving, the ether or the Earth?
The Earth.
Yeah, there's no experiment to show that the Earth is moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the only counter argument to the results of Michelson-Morley and other interferometry results is that the better our equipment becomes, the shorter the the shorter the drift rate becomes, which isn't necessarily an argument, because the more precise your instrumentation is, the smaller things are always going to become. That's just a fact. So the more precisely you can measure something, typically the smaller things will get, right? If you're trying to measure a coastline in miles, right, the more you drill down on that, the more miles you're going to get. The more precise you get, the result changes.
You know what? I was looking at microwave background, cosmic radiation, and that static, which you can see on TV when you turn it on, but you're not tuning it to any channel station. That for me is proof of like a waterfall or a fountain. When you are near a fountain, you hear the sound of the water, flowing, shooting up and then falling down. You hear that constant sound because you are close to it. And if we are in a dome fountain, it will be logically and normally to hear. It's a background sound. We can detect it. Michelson-Morley also found that, there is ether that's flowing, and we are stationary. If we move that device, the device will tell you which direction it's moving. These interferometers are the most precise measuring instruments. Which are accessible to us, civilians. How?
Sometimes just the text chat makes me crack up. This is one of those times. What the heck is going on in here? Get a grip on yourselves, folks. I'm okay.
But in their heliocentric pseudoscience religion, they say it was an explosion, Big Bang,
like big bada boom.
Well, I never heard an explosion lasting more than a few short moments, like a second. Vast majority of explosions I've heard, they lasted less than a second. So how can you have an explosion which sound you can hear it for 14 billion years?
You can't. How can you have an explosion when there's nothing to explode into?
Exactly. I know. There's so many crazy questions, like heretical questions, because we don't choose to believe without any physical demonstration. Yeah, and that's so crazy, for us. I understand this girl, if she was a female, she said she's learning theoretical physics. I understand her, what she's doing. She's learning um, to have this job, yeah, to teach children some stories. The government is gonna pay her big time money, her whole lifetime. They're gonna put her in a good position in this society for teaching those stories to children. Yeah, because vast majority of the world are the slaves, which you have to control them, shape their minds into what you want them to be. But to come here and you say you're a student learning theoretical physics, like if you were someone very intelligent, a genius mind, a very educated person, very knowledgeable in reality of what reality is, well, I'm going to need to verify. I'm not going to accept anything, because, yeah, I know so many religions of ancient times, yeah, where these churches, they just took a bunch of people and who wanted to do, for money and a good lifestyle, to learn that religion and then to preach it to others. Yeah. They didn't care it was true or not, that religion. They preached it wholeheartedly because they were well paid. That's why they were doing it, for money. So it's kind of weird for these people who claim that they are teachers, yeah, to engage in discussions with ordinary people and portray themselves as superior, uh, intellectually superior. It's I find that kind of wicked. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but
Hey, Sasha, you're hot micing a little bit, bud.
so yeah, if I don't have a PhD or master's degree in theoretical physics or astrophysics, and I deny all those stories that have no empirical proof for them, yeah, I choose not to believe them, then I'm a stupid person. That's ludicrous. I mean, these people really insult us, our intelligence and being. And for such things that they do, I'm not a soldier, I'm not a warrior, I'm none of these things. But I'm so... I find them so repulsive that I just completely shut down everything in front of them. I don't want to talk with these people, with this kind of people. I don't even want to open my mouth and say a word which might change them. Because I see their wickedness.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there that are either intentionally or unintentionally kind of gatekeepers
Yeah,
to anything
yeah,
outside of the norm. Happens a lot at Gym
yeah,
Pandas. Heaven forbid somebody has
yeah.
a opinion or a thought that might go outside of
Mm.
the mainstream narrative or the mainstream education, and immediately gets shut down and ridiculed. Where's your peer-reviewed paper for this information? Where are the PhDs that are pushing this information? They think that nothing of value can come from outside of their preconceived paradigm of intellectualism.
I found myself a few times in my life where I had revelations, and I began to see some things. Yeah, some things have been revealed to me. They don't change a lot my life and position in this world, but in regards to my faith in a almighty creator, yeah, they have strengthened everything, and okay, I found myself saying things which I never heard at any man or any book talking about such things. But I found that, yeah, biblical text and also ancient prophecies and stuff kind of show you can take that conclusion when you... It's hard to I'm not a computer to memorize everything that I've seen, read in my life, but this is where my revelation actually comes from. I know I read this and that in some places, and a lot of what I read I have even forgotten. But when before you go to sleep, your mind, you can make your mind either gallop or flow, some thoughts through your mind, analyze, speculate, and yeah, in these kind of moments, I had my revelations. And am I a stupid person for that? Only these PhD or master's degrees are capable of mind processes? That's so selfish to think like that.
Well, I feel like lots of the educational platforms, right, and people that come out of these institutions, they have been so controlled into specific paradigms that they can't look outside of it, right? So
Yeah,
convinced
for
that all the
example,
information that they're receiving is 100% fact and truth and everything, that they can't go outside of it.
for example, I have met illiterate people many of them, and they are so much more rich than I am. I who went, my parents sent me to school. I was often going along the school, not at school. But I went to school also, and I finished it. I graduated it. I took a degree with a high grade, you know. And then I look at these people who quit school in like first grade or second grade. Yeah. We lived in the same neighborhood, so I know them from my early childhood. When I was second grade, I knew that guy dropped school, is not going anymore. He was going outside playing all day, free roaming in the whole city all day long, and I knew I'm going at school. I have to be staying like in a prison for 6 hours. Yeah. I felt frustrated because of that, you know. I didn't felt free like my neighbor. But now I work for well, for my, how do you say, financial position in society and stuff, you know, for your life. And this guy did all sort of things and good businesses and stuff, and he has so much more than I do. He's wealthier in this world, yeah. But can I say he's stupid? Is that righteous for me to call him dumb? Because yeah, if I ask him about special theory of relativity, probabilistic stochastic maths and calculus, and or you know, even like Pythagorean theorems or formulas, or you know, Euclidean geometry, and yeah, he doesn't know any of that. But he's still alive and healthy, just like me. And he's doing much better than I do. He's driving a Maserati, I'm driving a Suzuki. I'm not envious, God forbid. No, thank God for who I am, and thank God for who my neighbor is. But these theoretical physics students, they come in here and talk to us from above like they know shit. And when we ask them simple questions, they are galloping into tooth fairyland and shaking all that imaginary world, throwing it on all the walls, you know, and it's real, but yeah, all you can do is believe it, and you can't prove gas pressure adjacent to vacuum without a barrier, solid barrier. A direct violation of second law of thermodynamics. Yeah, they can't provide it. They just have to imagine it. It's somewhere there above their heads. It really exists in that place which I cannot go to or touch it. I mean, that's just selfishness, wickedness, dumbness, blindness, everything that leads to hell. That's what it is. And these people, yeah, they live unhappy lives, you know. They find themselves at old age that they married the wrong person, that what they thought love is actually not love, what they have experienced. They just been into a contract, a business. Where is the curve? So the ocean is curving from my eyes to the horizon, but from left to right, it does not. It's perfect, straight, horizontal, level. So the world must be like a kitchen roll, yeah? Mic check.
1 2 1 2.
What the hell he's doing?
I hear you.
Is there any new people on here? I just got here.
Oh.
My mic work.
Yes, it's working fine.
Okay, thank you.
So who are the three people?
I'm asking, is there any new people?
Oh, if there is any new. Well, I think
Is there anyone that's not a crazy globe denier?
Yeah. A true believer.
How do globe believers feel about basketball? If the ball is round, doesn't that mean the court's round?
Well, it's not actually round, it's oblate, spheroid.
You could ask the Harlem Globetrotters.
The court would have to ball away on the outsides.
Yeah.
You look up and you see spheres all around, people shooting basketballs, then shouldn't that mean that we're on a basketball?
And a round hoop, so the hoop's round. Then shouldn't the globe be round too?
But if it's asymmetrical, yeah, so it's not symmetrical, and it's spinning, that makes it a vibrate. Do you get it? Yeah. If the world
You're robotic a little bit.
was a globe.
Okay, Biget. Sorry.
Yet beget, yeah. If the
Well, no,
world
I was
was a
going to say you were
globe.
roboting. That's why I couldn't tell. Sorry.
Oh, still
Now you're
roboting?
clear now. No, you're good now.
Okay. So if the world was a globe, it should be buzzing like a vibrator. Because it's not a symmetrical sphere, it's a spheroid. So in some places is more mass and less in others.
Is that a dildo Earth theory, maybe?
Yeah, the word. Yeah, you got it.
No, it's just a massage Earth.
Yeah, massage. Well, at least it makes them feel good, I think. Yeah.
We would hope so, right? You'd hope that you're getting something out of it, right?
If not, they should stop it immediately.
Oh my God.
Just say no to non-reality. What is this place that we live in? Don't be displaced. It's not moving. What part of your mind has been removed? All of your time for them to be used.
Tell them, Sonny. Sing it to them.
Okay, I just posted a comment replying, thank you for sharing this. Oh, okay, I know. Okay, because I used the word flatties, I guess, and it said, I thought someone took that off. Saying I was punished for swearing. I didn't swear. I talk about flatties all the time, so I think somebody put it back on there so I can't talk about it. I don't know what the hell's going on.
I prefer flurfer myself.
That's an all-out show. Basically, just hit a keyword or something, you know. Nobody did it
Okay,
to
but
you. It's
that's
just an
the name of my
auto
app
thing.
called the Flatties app, the flattiesapp.com. This is like how I can help people learn how
That
to
means movies are called
unify. So I thought they took the word off and I was able to use it, but they put it back on as a swear word.
Wow.
Is there like a list of words that we can see that we're not allowed to use? Because it's really annoying every time I go to post something and I'm getting blocked and can't comment for swearing. I was just trying to tell the person, thank you for sharing the information and I will forward it about the Florida events coming up.
Tell all them flatties, gotta unify.
I'm trying to tell them, but the server will not let me say it because it keeps blocking.
Well, the server can be a bitch sometimes, yo. Sorry, didn't mean to use,
Okay, this has been pointless. I'm out of here. This is such a waste of time. I don't even get what the point of any of this is.
Okay.
Welcome to communism.
I don't get it. Like, I don't understand why, but okay.
Yeah.
That escalated
You
quickly.
American people, you have not
Because I'm a bit flippant.
experienced.
Because I'm kind of flippant. Is that you think that's my problem?
Round 1, fight.
I mean, what the hell's wrong with being a little flippant about stuff? Like, I don't need to be all serious about everything. I refuse to live that way. I decided that a long time ago. You know, like I'm pretty much like, have a great day unless you have other plans. So, got other plans, go ahead.
Yeah, have a great day, motherfucker.
I didn't say it that way, but I'll leave that to y'all.
Yeah, my advice is
Don King. That makes me
When
laugh.
you promote or spread like controversial subjects in the world, do it anonymously. Cherish your anonymity in this world that you can benefit, because you don't want to be paying um, unnecessary stuff, you know.
I don't think you should take it too seriously, man, because you can end up really worked up about it all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was going to say that too. You know, like as much as we like make fun of it because we've been there and we kind of laugh, it's not at you. It's more like we laughing because we've been where you're at and we recognize what you're going through. It's that kind of cycle where you come into the flat Earth, you know, perspective, I should say, and you start going on servers and you start meeting people and you start to realize there's a lot of weirdos and a lot of people that really don't know what they're talking about all over the place, and sometimes they seem to be in control of things, but just rest assured there are people in the back lines and we are trying to work on stuff, and we do a lot of work to try to keep the place as good as it is right now. But we understand that people make mistakes, we all do, and there's a lot of people in here that do things that aren't supposed to, and you know, we try to keep it open. You know, it's don't ever take, you know, like don't take it personally.
Humor is the only way to stay sane in this day and age.
You calling me a weirdo, rookie? I'm just joking. I was taking it personally. I was an ironic example of not taking something personal.
You have a problem with that?
If you can't find time to laugh, you're in trouble.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to be funny, but I'm also trying to like take the person that's upset seriously too, so that they know we're not trying to crack on them just to make them more mad. We're just like kind of laughing because we've been where they're at. And it's kind of like we know what the experience is like, you know.
Yep.
That's why we laugh. It's not really like at you. It's more with.
I also don't think we need to organize and mobilize and create a movement. It's an organic situation, and it should be left at that. As soon as you start to try to put some framework around it, you get a lot of people having a lot of different opinions, and it really does more to disunify people behind this concept than it serves any practical purpose.
I agree 100%.
That goes without saying, anytime you have a group of humans trying to organize around anything, there's going to be politics and personalities and blah, 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 and all that, right?
Yep.
Resistance will be futile, but that doesn't mean there won't be a life path. That's how God created this world. No matter the empire or dominion or the world state, there will always be righteous ways of living life for man. But it has been foretold that somewhere in the future, far distant future, the beast system will actually block all those paths.
And we're not there yet, so take a deep breath. Enjoy
We're
the
far away
sunset.
from that. Yeah.
Don't get in your own way, basically.
Yeah.
I feel like it's impossible to convince somebody that the Earth is not a globe. The only way to get them to come around is to ask questions and let them arrive at the destination on their own.
Yeah.
You can
Well,
guide them, but you can't
100%.
lead them.
for example, my father is a very read person. He read a lot, all his life. And he knows a lot of stuff. He's knowledgeable into thermodynamics, electricity, not like atoms and stuff, but empirical stuff, electric installations,
Amp times volt is
electric
watt.
motors, yeah. And
Practical information.
yeah, he was a metrologist. These people who actually do perform precise measurements, and quality stuff, quality check. And I got with him to the point when I was telling him about flat Earth a couple of years ago. He was like telling me, "Oh my God, come on! With all these space programs, rockets, satellites, and space station, and blah blah blah. Uh, you can't deny it," he was telling me, you are ignoring everything, he was saying, like you're denying everything. And slowly I touch subjects with him, thermodynamics. I got into the field where, these people who do your heating installation, they know about heat transfer and how to calculate, what size of a radiator do you need for your room, and central heating. And when I got him with him into this, he saw that I know what I'm talking about, and I'm telling him like worldly facts, then into gas pressure. And when I asked him like gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum, other than the imaginary globe world, like a real empirical demonstration right here on the surface of the earth, he said, no, that's impossible. And he said it will be, it's literally impossible. And anyone who claims it is possible, he said, will be a fool, And yeah, now
You should have told him now he's ignoring everything.
yeah. He listens to me now when I say a few stuff, but he's still telling me like, just be careful, son, when you go out there in the world and you talk to people, this and that, don't tell it to everyone, because you don't know who they are, And even when you think you know someone, you can be very, very they can surprise you, So yeah.
Flat Earth is more offensive to people's senses and sensibilities than religion or politics, right? Because it's at the core of everything that they've held true based on assumptions, but like it's still a huge part of their identity. And when you challenge that, you're effectively challenging them as an individual. And people have a very strong vitriolic knee-jerk reaction to that type of thing.
And hey, lifestyle. Imagine it's a astrophysicist teacher, yeah. So he's getting paid. This is his job, to teach these stories. And now you, a person face to face in real world, not on internet, Discord, you are telling him that he's lying to children and this stuff. And he's not going to look at you and give you the credit of being true, he will consider you a denier, a heretic, and he will report you, If you somehow then, after a month, you go to that university, I don't know, you have a company, you need some tests, laboratory stuff, and you go, and he sees you coming, asking this and that at his university, he's gonna go and put a word against you straight away. So, yeah. That's how it is.
Imagine having to tell a woman, your sister or your friend, that she's a bad mother. And imagine if she really needed to hear it. It doesn't matter how much she needs to hear it. She's going to hate you for even insinuating it.
My wife's sister is a awful mother, and I tell her every chance I get. But you're right, she does not like it.
Well, you're a truth bomber.
Well, I'm this close to calling social services on her. She's abusing her child with neglect and lack of education and social skills. He's supposed to be homeschooled, and she hasn't taught him a damn thing in 4 years. I offered to educate him on my time and without asking for anything in return, just so that the kid would have a functioning brain. But he's basically 5 years down the road from this. He's now a functioning retard. And he was a bright, smart, funny little kid, and now he's just ruined for life. I pray that he picks himself up and teaches himself, but he's obsessed with Minecraft and crap like that. I don't have much hope for him. It's so sad.
It sounds like most kids.
They'll get over it. Believe mine did. They were the same way. They got over it. They did quite well. They're doing well too, still. So it's not
It
up to
depends
us.
who will they meet in Minecraft.
Maybe what you should try to do is start playing Minecraft with him. Try to reach him that way and then pull him away from that shit. You know what I'm saying?
I'd rather die.
I know that's like pulling teeth sometimes, but it can be done.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good strategy.
Well, every kid's worth a shot, right? I mean, you got to do what you got to do, bro. It's just just an idea.
Yeah.
You got to build rapport with him, however you can. He ain't gonna listen to you. He's only gonna listen to the YouTubers and the TikTokers.
Yeah.
But imagine having to tell someone, they're coming to you asking for advice, help me. Why are my kids so bad? Why are my kids so terrible? And the only advice you can give them will basically end up saying that you're not doing your job properly. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear. And that's the same like flat Earth. I make that point to make the point that Flat Earth is no different to telling someone they're a bad mother.
Yeah.
Even if they know it's true, they'll still fight it to the death.
Yep. Every suggestion. I've done that. I've tried that. I did that. I've tried everything.
You don't understand. It's so hard.
He's got ADHD.
Oh, the
Just slap
rooster.
a victimhood label on them and move on. It's their approach. Don't fix anything. Don't work on yourself. Just put a name for whatever it is that you're failing at. And then all of a sudden, you're magically absolved of any responsibility.
Yep, just like saying refraction.
Yeah.
Curvature. Curvature. Yeah.
Or why would they lie?
That's hilarious. Curvature.
Yeah. Curvature.
I hate that why would they lie question. I'm sure everybody does. But come on. Like, the vast majority of people have no idea that they're lying. They're just repeating the same crap that they were told to say.
But that question has the deepest answers and the manyest answers.
And if you're in a stage in your if you're at the stage in your journey where you're asking that question, you're 100% not ready for the answer.
You're still a glober if you're asking that question.
I'm sorry. At this point,
some of them.
At this point, it's absolutely a retarded question. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be said
Yeah.
anything else about it. It's a retarded question. If somebody's that naive that they don't know people lie, they need to go back to like before kindergarten, preschool.
Some of them are using that questions like their last resort when they exhausted everything that they have in their head, which they think it's knowledge. So when they finished everything, then they ask why would they lie? Because they can't think of anything else, so they are defeated.
It's the equivalent of Batman disappearing when you turn your back for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Smoke bomb.
Or the ninjas throwing the smoke bomb. Yeah.
Buys them just enough time to escape.
Yeah.
I got so drunk last night. And I was on here, and I don't have any recollection of what I said. So, blanket apology just in case.
Oh, don't worry. I haven't heard anything because I was after work and I got to sleep and I missed ladies' night. Ah.
I've been banned from here 4 times, so I got to be careful.
Oh.
He should get a quadruple ban roll.
Or a penta.
I'm going for 10.
Penta ban.
My goal.
10. Deca ban.
Guys are funny, man. Wow, I don't know what I'd do without you guys in the humor. Sometimes, like even sometimes when we're serious, like in the background, you're listening to it as a third party. It's fucking hilarious. Sorry about the cursing.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, exactly. Because a slight peppering.
Yeah, what the fuck, man?
Well, we're kind of already cursed, aren't we?
Who fucking cares if somebody says fuck? It's just a word. For fuck's sake.
I thought I'd give him my last fuck.
Got no fucks left to give.
I don't give a fuck. Yeah. Ooh. Show. We got a real.
Everybody got their fucks out.
Are you hitting on me?
You trying to fuck me?
Now I'm just thinking of Silence of the Lambs, Buffalo Bill. Would you fuck me?
I'm pretty busy, but let me look
I'd
at
fuck me.
I was thinking of that meme with the two Indian guys. Have you seen that meme where, not meme, video flying around where he's going, fuck you, fuckity, fucker. Anyone seen that one?
No. Sounds good, though.
Two Indian guys who can't speak English and they're just swearing. Just fuck you, no, fuck you, you fucking fuck you.
I lived in France, and I had a Pakistani friend, and his sister was named Fuck.
Wow. No,
you bloody bastard.
Like,
you fuck me, I fuck you.
How do you greet that person? Hi, fuck. Shit.
And she sneaks up on you. Oh, fuck. Fuck, you scared me. Words are just words. There's no such thing as a bad word.
I know. What do you do with a bad word? You like scold it like a bad dog or something?
Boggles my mind.
Bad word.
It depends the context you're using.
Yeah, I suppose.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't say anything in the Bible about words you can't say. I mean, you can't blaspheme, but you can say whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
I think it's like if you're not hating on someone else, you don't wish malcontent with your voice, at somebody else, like causing harm or damage to somebody else. Like that's what we have the ability to do. We have no right to do that too.
Should we ban exclamation points? Fuck is just an exclamation point that you can put in any point of your sentence. It doesn't have to wait to the end.
Oh, you see, when you talk about sexual contact and use the word fuck is actually where it belongs to, and it's not a swearing. But
fornication.
When you work on something and you hit your finger with the hammer and then you shout fuck,
it was
swearing.
It was in their old English law books, like, wasn't it? For
fornication under command of the king. It was post-bubonic plague, and the population of Europe was dwindled severely, and so it was a law that was passed that said everybody who can needs to have a baby. Everybody needs to fuck. Fornication under command of the king.
Yeah.
Can you imagine being alive when invented?
Sorry, I just ran for somebody.
I don't know if we could trust anything like that, because I also heard it was like a crime. Like you punished 50 lashes in the town square for unlawful carnal knowledge of this young woman. It's like a charge of rape.
Yeah.
Standing for unlawful carnal knowledge.
What am I being charged with? You're being charged for unlawful carnal knowledge. Yeah. But okay, I could be wrong. I mean, like either one. I don't have source data for either side of that statement.
I wasn't alive 400 years ago either, so who knows?
So kind of hard to tell from where I.
I can say it right in the 80s.
What's that?
Van Halen having an album called For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge.
Right, they did. Oh shoot, I barely remember that one.
Nobody remembers Van Halen. At least Sonny
I
does.
remember Van Halen quite well, but not that particular album.
Well, nowadays we have latex. So.
We went from Van Halen to latex.
That's got to be the fastest 180 I've ever heard.
That's a record time.
Wow.
And because Van Halen was not wearing latex.
Yeah.
They were raw dogging it.
You can lead a glove believer to flat water, but you cannot make them think.
Well, you can push them in the pond to drown. Some will drown, some will learn swimming. So, yeah.
Yeah.
But obviously, some will say it's not good to push them in the pond. But actually, that's not true because everyone has to take a bath at least once.
My dad threw me in the pool when I was like 2.
Everyone in the rain must fall.
So you got washed at
I'll save
early
him if
age.
he starts to drown, but just chuck him in there and see what happens. Hey, I told you he could swim.
Yeah, babies don't drown. Yeah.
They sink though.
No, they have it by default in their reflex instinct.
Well, no. One time my mom was putting on little water wings on my older sister, and she said, "Don't move," and turned her back on me for 2 seconds, and then she heard splash. Oh, shit. And then she watched me just sink to the bottom with a big smile on my face. She was freaking out.
Well, you were 2 years old?
Yeah, might have been 2.5, but yeah, just let's say 2.
So you began like understanding she was talking with you, and you were understanding, and yeah, probably you were doing exactly what she was telling you, trying to,
She gave me the idea by telling me not to.
Yeah. So, but yeah, if nobody pulled you out of the water, the survival would kicked in, in babies, and yeah, they will start swimming.
Back in a few.
Breathe. But of course, rough waters will be drowning kids. Easily.
King sheet. Anyone still here?
Skirt. Oh yeah. Grr.
Was that a ferret?
That's my rooster.
Oh, rooster. Yeah. For a moment, I thought it's a ferret.
He's my little Ryan. He's beautiful. He's talking to you.
Yeah.
I know that.
Don't get him started. Blow up my eardrums.
Show him the moon.
Yeah, we've come to snuff the rooster.
Is anybody else watching March Madness? Oh wow, he just raped that chicken.
Just show him the Super Size Me movie. That'll scare him.
Chickens are cannibals. They don't care.
Yes, they are, believe it or not. Some of them are anyway.
I tried to eat some chicken wings last night, and they were just hounding me. They were all over me, trying to steal it, like ravenous little beasts that they are. They also eat eggs. Like, if the egg breaks, they just devour it.
But yeah, why waste the protein, right?
It's recycling.
They're not stupid. They're not actually stupid. It's called survival. Right?
Cute. I love them. Got like 70 eggs right now.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls. To anybody critical about view of the world, tongue like a slammed door I keep closed, just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G-up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and lead up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna, how is it real if it's not what I felt? Is it filter it out? Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Well gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I want to speak. Click, 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 cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't want to hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt, and then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out, when we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different time, the same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation, do anything to truth but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna, how is it real if it's not what I felt? Is it filter it out? Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
You're not gonna like this one, nah, not at first. You're gonna learn to though, you're gonna learn a lot, check it. If you believe we put a man on the moon, you probably believe we're gonna go to Mars too. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's just something now we can't do. Try and leave low Earth orbit, see what happens to you as you turn into soup in your spaceman suit. What? Did you forget about the Van Allen bell? And that is filled with radiation. Yo, does that ring a bell? 4,000 degrees, that sounds hotter than hell. Man, you think if people went through there, they just melt, but NASA's already been through it. There's a lot of tell that we believe them for so long, so we might as well keep up the charade instead of breaking these chains, and let the ones on top continue to control our brains. Yo, let them do what they want with the harder money. $19 billion for cartoons, that's kinda funny. Yeah, that's just common sense to me. $19 billion on some cartoons, on some CGI bullshit. That's just me though. Look into it a little bit, you'd be surprised if that's the right word for it. Yeah. If you think the moon can be terraformed, ya wrong, and I'ma have to be the one informing ya that the moon isn't exactly as it appears. Like when it's waxing or waning, doesn't it seem clear? In the daylight, supposed craters turn blue, and there are even times you see a star straight through. Like it isn't a solid ball just spinning around, like it isn't a rock that's magically pulled down into our orbit, where gravity is so strong doesn't absorb it. Moon affects the tides, but other bodies of water ignore it, and it's reflecting light coming from the sun. But moonlight's colder than moon shade, explain that one. Now feel free to stay locked up inside your bubble and keep believing those lies that don't love you, and they'll tell you that the earth's shaped like a pear. Look up Atlantic conspiracies if you dare. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything that's gonna change your mind, right? I'm just gonna plant a seed. Yeah, you've been lied to, you've been deceived, just like me.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just riffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature is missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Just to a normal guy living just to die, digesting what he buys, ideas he can't decide. His thoughts aren't his inside, they're put there from up high. Spiritual wickedness, deceptive and perilous. Parasites meticulous, watch your trust with ignorance, feeding off your solemn bliss. Snakes a hiss, NASA's piss, drunken like a maiden's hiss. Venom, Satan, plaguing wisp, digress, regret, withholding evidence, drowning in incompetence. Ever sent, million billions represent, lacking things we need to test. Never verify, they press photographs with leak a mess. I just molded as a stress, a sentence in belligerence. I'm spent, resorting just to less and less, delving deeper with interest. Yeah. Since a boy, I was told that I'm spinning on the globe. Who we kidding? Now I'm old, and I notice that the whole world folds and can't think freely. What we witness, what we demonstrate clearly. How it's measured flat, imagine that. Water never bending over, and it's facts. Gravity just ain't exact. When two words can replace it simply, so you need to retract. Relative density, perspective and velocity. The sun is closer than it seems. Living in a movie scene, universal pictures gleam. Everything we're fed believed, and I gotta look harder just to find reality. Sitting right in front of me, horizon in the breeze, atmospheric symphony. Melancholic naturally, globers frolic in the sea. Walls of lies just to please, a narrative just to hide a deep freeze for the mind. Destitution that we're stuck behind, resolutions that we need to find. Break the barrier just to free the blind. Saturated in a realm of time, unwind and try to be kind. It's easy to get mean when you're pointing out NASA's crimes, or the cables and the bubbles that we tend to find. Not to mention about the harness star's absence and Don Pettit's inability to speak a proper sentence. Study, look at me, we got sources you can read. You can test it, you can see with the method scientifically. It's all you need, but the knowledge you will grieve, cause the way the truth hits you hard eventually. Typically, open heart, open doctrines messing with your paradigm. Emotions getting all entwined, sitting back with truth to grind, and you're losing part your mind, getting renewed about the cave, cause mentally it's too soon. Stay true, follow through, we all here to help with you, yeah. Big and slow.
Astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start. 2, 1.
You've had your time, now you gotta go. So withdraw, bitch and yaw, algebra, don't you know? No need to frown, but you gotta go. Cause what we saw, so bizarre, NASA nah, ugh. Switch up, cause we gotta stop with the 90 move to phenomena. So pack your landers fast, cause we're getting rid of ya. We're wanting to ditch ya, can't quite see why some lunatics wanna double ya.
Went out.
No mas NASA.
Went out again.
NASA, we're moving past ya. All the CGI we're getting is so old. Mama, Trump or Obama, all these sloppy, choppy crappies gotta go.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes, we want some new things.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new things. New things, new things, new things, new things. from long ago. Adios, idiots. Take with ya the lunar modula and the rover. Don't you want to let Apollo go? I say yes. You say yes. Oh, yes.
Come back down. Falcon 9, first stage.
Enter Elon. He hails from Africa. Picked by NASA, so you can bet that he'll be taking ya. Keep an eye in the sky for Elon before he steals another billion, or launches or lands another rocket full of billion.
Ilona, gonga kota, hamdu namsa namja noya gunu funsa. Simunkwa, hoku tsioda, ponantusa nimpusa utina.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes, we want some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new face. New face, new face, new face, new face, new face, new face.
Hey, we want some 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 new face. NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes, we want some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new face. New face. New face. New fakes. The fakest fake ever faked.
Sedun katsa.
Sí, por favor. Porque yo necesito ir al baño. And now look at you, you're all wet.
How'd you know that?
The pool, you fell in the pool.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, when can we get some new fakes?
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, Tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life, MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing all false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You are not an educator, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now global, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Whose track was that? To the mic. Which one of you dies tonight?
Which one of you is going to step into like, wow?
Does anyone know whose song that was then?
Yeah. Anomalous. That doesn't say much. You don't know? Hold on. Who asked that? Elijah's here. Hey, Elijah, you there?
What, is it Elijah?
Yeah. That's Elijah.
Yeah, that was good.
You heard his part in the Why Would They Lie also, right?
Yeah, but I didn't actually know that was Elijah. Like, I know all of the other guys, but I didn't know that voice was Elijah.
Yeah, Chocolate, Elijah, Chemo, Midi.
Yeah, Chemo's a bit
I'm
funny.
missing somebody. No, Midi HC. I don't think you know him. He's been missing for over about a year. He's the one that made the track, I think. I don't know. I don't know all the background, but
Yeah, that last tune was pretty good though.
Like it. Yeah.
Mic check.
1, 2.
Loud and clear.
Unless you already
Okay, we don't know about Dave, though.
What do we don't know about it?
Just joking.
Unless
We don't know about Dave.
We don't know about Dave. Sorry.
Unless somebody said, can I talk now?
Say it again.
Unless somebody already said it was wits that you were missing out on. Why would they lie? You named everybody but Witsit, I think.
That's lame. That's lame of me. Of course, he's got one of the best parts in there. Actually, lame of me. Well, that's how my mind blanks out sometimes. Sometimes the mind will blank out the main part of things. So I don't know if that's my age. It could be previous damage done.
I like that In a Field tune Wixit made. Have you heard that one?
Yeah, that's a good one. We could play that.
That's a really good one.
Is it Glat Flowbus you're here today? Okay then. I'll do it. I just had a change of day. Let's see. Uh-oh. Sounded like the beginning of Pink Floyd Time. Anyway, laundry's done. I'll be right back. One sec. I'll play this. Discord's lagging a little bit. One second.
That line he says, geopolitically we're in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder if it's real. What does that mean, man?
Think about it. Is it real? Like, I think it's just a...
But Israel?
Could be. You probably need to ask Witsit.
Well, I know a few dodgy things about Israel, but I don't think that's what he means. I'll ask him if I catch him.
All right, I gotta go AFK for a while after this, but...
Geopolitically, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you wanna rock that twirl somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force a misinfo that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature that mean extorted it. They forging it if news anchors informants who informing them. There's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this reporting ships important. Yes, of course it is, but extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informing this, informing this. It looked like we were storing tricks, pedophilia and the government endorsing it. field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Rappers actors say they high, say they simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real?
Yeah, that sounds great on my stereo, man. The bass, turn it up, and it just goes boom. Really deep, good bass in that one.
Yeah, I love that too.
So I was just looking at some stuff Witsit had posted recently, and a fridge-sized asteroid hit Earth 2 hours after first spotted. Oh boy. Okay. $2 meters long. Oh my God. If people believe this is real, here's a CGI to go with it. Here's a cartoon for y'all, folks. Okay. Sure, that's worth $68 million today. Uh-huh. Here's the article. I'll post it again. If anybody cares. Let's see. I'll put it up here. So everybody's quiet now. What the heck? Boom. Is that a real picture? They caught it right as it hit the ocean? Is that just more CGI? Oh, God. Miguel crawled out and left. Yeah. What happened? Mm-hmm. Yeah. More people, just people deciding to make a story up. Also about the large bones found everywhere. Just made up a story for you. Anyway, I got to get my laundry out.
Not from where I'm sad, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown out far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just want to scream, yeah, this blood. Open my eyes, no going back. It's blood. Not a surprise, yeah, this blood. And now it feels so good to me. I'm working every day with this smile full of positivity. Waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more critically. 'Cause now I finally found to be true
What the heck? Where'd everybody go?
There's not many people here.
Yeah.
It's Saturday, why would they?
Saturday.
I don't remember the last time a Glober came in here, man. I missed them.
Did everybody bail?
A couple of people said they'll be back in a bit, doing different things.
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cogniz causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glober? a chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your glow from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your glow from you.
What's up? What's up?
Hey, Miguel, are you there?
Hi there.
Yo, 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 man. How's it going?
I'm okay, thanks.
What?
Relaxing.
Oh, just relaxing. Yeah, I get it. Hey, I want to ask you a question real quick. I'm looking at your photo. Maybe you might.
Yes, go on.
Yeah. Ever thought about the circumference of light over a plane?
Circumference of
Light of a local sun over a plane.
I never thought about that.
And how it can how the angle of incidence of a human looking out, say, the y-axis, right, to the horizon, and how the center of our aperture, right, you know how we can see further in our center view, right, and then the our peripheral appears to come closer, and the way that, like the photo you just posted right there, if you look in the back, how it's kind of like foggy, but it looks like a flat disc. Remember August Picard when he went up in the article, that science?
Yes, yes.
He said it looked as a flat disc with upturned edges. I think
Yes.
that's due to the circumference of light.
Oh, you know, by the way, I have a photo, but it's not so clear. I was near to a castle, and there was some fog, but up the sky was blue. So and the sun is shining, but when it crosses the fog, I was below. I saw a circle, in the fog because of the sun rays. So yeah,
Right.
maybe
I think that.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
on.
I think
Go
that's what Globers or the average Joe is seeing, thinking they're seeing physical sphere edge when it's just the circumference of light.
Yes. And there are some photos. There are some photos. You can see the sun with some aura, a circle aura, a circle, like you say, a circle light around.
Well, if you think about it, Mega, if you think about it, like say if you're in the middle of the ocean, right, eye level with the water, so the water's like coming up to your nose, and you do a 360, it's going to be like a giant circle.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then higher you go, bigger or more spread that circle will become.
Yeah.
Because what a local stuff like your GIF or whatever they want to call it nowadays on your profile pic, it shows it. So if you get, say you get in high altitude over the surface of the plane where the local sun is, you can produce a photo that will look slightly spherical.
Yeah.
Due to the circumference of light.
I was remember a long time ago I saw, let me see if I saw some site, some flat earthers asked to, maybe better than me. They asked to a mathematician to, they give him some measurements to make some kind of model, how we see stars and how a person in some local area. So I find that it's like, did you ever see this?
Yes, I have seen it. It's amazing.
But I have the site. Here. And you can change the latitude and to see from a person from that local how you see it. It's like you see some kind of
like a personal dome.
Imaginary, yes, personal dome, imaginary dome there. But you can see from the ground. Have this site.
You think, Miguel? You think that's the way the light travels through our atmo, our air, the air? Like
maybe.
Like, because I 100% believe there's water up there. Even mainstream science says there's trillions of gallons of water. The sun's shooting out water. There's a star that's shooting out water bullets the size of the Amazon River per second. So there's water up there. There's no debate on that one.
Even that there's an episode from Simpsons, and
right.
a guy, a guy doing baseball, and it hits the sky, and the water breaks the dome, and the water comes down, and huge animals, aqua animals, Like yeah. So, but you know, I have to find. You know, sometimes in the past I saw in YouTube other videos. No, they are not flat Earth, but
Right.
when I cross information, you know, it is interesting because I saw there was someone at Brazil, and he did have a. But in the YouTube, it's another guy, you know, that talks about UFOs and paranormal things. But I saw this guy talking about someone at Brazil that had an astral projection, you know, when he was sleeping. So that was interesting because he did go up and see not the Earth as a globe, but he had some help to cross beyond the dome or firmament. Even you know, even in astral, maybe the soul cannot cross because of some kind of energy or a magnetic field. I don't know, but no, this guy did have some help, other beings there too, and to go after these domes, supposed dome or firmament, they teach how to cross, and then after that, what was there? Water and a huge fish, you know, a giant animal. So, man,
no doubt.
yeah,
There's no
and
doubt there's water up there.
yeah. Yeah, so no, you know, this was interesting because when I, you know, I keep that in my mind, and you know, when you realize the Earth is flat, you wake up, and you know, some things make sense.
True. That's true. You know about the star in the jar? Have you watched that before?
Star in the jar. I think I not.
Well, you got to check that out. It's where sound is introduced in water and it will produce light.
Yes. We have here. They somehow does some star in the water. Yes, like that.
Yeah. Just like that.
We have here in some room stars maybe. Let me see. I saw that stars. No, maybe in dome or firmament. Let me see. Firmament.
I don't know. Oh my God, let me ask: do you believe in God?
I, you know, in a creator that create this world. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
But before he came to this place underwater, supposedly, and create this world. So before that, there was some other god. So that's what I think. You know, some god that create this that we call creator, the creator, made this place, and it's like it's not possible, you know, to like make the sun, and you know, in the Bible says talks about that. Let be light, and two luminaries to separate the day from from the night. So it was created. For me, I believe. But you know, for me, God is love. You know, it's what connects us together. All things. Right. Yeah. So it is interesting, your question.
Well, I know it says in the Bible that the stars sang unto God.
Yeah.
So it explains like a star in a jar. You know,
yes.
Light in water.
I think we have that. Somnolescence. Sorry, the name.
Go ahead.
I was watching. I think we have here in some hashtag room. Stars. Okay. Maybe above.
I got a cool I wouldn't say experiment, but test that I'm gonna do with this pool I got. It's pretty big. I'm gonna plan on filling it up and trying to lay out the AE map on it. It's gonna be probably difficult. I'm gonna have to get a lot of dirt. But and then try to demonstrate the circumference of light over it to the best that I can unbiasedly make the
I found
circumference
it.
of light appear spherical. I'm gonna make it appear. Yeah, that's it right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff right there.
You know, in the movie from Disney, The Lion's King.
Yeah.
You know that scene where Timon and Pumbaa and Simba, and they are looking to the stars, and so Timon and Pumbaa, you know, they saw. Okay, so Timon, sorry, to Pumbaa says it's a fireball gas or whatever, you know what the Globers think about it, about stars. But Timon says something interesting, you know. How you say it? These animals that has that flashlight. Let me translate this. Okay, but in that scene, okay, so in Portuguese is pirilampo. Let me translate in English. Oops. Pirilampo. So he says this is like okay. So pirilampo, glowworms, no, glowworms. Pirilampo. Sorry. Wire worms. Maybe. Sorry. No, fireflies. You know, the Timon is saying that you know they are fireflies that stick in that blue dark thing, you know, talking about the dome.
Yeah.
So yeah, isn't that interesting? Yeah. So
there's a lot of hidden messages in movies.
Yeah.
Quite often, more than not.
You know, even a Truman Show. That's a huge.
Right.
What the main actor is Jerry. What is the main actor? The name?
Jim Carrey.
Of Truman Show.
Yeah, Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey. Okay, thanks. Even Jim Carrey, I saw a photo doing the, you know, with the arm a flat, saying the earth is flat. So even he knows.
Yep. They just can't say.
Yeah.
They can say just about anything else but that.
Even interesting because yeah, go on.
Have you seen the episode of Teen Titans, The Pancake Earth?
I think I not.
All right, let me put it. Let me put it in here.
Oh, interesting.
They call it the butter wall. They'll roast it. Hey, it's talking about the photos of NASA are all fake. It's great. My son was watching it and he was laughing.
Thanks, man. You know, movies that talk about flat Earth. Yeah, Truman Show is interesting. But even at the floor, let me find out. They put the azimuth flat Earth map. Truman. Not here. Okay. Okay, here. Okay, so in the movie Truman Show, they show us this.
Yeah.
And at the floor, this, like that guy walking. Yeah, a flat Earth map. And in Australia, in a fountain at Sydney. Okay. Maps. They put the flat Earth with Antarctica around.
It would be awesome to have something that big to do some test over. Oh, that right there. That would be like if you can get that that little pond you got right there of the map. If you can get the rest of the you can isolate it where it's like completely pitch dark, and then take a light about half the size, probably about 10 feet maybe, and then place it over the top of it, and then take photos or videos of it, time lapse and all that.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can make a small portion of that specific plane appear spherical without a shadow of a doubt.
Wow. You know, even they put that Babel Tower, I think, and at the top the Polaris North Star. The truth in plain sight.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's what the Masons does. You know, this is a quote from them. Because you know, in Washington, you see Mason things everywhere.
Yeah, the phallus, Nimrods, whatever.
And even they have the. Let me see. Talk about flat Earth, but I think those that are higher in the degree, like 33, I don't know. Those some of them knows about flat Earth.
I tell you what, that pond right there, that would be an amazing place to do some tests. That pond. I'm surprised no one has, or I wonder if someone has. Maybe.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I have to find it. I have to go to the Facebook because I saw a Freemason. Talking about what he knew about flat Earth, and in the north, you know, he draws a circle, and at the middle it's the flat Earth. So then you see this inverted triangle. You can see the sun and then the moon. So it's the Freemason symbol, you know. But in the North Pole, he puts a hole there, and beneath the black sun and shining light, you know, to the sun and moon. Maybe the moon, moon phases. Maybe, I don't know. But he does. He draws the Masonic symbol and the explanation. So, isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
and he draws, the inverted triangle. So,
Well, I've seen a video. I don't know if he's an actual Freemason or not, but he was drawing on some paper with a CD, a disc, with the black sun below and
yeah,
the sun above, and then it made a speeding square. Have you seen that?
yeah.
No.
I think maybe it's the same I saw. But I saw a long time ago a video, and I think it was the North Pole, where you can see clouds around and many colors coming from this hole, So maybe was that the aurora boreal? You see many green and many colors. The same colors I saw in that video. Someone flying in some kind of airplane and shoot that. So maybe. But there are some old maps that show us the Mount Meru mountain, the magnetic mountain. And by the way, a flat earth guy from Brazil talk about the book Beyond the Poles. And in this book, it talks about Antarctica and the North Pole. And I think in that book, it talks about that mountain, magnetic. But if you are close to that location, you will not see it because it's like there's a vortex. I don't know. Yeah, but it's interesting,
Right. I think I read it before. Christopher Columbus, when he was going towards the north, I think didn't he discover that portion? I don't know, but I read it somewhere that he was repelled, that he couldn't penetrate the north.
In that book Beyond the Poles,
yeah, he was being pushed.
It talks about you call it nails that are in the old ships they had at that time. The metal parts from the ships when they are close to that location. The ships sink. They are attracted to those metal parts, because the magnetic field there is so strong. So there are some old sailors that talk about this. The ships will sink there in that place. Yeah.
Oh, sink! I didn't hear about the sink. I just know about the repelling part, which is diamagnetic.
Yeah.
Diamagnetic. It makes sense, yeah, with the metal materials that are on the ship.
I think Beyond the Poles. I saw you can search. You can see it on Google Books, ebooks. Google ebook. Beyond the Poles. Beyond. Let me find out. Yeah, I found it.
What's fascinating, Miguel, is that they have engineered rockets that can supposedly go to quote unquote outer space, right? Harsh, environments, but yet where is the data at the north and the south, the center? Where? Like,
yeah,
say it's the weather, but we got rock. Ever heard of Point Nemo? You know where Point Nemo was?
No, I just know Nemo from the Disney movies.
Point Nemo is actually a place where supposedly the graveyard of NASA, where like a bunch of like all that satellites and everything, and it's where they claim the ISS is going to crash in 2030.
Yeah, they want to crash to hide us the truth.
Yeah. I'll share it with.
I have a moon rock at the museum was found a petrified wood. Isn't that interesting? It was NASA that that gift this. I have the article. Let me see. Moon rock. So yeah, those guys at the museum found out that it's fake. A Dutch national. Where is the Point Nemo? Thanks, man.
Point Nemo is just like slightly offshore, like a few hundred miles, like away from Antarctica, which is an interesting location.
Yeah, no one can go there.
Yeah, I this is me. It's just speculation. There's no proof. But I think they're shooting rockets across Antarctica to other lands. That's where the rockets are going. That's me. I'm not saying it's
maybe
actually proof, but that's why
you know.
A lot of the all that's the graveyard though. Point Nemo is.
You know, in my mind, suddenly it crossed to information about some videos that I saw. Antarctica. Okay. There was an astronaut, that he talks to his friend that is Spanish. I saw this at YouTube in Spanish, talking about anti-gravity. But the interesting is that this NASA friend talks to this guy that the Earth is not a globe, and this guy was shocked when he shot the video of himself talking. But he says that at Antarctica, the Earth is not a globe, and this astronaut, maybe Spanish, don't understand why NASA is hiding this from us, from the public. And it talks about there's some holes at Antarctica, and he saw, some aircrafts. Maybe not from us, but going, passing through these holes, There are some photo. I have a photo from maybe one hole of this, and they are not they are these aircrafts. Is not from NASA, but they saw going out in it. Maybe to for beyond this place we are at the center. But that video is not long available at YouTube. But I have saved it, but it's like 100 megabytes, and I think I cannot post here because of the size. But I have a photo of a hole at Antarctica. Let me see. So it is interesting because you can cross information to find out the truth. So yeah. Okay, I have this one.
Oh.
But the mountain is not full of ice, so there are some places that.
You think that's like a dome?
No, a hole in the Antarctica. Some
a dome. You know what domes are?
A dome, the shape, like
deep underground military bases.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
No.
That definitely looks like an entrance to like a.
Yeah, so they saw aircrafts going through this and came from this.
I was surprised.
The information. So there's maybe you have watched some video talking about the sky stone. The blue ice sky that they are studying at Antarctica. So I saw that, but I saw an interview that some helicopter pilot that work at Antarctica. He talks about this same thing. He he was at the station there, one station at Antarctica, and there was just one door, so it was controlled, and he was inside without anything to do. And man, he starts talking to some guy that worked there, some scientist, and that guy show to him what they are really studying there. And it talks about that, that if you take a sample from this and go to any country, when you open it, it will evaporate, so it's a bit yeah, so isn't that, but by the way, that helicopter pilot said that when you go work at Antarctica, they do an interview with you, and one of the questions is, what is the shape of the Earth? why that? Maybe to avoid us to go there. Isn't that interesting? But this guy years later, he does a live stream at YouTube talking about the Earth with another. He talks Spanish, so another 3 Spanish guys. So man, because at that time when he worked at Antarctica, he was thinking that Earth was a globe, like everybody else thinks that. But years later, this guy does, because he's a smart guy, so he connects all the dots, and so he found out. And even before before he go to Antarctica, they said to him to go to the CERN, and when he arrives there, someone shows to him the real CERN. Is the first one is just for tourism guys and TV shows, and the real one is below. There's an elevator to go there. Man, isn't that interesting? Yeah. But some things he said he cannot talk because he is still classified. But other things, what they said to him, you can talk, but no one will believe you. Yeah. But we are not them. We collect the information and cross the information, and yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. When the Portuguese guys and the Spanish, they travel in the oceans, and at that time, 500 years ago, they knew that Earth was flat because, man, they never saw any curvature in the ocean. But they even talk about they found the end of the Earth. So, yeah, the Antarctica. And even the book Encyclopedia Britannica from 1958, it talks. There's some kind of dome of firmament.
Oh yeah, like what was it, like 13,000 feet high or something like that, right? And it was like
Yes.
invisible. The planes like crashed into it and stuff like that.
Yes, I have this. You can see there.
Yep, right there, 13. Yup, I was right. 80 Southwest line. Yup.
But then this book was banned, or they just hide. Why is that? And talks about New Zealand. Okay, so I remember. I think you ever saw the convex Earth.
Yes. Yeah, Docula. From Docula.
Yes. So they found that the flat Earth, but They say convex because of the near to the coastline of the continents. You can see it's more elevated than the water, so
Right, yeah.
they say 0.2 degrees angle, but they say convex on Earth, but yeah. They found the flatness on water, so those guys, they have access to near Antarctica through the Brazilian Navy.
Right. I think didn't they send off
Yes.
a balloon, a weather balloon
Yeah,
over that way, didn't
and
they?
high altitude balloon there,
Yep.
and they saw beyond the ice another landmass. They
I
say
bet.
continent.
I would not be surprised at all, Miguel. At all
Yeah.
whatsoever.
So the question is, can they go there or they cannot? Because
I think they are, Miguel. Like I said earlier, that's why they made rock. Because you got to think about it. All right. So when Operation Deep Freeze or Operation High Jump, the operations they had, when they came back, that's when they made NASA, right? And then they
Yeah,
they
exactly.
branched off the original NASA, but they made NASA. I forget the name off the top of my head, but they produce rockets and everything and all that, and they started. I think they're shooting rockets off over to Antarctica, and that's why Point Nemo is in that area. It's like where
Yeah.
rockets don't operate or their tech don't work, they drop it off there.
Isn't that interesting? Because this helicopter pilot talks about there's a dead zone where the the helicopter has what makes the helicopter lift is those things that circulate. How you call it in English? Above the helicopter, those cross things that fly. So when they go to this dead zone, it says that jet skis, scooter skis, how you call it? How you call it? Yeah, jet ski. Yeah, it's like a scooter with a ski. Yeah, in the ice. So they said no, our jet skis don't work there, but they have.
You're talking about snowmobiles.
Snowmobiles, yes. Thanks,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
So the normal snowmobiles don't work there in that zone. So
yeah. It's just that they won't allow you to take extra gas. Like
I
you
don't
can't
know.
have all that and no dogs. You can't have sleds. There's
Yeah,
like so many things that are off limits.
Yeah, so he talks about the helicopter. They have to fly near to the ground because it slows down the helicopter. So it flows near to the floor to if falls they are close to. But the snowmobiles don't work there, and they have another snowmobiles made with another technology that work there because they did a reverse engineer from some kind of technology. So they have when they go there, they have another snowmobiles, not normal.
The thing is, Miguel, man. I mean, come on. Think about it for a second. We do have engineers that are brilliant. I'm gonna give
Yes.
you that. And they produce these things that they supposedly send out, like I said earlier, to outer space, right? You know, they should be able to have this type of technology to travel to the center of Antarctica without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
Like we are way advanced. Like,
this guy from NASA, when they are developing this other aircraft different to a long range, I don't know. Maybe they are developing this to go there beyond. I don't know.
It's funny. I have noticed though when it comes to mainstream and the spin on words, like when you say outer space, like going outside of my door of my house would be considered outer space.
Yeah.
And there's a different, like upper space, outer space, out
Yeah.
by the edge.
And when the countries they do some kind of satellite, but they never saw that satellite on the supposed space because NASA controls all the launches, so they can have the satellite or the balloon tell it, and people will think that's a real satellite there in space.
Right. And Miguel, let me ask you, when was the day that you started
Wake
like,
up.
wow, flat Earth, like holy
Yeah.
smokes, look into this.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay, just to conclude. So those guys that from Brazil, they went to next to Antarctica. So they released that high altitude balloon, and they are thinking to go there to that landmass. But then the Fauci thing appear, and they it's more they didn't have the access to go there.
Yeah, where did they go anyways? I mean, I've been trying to
Yeah, they are traveling the world to make some observations because they are going to release another documentary about the anomaly of stars. Because they are doing they are traveling the world to do observations about the stars and how they are working. They said that is not according to the globe models, so they saw some anomalies. And they talk about with the flat earths too from Brazil, so sharing information. But these guys are those guys that go to the field, doing this. But yeah, so maybe they can go there to that landmass someday, but they have access through Brazil Navy. Okay, so what I was talking about early this. Can you talk again, Don? What the last thing you talk?
Excuse me for interrupting real fast. I just wanted to say that I discovered sorry for interrupting, guys. I discovered something the other day, and I don't think I told you about it. I posted a screenshot in the live stream voice text, but apparently we've had hot air balloons and cameras since the Civil War. So technically, there would be, satellite images since the Civil War.
I bet. There's no doubt in my mind, Hank. No doubt.
Yeah.
Well, when was August Picard? I can't remember the date. Was it like 19?
I have that.
That was
Go on, Ankil.
Right?
August Picard.
Yeah, that's all I got. It's, I haven't done any more research other than I just, kind of felt that it was the military in the Civil War using, because I've always said that the Civil War was the first modern war because they could communicate over large distances, where troop locations are, and now we're finding out that they have satellite imagery. So the Civil War was the very first modern war.
Yep, I think that's just good enough then, Hank.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. That's actually before
That's good
August.
enough. Why would anyone want to, or ask for anything more than that?
Yeah, that's awesome, actually.
And August Picard, he, he did talk to the science magazine there, popular at that time, and then they hide. They just oblivion this guy, what he found out. So they don't talk about August Picard at schools, I think. Someone cover up that.
Yeah, he got a look at the flat Earth, so they don't want to tell anybody about August Picard.
Yes, it's a inconvenient truth, you know, like the documentary. Yeah.
Nope, he didn't exist. Never mind. Let's talk about Einstein.
Jamsey one of these days talked with me about there are some guys that took a infrared photo above, you know, and they saw some kind of difference. But maybe I can talk to him later if he has more info about that, some photo. You know,
Yeah,
they found.
how high did Picard get? Be able to see the whole damn thing.
Yeah. Let me see. Okay.
You guys ever see that Heineken commercial where
Yes.
they base it on August Picard? He busts through the dome and water comes pouring through.
I think it's some kind of bourbon
or Hennessy or something.
Hennessy, yeah.
Hennessy, yeah. I have the link to YouTube.
And that dude had a lot of balls, man.
Yeah. This one.
High as fuck, you know. He's in his little round hamster. Whatever you call that thing. Wonder what the landing was like.
Isn't his son and grandson the same ones that invented the aqualung and all of that family, the oceanographer family?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. I could be wrong.
They named this the Star Trek Captain Picard is named after great August Picard.
Hello.
Can I be heard? Okay, go ahead, David.
I was just going to say Picard got to like 50,000 something. He never claimed to see the whole thing unless I read it wrong. He didn't claim to see the whole Earth, did he?
He said it looked like a flat disc with upturned edges.
Mm-hmm. He didn't say he saw the whole thing, but that's what he said.
He didn't claim to see the entirety of the Earth. I heard somebody say that a minute ago, though. He only got to like 50,000 something feet, as far as I know, allegedly.
You know, a guy like that, he didn't have an agenda. Whatever it looked like, he's just going to tell because he's a real scientist.
Yeah, I wanted to say one of the ways that you can oppress people is to get something to gain popularity and name it after a famous thing that you're trying to hide. For example, in the future, when they search Tesla, right, they're going to find Elon Musk, right, instead of Nikola Tesla, right? So it's kind of the same thing with Jean-Luc Picard. If you type in the word Picard, you know, you're going to see, you know, that British guy who's an amazing actor, right? But he's not the guy that, you know, originally had the name. And this kind of thing goes on all the time, and I don't think people realize what's going on. But yeah, you name something, you know, it's going to be named after someone else, and then that is going to lose popularity while you gain popularity.
Interesting.
So we talked to Captain Dan. I just got here. VC verified. My mic working? No.
Oh, your mic is okay.
Yeah, it's working, Dave.
Sorry, it took me
It's
long.
working fine.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I never know when my mic's working. I'll shut up.
No, you don't
I just
have to.
noticed Captain Dan's in here. Looks like that want to talk though.
Oh, they don't want to talk. So Jules Picard was a professor of chemistry. Auguste Picard, his son, physicist, aeronaut, balloonist, hydronaut. Jacques Picard, hydronaut. Bertrand Picard, aeronaut, balloonist. Jean-Félix Picard, organic chemist, aeronaut, and balloonist. Jeanette Picard, wife of Jean-Félix, aeronaut and balloonist. Don Picard, balloonist. They're all balloonists. And hydronauts, like they made bathyspheres. Actually, that's what Auguste Picard was known for. Actually, his bathysphere. He made, let me see. Oh, okay. So in the 30s, he realized that a modification of his high altitude balloon cockpit would allow descent into the deep ocean. By 1937, he had designed the Bathacaf. I know there's a way to say that.
It's all right.
Bathyscaphe. Small steel gondola built to withstand great external pressures. Construction began, but was interrupted by the outbreak of World War II. He resumed in 1945 and completed the bubble-shaped cockpit that maintained normal air pressure for a person inside the capsule, even as the water pressure outside increased to over 46 MPa or 6,700 psi. That's over 3 tons per square inch. Much like the forces, even greater forces would be happening if they were going into a vacuum of space. Are you kidding me? Please. How could the hull withstand?
Is that serious? Did they say the vacuum of space is going to be even greater forces?
Even greater?
So 14, 15 psi is now more than 60. What was it? 6,500 psi.
6,700 psi. Wouldn't you say that? I would say that this, what they're saying, the air pressure that we have here going out into that, with that, well, they're screwed with that negative 17 torr or whatever the hell they're trying to say it is. That another imaginary number.
We could just use 0. You don't have to do 10 to the negative 17. 10 to 17.
You don't have to.
Well, there's no 0.
You don't have to say it's a globe when it doesn't.
Every time we say 0, hold on, Matthew. Every time we say vacuum, some asshole goes, "It's not a vacuum."
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. But as far as like engineering specifications, 10 to the negative 17 is close enough to 0.
Just forget about the bone crushing part.
And then the Globers, they always say, vacuums don't suck. And we're like, Jesus, are you serious? Like, why would you say that to us? Like, we know vacuums don't suck. The gas pressure presses. And it's like, every time I hear those same things, like, can you guys get some better arguments, Matthew? Can you please tell them to stop saying that? We know there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
A new fakes. Can we get some new fakes? Some new fakes. No, new fakes.
No, 19.
That movie, Spaceballs, maybe the one that did the script or the movie knew about it, that space was fake, so he did a lot of things.
Spaceballs is more real than anything NASA. NASA Productions. So I don't think about NASA Productions at the end of anything they do produce.
They even did this, with
And they do produce it. It's a production, all right.
Yeah. And you can see it in this GIF. You can see there's a container, and it opens at the side, and with that sucker vacuum, just smoking with us.
Matthew, did you measure the geometric horizon for us or for yourself yet?
Oh, you can't see it, so sorry.
So why bother?
Oh, you could use the apparent horizon.
You could use. Okay, never mind.
I'm gonna use a water level.
Guess that's an option. Never measure it. Just keep pretending you're on a globe. That's good.
Yeah, a level never goes upside. When did the level go upside down when you got to Australia? Could we see that? It had to switch somewhere, doesn't it?
Yeah, it switches gradually with the direction of down.
It would have to be upside down, bro.
Exactly. Takes a while.
But nobody feels this or sees it on the level.
That's right.
That's right, folks.
Matthew, you ever heard the argument that Globers make for us and the Flat Earth Society? They say that Australia doesn't exist. You ever heard that one?
I think that there were some people that said that, but I don't know who they were. So I've heard people mention that, but I've never heard anybody say that.
Well, they were talking about it on Ladies' Night last night, and they were asking, where it came from. I know where it came from. It came from the debate circuit era 2015, 2016. So what they said was, your level of belief is so high, right, that you have to have like an extraordinary amount of evidence. And I'm like, yeah, pictures and cartoons, that's not going to cut it, right? We need more than that. And they were like, well, you believe in Australia, don't you? And they were talking about, the way that we like to be as empirical as possible, even hyper empiricists, right? We don't like to just accept things, but to believe that there's another, continent and there's people there, that's not really an extraordinary claim, is it?
No, it's not that extraordinary. Based on logic and reason, you can trust people's account of being in Australia, even if you've never been there yourself.
Yeah, but you could go there yourself.
You can go there yourself. That's the thing.
No, it doesn't matter if you haven't been there.
Okay.
So the point is what they did is they said that flat earthers don't believe in Australia, right? After they started saying, this to me, and I was like, hey, I believe in Australia. But it's an extraordinary claim to say that man has walked on the moon, right? Because that's an extraordinary claim. I want to need to see some extraordinary evidence. So instead of just saying, you know what, we'll provide you with some extraordinary evidence, what they started doing was strawmanning us and saying that flat earthers don't believe in Australia. Do you think that's an honest tactic, or is that kind of a dishonest tactic?
That's totally dishonest.
Yeah, it's dishonest.
Yeah. Do you see us doing that to them?
No.
Ah, so you're on their side, though. That's interesting.
Oh yeah, you don't judge the truth of something based solely on the people who say it.
That's true. I wasn't insinuating that.
Yeah, that would be a genetic fallacy.
Now, the landmass that is in question is Antarctica, of course.
When the shoe fits, yeah. So you're on the side of the dishonest ones. That's evident.
There are dishonest people who believe in the globe. Yes.
Yeah, you're on that side.
That's the side I'm on.
I've never seen a flat earther try to make people lose their jobs, do all kinds of crazy horse shit. But your side, I haven't seen our side going and doing that. Only to each other, actually.
Yeah, I would prefer to look at the evidence, not judge individuals' characters as the sole.
Yeah, we could talk about the evidence. Yeah, that's what we're here to do. Of which your side has no proof and seems to be dishonest about it. But there's that, you know.
You're right. We don't have proof. We have evidence but I wouldn't call it proof.
Yeah, you
You
don't
know,
have.
we was talking about that in the other server last night, right? About what proof is. And I said, if there was a guy branding horses, right? And he's got a glowing brander, and you just saw him brand a horse or cow. I think they brand cattle, sorry. And you saw a guy branding cattle, and you heard the cow moan and groan as he's getting branded, and he puts it back in the fire. Would you think it'd be, you know, weird for me to say, now I can prove that this will burn you? The
No,
branding
of
of
course
it.
not.
Oh, I'm
Some
asking
stuff
Matthew.
is just
Yeah,
no.
that sounds fine. I just prefer to use when you're talking about specific evidences and stuff. I would prefer to say something like, "Well, that's strong evidence."
Okay, so the weird thing about it is that you guys have this thing about you can disprove things, and if you disprove something, don't you prove the, you know, diametrically opposed suggestion, which would be the opposite, true?
Well, I wouldn't use disprove either. I mean, I would say there's strong evidence against is the terminology I'd use. I recognize some people sort of use prove and disprove colloquially, but I prefer not to.
All right, so let's say, you know, I always talk about the light switches, and you're familiar with a sink blender. They call them garbage disposers.
Yes.
I call them sink blender because you don't put garbage in your sink. That's dumb. But yeah, if I were to tell you, like, don't put your hand in here while we're doing dishes together, buddy, because I'm about to turn on the sink grinder, right? And I'm saying, like, I can prove to you that this will hurt your hand, but I don't want you to put your hand in there. Like, you wouldn't put your hand in there, right?
Right.
And you would say that, you know, I can prove that it's on because A, I saw Hank flip the switch, B, I heard the thing start up, and C, I can feel the thing vibrating and spinning under there. Those three evidences, they're a little bit more than evidence. I would say that that's actual proof.
Yeah, there's a such thing as smoking gun proof.
Yeah, it depends on how strong you want the word proof to be. I recognize that it's fine to use it to mean something less than 100%. Other people say, no, proof has to be 100%.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, that's a good definition. That's what's used in the legal system.
So in Texas, they say beyond a shadow of a doubt. So what I think that means is that if I send this motherfucker to a prison because the evidence is brought before me, he's going to be a slave for a number of years. I don't want to lose any sleep over that. So it better be so high that I don't lose any sleep for making this man a slave based on my vote as a peer, judging him. So that's what I think it means. So you don't want to lose a finger, right? So you don't stick your hand in the sink grinder, right?
Right.
I think that's the same level of proof. It's like somewhere around 99 point something.
Yeah, fair enough. If you want to use proof that way, that's fine.
Okay, so why is it so hard to say that you Globers have this, like, I don't know, it's like this, you got, well, it's like a taboo to say the word proof, but if you go to any flat earth video, what does it say right under it? That this
it says flat earth proof
model, no, it says that the globe has been proved scientifically. So how come you guys don't attack that?
Because I don't want to. I mean, it's on our side.
Oh, that's incredibly biased and honest of you to say that, Matthew. Could you say it again?
Yeah, if it goes my way, I don't see any reason to attack something that's sort of biased in my direction.
Thanks for being honest. I would definitely say you're not consistent with the proof thing, because I would say that thing on the YouTube, that little disclaimer, I would say that that's propaganda, because there's no way to scientifically prove a shape. And you're okay with propaganda for the children who, you know, search flat earth and they weed through all this flat earth society stuff, and then they actually see, you know, the Wikipedia article that says that it's scientifically proven to be a sphere. And I would like to ask the writer of that article, how was that done? Because science means knowledge, right? Maybe
Yes.
they meant knowledge instead of the method.
Again, there's different definitions of the word proof. So when somebody says scientifically proven, they mean something like scientific consensus among most scientists, or something like that, is what they mean, I think.
Well, that's not proof. That's a fallacy.
No, I'm talking about the proof. What they mean by the word proof.
Well, you and I didn't write the article, so we don't know what they meant by the word proof. We can speculate, right? But it's still not proof, right? That it's been proven a globe. If there was, I think these flat earthers who don't really have any kind of taboo with saying the word proven or proved, right? Like a lot of people say that Kennedy was assassinated by what's his name that I can't remember, right? But he never stood trial. Nothing was ever proven in court. But still, people
He died before he had a trial.
They didn't want that guy going into a courtroom.
Oh no, they didn't want no 12-hour deposition on that motherfucker. Promise you. Promise you. But yeah, it's weird that, you know, he was the guy who killed Kennedy, but the Earth has been proven to be a sphere scientifically. And maybe they meant knowledge, right? Maybe they didn't mean natural science, right? I doubt that they would make that distinction, because obviously science communicators and propagandists, they're trying to push their narrative, so they probably literally meant the scientific method, but who knows, right? Like I said. And this is a problem, right? Because the double standard that you guys have. The Earth has been proven a globe, but you can't prove stuff with science. But if it goes in your favor, then you have no problem with it. It's only when flat earthers start saying the word proof, then you have a problem. That's all I got.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't like the word proof for these reasons.
But you're a college professor, and you could go edit the Wikipedia article that pops up, and someone would have to, like, you know, say that they're fact checking you, like some, you know, neckbeard in the basement is going to fact check you. And, you know, obviously all the fact checkers are propagandists, right? It doesn't matter if you're talking about like PolitiFact or Wiki or anything like that. Like, all these fact checkers are propagandists. And I said that I was done, and I was trying to turn over the mic, but it's just telling that, you know, this kind of propaganda is out there, and nobody's like trying to change that Wikipedia article. Oh, and one last thing, Matthew. Archaic. Do you know about what years that would be? Because flat Earth is an archaic model, right?
I don't know exactly what they're referring to, but the idea of the globe Earth has been around quite a while.
Right, since Eratosthenes. Wouldn't that be the globe Earth? Wouldn't the globe Earth be an archaic model?
Yeah, they're both from antiquity.
Right, so that's the pot calling the kettle black.
I think in that sentence that shows up on the bottom of YouTube pages, that the word archaic is used disparagingly to mean untrue, old and untrue, and no longer accepted.
Exactly.
I accept it. I accept that the Earth is flat. So no longer accepted. That's not true.
No longer scientifically accepted by the majority of scientists, or something. I mean, you could. I don't see the point of arguing about these words, but it's clear what it says.
Well, the argument isn't really about the words. It's about the double speak of the globe.
Argue about the words.
The Globers say that, you can't prove things, right? And we do science, observational science, but you can't trust your eyes, right? But the globe has been proven to be, scientifically, has been proven, right? It's like, wait a minute, how do you hold both of those ideas at the same time and exhibit zero cognitive dissonance? These are opposing ideas, obviously. They're contradictions. And you're double thinking all over the place. And, I'm pointing it out just so the audience can see it, right? But it's kind of one of those things where you're like, and you just keep on going. Like you're not even like struggling with it.
Yeah, because language is messy, and there's ambiguities in the way people use different words, and what else is new? That's the way language has been for forever.
But the horizon is still horizontal, correct?
Yes.
Yes, even though most scientists, an appeal to majority, don't think so. Correct?
How would I know what most scientists think?
You claiming to know what they think in your previous statement. The
Oh, that's
majority.
true. That's
the
true.
majority of scientists. Where does that shit come from? Oh, never mind. I already know.
I would say, yeah, language is messy, but I don't think we've had any problems with language so far since 5 o'clock. Everything that I've heard, except for the jet ski conundrum, and that's not really his fault. English isn't his first language. But other than that, everything's been crystal clear. And I would say when he said jet ski on the snow, that wasn't even really a problem. We all knew what he meant. I mean, am I wrong, Matthew? I think we've perfectly understood each other.
Yeah, I think we
this whole
do.
time.
Yeah, I think we understand each other. Yep.
So yeah, that's
And
just
you're
one
right.
of the things I like.
You're right to point out that there are inconsistent ways that people use the word proof.
Well, shall we define it? What do you think it means?
I use it in the sense of language, of mathematics and logic.
You are robotic.
Yeah, we don't get
Domo.
most of what you said.
Domo.
Domo arigato, Mr. Robot.
Is relogging.
So why aren't we teaching children in schools all over Earth how to go out there and find this to prove the globe? Why aren't they teaching that?
It's not necessary. They can trust the science has already settled the question.
Oh, it's not necessary.
It would be interesting to
for them. That's good of you to answer for them. Nice of you.
They can trust Matthew.
I think it would be an interesting exercise to go outside and do some of these observations. So it would be interesting, yes.
Matthew, are you available to do that by yourself someday?
Yeah. So there was a new moon. I mean, a full moon recently, and a while back, a few months ago, I did some observations of the full moon.
You can forget the moon and the sky and go to a big lake. And if you see any curvature coast to coast, if you see any curvature, it will be interesting,
Yeah, it's true.
But it's not necessary. Since everybody already believes it, why would you want to change now? Right, Matthew?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, they claim that People long ago, much smarter than you, have already figured it all out, so don't even worry about it. Just take our word for it.
Well, a good teacher would help people sort of think through and see the evidence and discover stuff on their own. That's why, a chemistry class, you're actually working with chemicals, and physics class, you're actually working with falling objects and that type of stuff. So a good teacher wouldn't say, just trust me. They would help students come to the conclusion themselves.
Wouldn't you say that the better teacher would be someone who has learned from their own experiences and knows how to use the information?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Unlike somebody on the internet that just claims to be an expert at all these things, that it's a globe and space, time, and that's all perfectly good explanation, which I didn't hear any explanation. And just so stories are just fine and dandy. That's how they do science now, according to your spokespeople themselves, Michio Kaku. Like, you know how far off cosmology is, but that's fine with you. 120 zeros.
I know.
Of
That guy
error
just
is
spilled the
fine with you.
beans.
So that's fine with us too. But like, go on with your bad self. Ooh, got all those zeros. No proof for it at all.
Why does it matter to you that they're off by 10 to the 120?
It's laughable. It's hilarious.
Yeah, but you don't believe any of that cosmology anyway.
I don't have to believe.
Kaku admits it's complete horse crap.
I don't believe anything. I don't have to believe anything.
I heard Michio Kaku, he was talking on some interview yesterday. Well, not yes, I saw it yesterday, and he was saying, nobody I know in this field uses the scientific method.
Right. They usually guess and then use a scientific method to kind of like back up their guesses and see if it was right.
Science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. It's guesswork. It's guesswork.
Thank you for being honest. One of them bastards is finally honest.
It would have been great if you'd have left with wrong, and then
he goes, "We just pull it. We're just by the seat of our pants, man. We're just making this shit up. Fuck. We're using no stinking science."
I want to go over the whole scientific method thing. Listen, I heard a guy say, and this is funny because I've heard Dr. Bob say it too, that things weigh different at the North Pole than they do at the equator. So, right? And it's like, okay, what does that prove? Your end variable is the cause. And in this thing, the thing manipulated is your longitude. So, hypothesis from the
Domo, we're missing a lot of what you're saying. Half of it.
Mr. Roboto.
It got to a point for a while I could understand it. That's the trip about it. Then it reached a point where it was beyond recognition anymore.
Okay, Hank, try again. We heard up till you said different weight at the North Pole versus equator, then we've lost you after that.
Yeah, that's if you got a North Pole and an equator.
So he was saying that I was conflating the hypothesis is.
Say every word like that and we'll understand you. Again.
I have Michelle Fowler.
He must be
also.
somewhere where he's not doesn't have a good connection.
I have Michelle Fowler also backing up Michio Kaku how they don't use science.
The scientific process of hypothesis, experiment, and all of that, that doesn't happen. It's much more about playing and about trying things.
Playing. Sounds
it's more about playing and trying things, like
sounds too
fooling the
playful.
audience.
I never known a rock to be that playful. I don't know. Just
She
saying.
sounds like a complicated rock, is what I was going to say. Matthew, can you get NASA to fix these damn satellites so me and Hank can talk on here?
You're probably not using a satellite when you're talking on the internet. 95% of the overseas data goes on undersea cables.
Honest, true statement. Gotta give you credit there.
Granted, it's even higher than 95%, but yeah.
Yeah, I think 95 plus, maybe 98 plus. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty high up there.
Yep.
We use the towers for a lot.
And laying all of that cable, they never went by 8 inches per mile square or whatever curvature is supposed to have been at that time. They did not account for it. They laid that over the abyssal plains.
Imagine how much cable they would have saved, Sonny, if the Earth was a ball. Because at the bottom of the ocean, there would have been a smaller curvature and a smaller ball.
Right.
Not that much smaller. What do you mean?
No, actually, true. But that's only the amount of difference between how far is the farthest? Is it how many feet is the abyssal plains? I forget. I'll look it up. But whatever depth that is, it's a tiny fraction going from the surface of the water to the abyssal plains. You're still about 8 inches per mile square would have to be a drop. So it would be even a greater drop over distance. So, but still, the total would be a large number over, because on the surface, every 100 miles would be an extra 6,667 feet of cable. Every 100 miles. What about 5,000 or 8,000 miles? 10,000 miles of cable. If you get that wrong, what do you think would happen? If you assumed it was a sphere?
So there would be less cable needed at the bottom of the ocean than at the surface.
How much less?
Yeah. Depends on how deep.
How much less? So okay, let's see here. $9,800 feet. Yep, I was just about right. So 6,000 meters, or 98. Between 3,000 meters and 6,000 meters. So from 9,800 feet to 20,000 feet.
That's how deep the ocean is what you're saying?
Those are the abyssal plains, lying generally between the foot of a continental rise and a mid-ocean ridge. Abyssal plains cover more than 50% of Earth's surface. They are among the flattest, smoothest, and least explored regions on Earth. This is from Wikipedia. Slam dunk.
So, if the bottom of the oceans are all flat, how is it a ball?
Oops. Oh, because we don't use flat in the same way that you do.
Oh, really? So what about 50%? They said themselves 50%. How much ball does that leave you? And guess what? 10% of all ground above sea level, 10%, solid 10% are plains also. Then you have large lakes. Those are all flat as well.
On a big sphere, there is 0 flat areas.
Yeah, it sounds like you're using the word flat to mean a perfectly straight line.
They said it. flattest place on Earth, 50% of Earth's surface.
Yes. So my question is, what do you mean by the word flat? Do you mean something that conforms to a perfectly straight line?
Dude, did you go to the did you go to the Bill Clinton School of Rhetoric or what?
No, I'm informing you about the differences in the way that people use the word flat.
Yeah, no, I said
Well, it depends on what the word flat is.
What do you mean? What is? What it depends on what you mean by is. What does is mean? Let's go look at the word is.
I would like to hear how he redefines flat as curved.
So it sounds like, and this is fine, that you guys are saying the word flat means that something is a perfectly straight line.
No,
like
I didn't say that. I said generally flat.
Generally.
So it's not perfectly. It's generally flat.
Okay.
There's
Yeah, fair enough.
Imagine a big desert out in the middle
and
of
so there's
Nevada.
no curve. It's flat. Generally so.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Most
Okay,
globers.
So that's not a ball. You don't have a ball if the ocean floor is all flat. That
Right.
means you don't have a curve.
Right. If you use that definition, then you're exactly right.
But you don't have another definition, do you?
But yes, when I say the word flat, I mean that it conforms to the surface of the globe. Yeah, that it's curved.
Show us the definition.
When I say flat, I mean it's
Please,
curved.
can you show us that? Provide that statement to us from a particular source.
Yeah, can you show us any citation of where flat is defined as curved?
Yeah, another source other than yourself, please. Could you provide that for us?
It's kind of a flat curve.
Matthew. Bueller.
I'm looking for a definition.
Bueller.
It's right beside Married Bachelor. You'll find it.
Matthew, when you were in college, did you watch excessive amounts of Cat Dog?
No.
I did. He did.
Alone in the world, a little cat dog.
Fantastic.
So good, dude.
I'm glad somebody got a laugh out of it.
I would vote that you would at some other random time do that again. That would be great.
Matt Dog.
All right.
Matt Dog. Matthew Cat Dog. Matthew Cat Dog. Oh, sorry.
Cat dog. Cat dog. Alone in the world, a little cat dog. I used to know the whole song, right?
Oh, shoot. Heavens,
oh, don't forget that.
I know we need that little guitar part, right?
Oh, yeah, do it, Sonny. I bet you can find sheet music for it. Let me see. Let me consult the Oracle.
As if he could read sheet music.
It goes. Kind of like a Bonanza or something. Just say to yourself, cat dog, cat dog.
Cat dog.
Alone in the world, little cat dog.
That's not going to work for that. Never mind.
Dude.
Never mind.
Okay.
Never mind, I guess.
I found something.
Cat dog, cat dog, cat dog.
Oh, cat dog.
Get that dog, cat dog, going both ways at the same time.
Lordy, lordy.
Nails included.
My cat screwed my dog. Now I got cat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
That
you.
was good. That was good. I find the abyssal plains being the flattest place on Earth one of the
Wide
funniest
Lemon
things
has
ever
left the
because
building.
I find it one of the funniest things ever because the closer you go to the sphere and you want to make a circle, the more pronounced that curvature is going to be. So it just gets worse and worse for them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're talking to me?
Know what I mean, Vern?
Take an average of the abyssal plains at 15,000 feet.
Okay, we got the sheet music for you. Get ready with that guitar.
There you go, Sonny.
Oh shoot! Really? Let me
Yeah.
see. Can you post something?
Yeah, I did. Oh, you know what? That's not it. Let me go back to the drawing board. Hold on, Sonny. I'll find something.
No problem. I haven't looked at the voice text. Oh wait a minute. Oh, you just took it away.
That wasn't it. That wasn't it. That was the wrong thing.
Yeah, sheet music's not going to help them.
What, Matthew? Why are you always using Flat Earth Society propaganda?
Oh no, it's an anti-flat Earth site.
That's what I mean. Well, yeah, one of them. Earth's gravity causes water, not just at its level, huh?
Right.
And it's not level. That's such a weird statement there, Matthew.
It's a description of what we mean. I know that you disagree.
You mean, but isn't real.
Yeah, that's fine that you say that. I'm just saying that when we use the word flat, this is what we mean.
It's absolute that I say that. It's objectively flat, measurably so, for everyone.
Even oceanographers? Even oceanographers?
Let's see if I can make heads or tails. Wow, that's tiny.
You know, those oceanographers, they say that it's a continual slope. A slope is 8 inches per mile square a slope, Matthew? Or is that more of a curve? Or more of a parabola?
A continual slope, I don't know what that means. I mean, I assume that it's kind of like a straight line that goes down. I don't know.
Right, so that's what they describe the bottom of the ocean floor. From the continent towards the middle of the ocean is a continual slope.
Yeah, so it gets deeper and deeper.
Right, so let's say it was, 8 inches per mile. That would be a slope, right?
No, that would be a parabola, and the slope's going to change.
That would be 8 inches per mile squared, Matthew.
8 inches per mile squared is a parabola, and the slope changes in that one. I mean, you can take the derivative to see what it is.
So 8 inches per mile is a slope, right? So very gradual slope.
Yes, it's a gradual slope, but a continually changing one.
Right. Because I'm not saying that, it's like perfectly like I'm saying it. This is just to show the audience there's a difference between 8 inches per mile and 8 inches per mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared, that would be a parabola. And if the parabola just happened to be like close to the size of a ball, you could actually put the ball in half of a parabola. Because a parabola is if I were to describe it to someone who'd never seen it before, it's kind of like a hemicircle attached to a hemicircle attached to a hemicircle, but they never actually make a full circle. Would that be a pretty close description?
Yeah, that would be okay, but I mean, a picture would be better, I suppose.
Of course. Always. But yeah, it's all the same thing. It's been well known for
this now. One
and just like the bat.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize.
That's all good, work. So ever since we've had radar technology, and I think we got sonar, so we can see things that we can't see with certain kinds of technology, and they can actually measure it pretty good, right? So I believe they're using sonar, which is like sort of a variation of radar, I'm expecting. They use sound waves and then they bounce it back and they get like an image of the floor. Are you familiar with this, Matthew?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Right. So when they get the computer data back, they can, stitch it all together. And if it were curving, then they would call it tectonic bowls and abyssal bowls, right? Don't you think?
Yeah, but they call it abyssal plains, and they say the abyssal plains are flat.
Right. So if you look at the abyssal plains, and I'll raise you the Great Plains, not just in the middle of the United States, but Canada also has plains, and the Middle East has Armageddon. And since you go to a Christian college, I'm sure you know about that, right?
Right.
And then there's, the plains of Russia, and all over the place. The plains of Africa. Africa's 5,000 miles from north to south. And the weird thing is that it's only about, thank you, sir, it's only about 1,500 feet above sea level on average. Now, if I describe that to you, that's described all those things that I said. Then there's the salt flats. That sounds like a flat world, doesn't it?
Yeah, all those things are described with the word flat. The flat plains, the flat ocean, the flat Africa. Nebraska's as flat as a pancake. They all use the word flat.
Right. So, anything that we describe spherical other than the model of the Earth.
I'm sorry, I only heard about 60% of what you said, but could you try again?
I apologize. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So we talked about abyssal plains, salt flats, Great Plains, these sort of things. And we talked about Africa being only 1,500 feet above sea level. Is there anything that you can point me to that's spherical other than just the conceptions of the Earth when they show us the model that isn't really? Is that the only thing that's spherical, is the model of Earth?
No, I would say all of those things are spherical. The bottom of the ocean, Africa, Nebraska.
I hate to quote Inigo Montoya, but I don't think you know what that word means. I think you think that it means something else.
Wait, spherical means curved slightly. What word?
Spherical, ball, globe, any of those things. They don't mean flat. There's no face of the globe, right?
There are two definitions of flat, and so it depends on which one you're using.
Not Merriam-Webster.
On the bigger scale, yeah. When we globers say that the ocean is flat, we mean that not flat like conforms to a straight line, but that it curves slightly along with the Earth.
So that's what flat means. So flat earthers have been right this whole time. You guys need to shut down your channels then. If that's what you honestly believe, you should go report this to Jim Panda and see as how you're a professor and he's just a neckbeard in the basement, so to speak. Regular guy like me, an idiot, just like me. Then I think that you would have authority over him. Well, no, if you look at the etymology of the word, I'm not a doctor, a writer, or a lawyer. I'm a private person. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
So I'm an idiot, according to the original meaning of the word.
Okay, but we use that word differently now. So, yeah.
It's a derogatory term that, sophisticated, educated people use to talk about laymen. If I said I'm a layman, that's the exact same meaning as far as I can tell. So I'm an idiot layman, right? But it turns out that the flat earthers were correct all along, because flat means curved, so you guys could shut down your your servers if that's what you honestly believe. You guys can shut it down and just I think my 2012 self probably would have ignored flat earthers. If it's kind of like you read the Bible, right, Matthew?
Right.
Remember, like after the Gospels, I think it's in the book of Acts. They had a meeting of the Sanhedrin or whatever, and they were like, "What are we going to do about this Jesus guy?" And his followers. And one of them said, "Well, if it's not true and he's not the Messiah, then nothing will ever come of this." Isn't that what they said?
Right.
But do you hold that belief today? If there's nothing true about the flat Earth, then we're not going to be able to convince people that the Earth is flat because we don't get $62 million a day. We don't take money by force and then control the educational system by decree with a top-down. I don't want to say doctrine. What do you guys call it? What is it that you get from the school boards? And
accreditation.
No, not that. It's what you teach the kids. You open the book. Curriculum, yeah. Top-down curriculum, right? So you guys have like all the money, all the power, and then whoever, might be homeschooling their children and teaching them that the earth is flat, they're just throwing rocks at giants. It's not really going to affect them. It shouldn't affect you at all. Like it should be like dust in the wind, like hearsay.
Oh, you know what? I see that Flat Earth Goddess says that maybe we shouldn't be talking to me right now, so maybe I need to take off because when that type of stuff happens, I'm about to get banned. I can tell.
No, I didn't say that you should. I'm just asking, why are we still talking to you if you're not actually here to learn? I'm just curious. I'm just trying to figure out the dynamics of this whole server, honestly.
Can I answer that question? So Matthew is helping me talk to the audience because I really don't care what Matthew thinks or what he says or what he believes. Just like I'm pretty sure that he sleeps fine at night knowing that Hank knows that the earth is flat. But it's for the audience. I'm bouncing my questions and answers and rhetoric off of Matthew like a ping pong match so that the audience can hear the debate and make up their mind themselves, because flat earthers claim when the atmosphere is clear, you can see further. And globe earthers claim when the atmosphere is kind of wonky and there's a whole lot of refraction, that you can see further. Now, I would say this would be apparent to anybody who has two neurons to rub together, that one of those things is true and one of those is not. But I'm like Fox News. I report and let you decide.
Okay. I can see that.
Sometimes he's the only globe on the song, so you go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, sometimes he's the only glober. And I would say that he's demonstrated over and over again that he can be honest at times. And I would say that the only time that he's dishonest and accused of being dishonest is when, he's talking about his beliefs, which I think that he really does believe that it's a sphere. So I don't think he's being dishonest. But other flat earthers do, but who am I to, care what they think? So yeah, I think I've used Matthew appropriately. I didn't over brutalize him. I asked him some questions, got some honest answers, and anybody else can take over at any time. And I've passed the mic a few times, and I'm passing it again.
Well, I didn't mean to run him off. I was just curious, why are we talking to someone that we know is not genuine, But I understand you're just trying to create the content. He's coming here for content, and we're getting content from him, basically.
Yeah, he has a YouTube channel, and he takes stuff that he learns from here and other places, and he creates content, and that's fine. We don't care about that. He can say whatever he wants. I think it would be incredibly brave if he were to take some of this and stream it to his channel or record it and not edit it and stream it onto his channel. But I don't think he'll do that because I don't think that's what his channel is about. That's what our channel is about.
Oh, Hank, he has actually. I gotta give him credit because I've seen some of his videos. Although they are a little bit manipulative in their framing, because he does know that all of his answers for our arguments, which he does play as recordings from this Discord, so he doesn't misrepresent our arguments, which I give him credit for. But afterwards, he uses the globe arguments that we decimate on the daily, and he knows we have answers for, but doesn't show those.
Ooh, that's lying by omission. Some see it that way.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it is.
That's why I said if he were to post these conversations without editing them, that I think that would be brave, because I don't think he's done that yet.
Oh, yeah. He's never posted a full conversation. It's always just the snippets of the arguments or the claims.
Yeah, it's his YouTube channel. Who are we to tell him how to run his YouTube channel?
Right.
You know, and Matthew, I don't think you have to be alarmed about getting banned, because if you, well, but not by.
He's not here. He left, by the way.
Oh, okay.
He bounced, Hank. He ain't here.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Sisyphus or Rolling My Boulder got banned. I really like talking to that guy too.
Oh, maybe he'll come back. Or be allowed to come back. What did he get banned for? I think I read it, but
I don't think I know. I wasn't here, but I was gonna put my neck out on the line and concern troll to get him back, but I haven't seen any.
more power to you.
I haven't seen India.
Yeah, I think he tried to pull some shit on India, and that's why he got banned.
Oh, okay. Oh, nothing. Well, it might be the case where nothing can be done. It could be, but you could try. I mean, Indio's reasonable. He's a reasonable guy.
He is. It's just he's not the guy you want to fuck with. It's kind of like jumping into a wood chipper.
I don't know. I think he gives some pretty fair concessions.
Yeah, but you don't want to try to bullshit him and lie to his face and like that. That's just not gonna fly.
Yeah, you get to SmackDown be happening.
Yeah, so for all the new people, when you're debating a globe earther, you're not tailoring your rhetoric to them. So they may be a doctor and can understand all the big words, but you want to use colloquial language as much as possible so laymen can understand the debate, because that's your audience. So you tailor your words or rhetoric toward your audience so that they can comprehend the debate as much as possible. And then the more that, the doctor with all the letters after his name, the more he, goes on and on with his big words, he's going to lose the audience. And that, unfortunately, that's not the honest way to win, but that's one way to win.
Yeah, I agree, especially if you're using easy to understand similes or metaphors that help truly illustrate the point. And I really love when you or Crypto do this. You two are really good at this.
Yeah, I'm a typologist. I think that Freud is a pervert. He's a perverted criminal. Most of the people from the Frankfurt School in Germany are perverted criminals. I can name a few, but I'll just move on. I see the world through like Jung. He talked about type or archetype, and that's how I kind of see the world, through different types of archetypes. And I was raised Christian, so the whole metaphor thing, that's how Yeshua spoke. So it's kind of like the kingdom is like this. It's like a vineyard, and he sends the messengers, and they beat him up. And he sent his son, and they rejected him. So how angry is he going to be when he finally gets here? So, I think we all kind of understand these sorts of parables, which is a simple story to illustrate a deeper meaning. And I think that a parable is very similar to the typology that Jung was talking about.
it's just so much simpler and easier to understand when you put it in terms that they can understand or have experienced. It makes it more real instead of being something that the words they have never actually read the definitions for. They have this vague understanding of it. So yeah, you're totally right. It bringing it to their level really helps the audience and everybody like get a better grasp of it.
Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with debating. I've heard some people say that debating is a sin. I don't know where they get that from. But yeah, to me, like every person who like has any respect for like the Western idea of free speech and I want to say the republic or maybe even some form of democracy. Like there should be debates on subjects. Like for anyone to say like Justin Trudeau, I'm not going to discuss this with them. Well, that's the path to war. I think we all know that. Like if you're not going to do any politicking, then what's the other option? If we're not going to discuss.
Darn, they got to him.
No, I went on mute. Yeah, if we're not going to discuss, then I'll let you finish. Then that, leads us to war. Obviously, because if you're not going to negotiate, and back in the day, like countries or groups of people used to line up, and then they would send out the messenger, right? I'm suing for peace. Here's the terms. Oh, you don't like my terms? Okay, then. We're coming back with some swords. We'll be right back.
Okay, then. Hank, you're the best.
So we always must be ready to negotiate and give reason for, the things that we believe in and give evidence for the things that we know.
Yeah, if you want to be a reasonable society, yes. Otherwise, you're not being very reasonable. To be reasonable, you must use reason. You must talk. You must talk to others. You cannot just have a society where no one talks.
Yeah, like look at this guy over here from Iceland. You would think we wouldn't have much in common, right? I was raised Christian, he wasn't. But I'm sure that we could get together and reason together over some coffee or tea or beer, right? And we could talk about our different spiritual aspects, right? I was looking at Mud Fossil University past few days, and I kept thinking about that story. I kept thinking about that story of the Norse creation, where his body was the rocks and the mountains. And
Dude,
I'm like,
I sent you a DM, Hank. I sent you a DM with the you. I can't highly recommend you check out this TV series called Raised by Wolves. Major Gnostic serpent seed theory. I mean, it probably goes over a lot of people's heads, but dude, big ending for season 2. It was like, what? Like it was like super good stuff, man. I would probably be willing to put a wager on it that you would enjoy it and be hooked.
probably so. Is it on Netflix or Hulu?
I'll send you a link for that.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
But I was actually raised Christian as a child, and then my mom went to this new agey kind of stuff, and then remarried under the Norse church to avoid having to send money to the Catholic Church because they take that automatically from our taxes or whatever.
Yeah, you double spoke there. You said you were raised Christian, but then send money to the Catholic Church. To me, Catholics aren't Christians. They don't call themselves.
No. We were raised Christian, but our government takes our money for the church automatically. We can't do anything about it. So the only thing you can do about it is choose some other denomination or a specific church, and then that money will go to them.
I recant. I apologize. So yeah, I didn't know you were raised Christian. That's news to me. I just assumed that you weren't raised Christian. I apologize. So yeah, maybe we could do some reasoning. Despite the fact that we are different. I mean, think about it. You're in Iceland. I'm in Texas. There's got to be like tons of things that we probably disagree on.
Yeah, but probably more that we do agree on, because you're my kind of guy.
I appreciate that. No homo. Yeah, so it's kind of one of those weird things where we're all different. Like Jen, like if we weren't talking about flat Earth, I don't think I would get along with Jen, except for the fact that he likes motorcycles. But he's anti-war, so I love him. God bless him. I love anybody who's anti-war. To me, I would rather be doing commerce, because commerce is the opposite of war. I mean, for the big banks, their commerce is war. We just watched Big Pharma make a killing, and now big bank, big oil, big war. Now they're making a killing over what's going on. But I digress.
Yeah, for sure. Make love, not war. That's what I always say. It's far harder, and you are more of a man to forgive your enemy than to ruin your own life and his.
Yeah, pepper spray is my go-to. I think that pepper spray is like the number one thing. If pepper spray doesn't work, the rear neck and choke, which is an easy way to make someone lose consciousness without hurting them if you set them down, because once they pass out, their body drops like a ton of bricks. So if you set them down and you don't let them hit their head, they're going to wake up and kind of be like, what am I doing here? I don't remember going to sleep on the ground. Is that pennies I taste? And it kind of takes the fight out of them. So, like, I often talk about self-defense, but yeah, I wouldn't want to crack any eggs. I'm not trying to make any omelets.
Yeah, the first line of defense is always your words.
I agree. But in physical combat, like, I'm not trying to hit somebody. I wouldn't want to. Those things that you can punch, and like it's a punching bag that measures how hard you hit. So I didn't get close to breaking the record, but it was over like 900. So I'm not trying to hit anybody.
Damn.
Well, I put my weight into it.
Yeah, I get that. My dad was pretty brutal, and he taught me essentially how to twist your whole body and step into the punch. So I learned quickly that you don't punch people in the face like that, and you if you do punch someone like that, he's not gonna be in the fight.
Yeah, for me, I'd rather use jujitsu. That's how my dad taught me to fight. My dad, he was so smart. He said, "Don't ever throw the first punch." That's great advice. That's called assault. He said, "Don't ever fight somebody at their house." That's also great advice. That'll get you shot. And he was always like, "Here, you just get behind them when they swing. You take their momentum and get behind them, and then you just wrap up their neck." And now that I look back on that, like, you can control somebody by controlling their head with like 40 pounds. So if you're strong enough to move 40 pounds around, then you can control a human being. Because if you grab their head and their neck, they're going wherever you want them to.
Especially if you trip up their legs at a specific angle, it's easy to see if you have eyes.
And also, there's this thing called the Muay Thai clinch. Anderson Silva used it against Rich Franklin. And what you do is you basically hug them, but instead of wrapping your arms around their torso, you clasp your hands around the back of their neck and you pull it down. And when you do that, be aware because they can uppercut you and cross you all day long while you're doing this. But if you jerk them to the right, they're automatically going to lean against that and to the left to stay balanced. And when they do that, you jerk them to the left and then you knee them in the liver. And pretty much after that, that's all you got to do. And don't worry, if you hit them in the liver is the one thing that can regenerate. So if you like cut their liver in half with your knee, unlikely, the damn thing will grow back like a lizard's tail. So there's ways to hurt people without hurting them.
Yeah, 90% of the fights or would-be fights I got in just died because of people don't really want to fight deep down. It's a last resort or some crazy person who wants to fight. And when it's a group-on-group fight, it's oftentimes they hype each other up and stupid stuff like that. So if you just shake the confidence of the biggest guy, the whole group dies, or the confidence dies in the whole group.
Yeah, that's pretty much the strategy of Krav Maga. Eliminate the biggest threat, and the next one, and the next one. And then after you eliminate 3 threats, the crowd is going to scatter. So it's the reverse of the Prana effect. If they smell their own blood, then they're going to hit the road. So yeah, obviously you want to talk things out with words, but I would say you always want to be meek and humble in your speech, but brutal with your fighting skills. I don't know if you're a man if you're not practicing fighting. Like if you don't practice fighting at all, and you're just a coward, that's not very virtuous. According to some people I've heard, that's a quote from somebody else. But yeah, being a coward is not a virtue.
Yeah, you got to be ready to defend yourself and others when shit actually goes down, but preferably you want it not to go down.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like insurance. You don't pay your insurance and hope that you get in a wreck. Like you pay your insurance and hope that you never actually have to use it. Yeah. So, same concept. But yeah, I use a lot of techniques and martial arts that I've learned in here all the time, like countering. Like, I don't know if you guys listen to how I debate, but I'll wait for them to say something. Like I'll let them talk and let them go and let them go and let them go. And you guys are getting annoyed, but I'm waiting for that perfect spot to counter. And it's kind of like a boring UFC match where they circle each other, just waiting for the other one to, mess up. And a lot of times that's what I'm doing. And I think John does that too. Sorry, QE does that too. He'll sneak into the room, right? He won't say anything, and he's just waiting. Like, I wish somebody would say something stupid, right?
Yeah, and
yeah, that's pretty much how he rolls. Sounds pretty accurate.
And each one of those things that trigger that he actually has he knows exactly where he's going with it. He knows the question he's going to ask, and the 99% chance answers he's going to get. So it's not a mystery to him where it's going. So it's pretty funny.
It really is an art form, what he does, right? Because he got one guy to say that he was the cause of the moon. So QE said, okay, what's your dependent variable? The guy said, the moon. He said, what's your independent variable? He said, me. It's like, oh, shit, that's funny. You're the cause of the moon.
Yeah, it's just amazing because you don't have to put words in their mouth. You can just let them fuck up because they're bound to.
And yeah, when he did that, before this, the whole time the guy was super confident, borderline arrogant, calling everybody an idiot, and I'm going to prove you guys wrong. And then he claimed that he was the cause of the moon, and then it was kind of over after that. Once he realized what he said, all of his confidence just melted away, and he fucking left. And I was just I was in awe that somebody actually said they were the cause of the moon ignorantly while proclaiming to be the smart one, and we're all idiots.
Yeah, I don't have any plans when I start talking. I'm just talking off the top of my head.
Bye. Sorry, I was talking to my boss. Yeah, most of the stuff is off the top of my head. Every once in a while, I'll try to cite my source, and that's obviously not off the top of my head. But yeah, when I'm on here, I'm usually at work and I'm usually doing stuff. And I remember back in the day, like debating in free chan and flat earth debate, like I would be like against all these people, and like Brenda, the creature known as Brenda, would be like fact checking everything, like Google searching everything. And it's like, man, I wish I had a fact checker. Like I wish I had somebody on my side that would look up shit. But instead, I had people like, let's see, what was her name? I forget her name, but all she ever did was get on the mic and go, "The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat." Like she didn't never like make an argument at all. So that's what the debates were like in the early days. No moderation. 10 people just screaming at the top of their lungs, and you know, Pancho Pete, bless his heart, screaming at the top of his fucking lungs.
Yeah, I listened to some of those. I didn't want to talk to anybody in the beginning. I figured this is so obvious. Like, even I can figure this out. There's going to be millions of people. There's going to be, like, actually super intelligent people who can figure all this stuff out and do all this for me. And then I come back and there's just, like, the same stuff happening. So I'm like, okay, here's some new arguments. And I try to push them, and nothing really happens. And then it slowly and it starts happening. Nathan Oakley and QE and I'm like, okay, we got some arguments. This is good. This is good.
I think one of the arguments, and I was the first person who ever said it, was the inverse square law debunking light years. Another argument I think I came up with was the eclipse and totality, because day after day people would come in there and, how do you explain eclipses? So finally I just like pulled up eclipse map, and then I saw it. I was like, whoa, this is like a really small area. It's like 100 miles in diameter, sometimes like below 80 miles, and the moon is supposed to be 1/4 the size. And then when you compare it to the Eratosthenes argument where light's coming in parallel, perfect 90 degrees, it's like, oh, they can't have both of those. And when I started making those arguments, for some reason, everybody stopped asking me about eclipses.
Hold on, friend. Hold on. The inverse square law in relationship to light being at extraneous distances was already solved or handled in the Olbers paradox, which Newton realized very fast when he was making his universal model based on his theory of gravitation, that he would require an infinite universe in order for it to work. Now, if you have an infinite universe and you do concentric spheres or celestial spheres ad infinitum and use the inverse square law, the next sphere actually reverts it. So what you end up with is daylight all the time. There would never be a point you could look where it wouldn't be daylight. And so they realized this isn't happening, so they knew that Newton had failed in making a universal model, which is why they needed to abandon it and start to make an expanding universe model.
Yeah, I heard Cathexis talking about that. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and this is the same reason why they needed to come up with dark matter, right? Because they needed something to propel this expanding universe, which isn't expanding at the rate of the initial Big Bang velocity. It's ever accelerating. So they're like, how can we have it ever accelerating? It should be decelerating. So you notice how they're always just coming up with paradoxes and then new mathematics and language and metaphysics, to be honest, to try to come up with a way to salvage their model.
I agree with everything you said, except you said dark matter. I think you meant dark energy. Is that correct?
Probably. I prefer dark money. That way, when I can't pay my bills, I just pay it in dark money and say, "Yep, there it is, bud."
Cutting edge of finances.
Yep. Premise one: there's $1,000 in my bank account. The bank says I have 500. Therefore, I have $500 of dark money.
And you can feel the weight of that dark money when you accept it. So just give me this $1,000 worth of product and you can validate it. Using the colloquial term of weight for and now
You guys remember how the... Sorry, I thought you were done.
it's
Go
all
ahead.
good. It's good. It evaporated from my mind, so it's fine.
You guys remember how the U.S. government said that the president of the Venezuela, he wasn't the actual president, and then it was actually this other guy? Remember that? Maybe a few years back. They even tried to coup, and they weren't successful because they said the military was backing them, and when they got there, the military didn't back them. So it was like a big old disaster. Anyway, so recently, the United States has been suffering very high gas prices because of Biden's own policies about, he doesn't want to destroy the planet, right? Like his old ass gives a shit about clean drinking water or something. But anyway, yeah. So it's because of Biden's actions that the gas prices are so high. So when they went to Venezuela, which president do you think they talked to? The real one that actually lives in Venezuela? Or do you think they went to the one that they said is the real one? Of course, they actually went to Venezuela, and now we're going to start buying oil from Venezuela. So we people have nothing.
Robotic,
Oh, and what I meant by that,
you are okay?
can you hear me now?
Yes, okay now.
So the people in Venezuela made a law where it's illegal for a child to be considered to be starvation. So they don't even put it in the numbers. If a child starves to death in a hospital, the cause of death, it's illegal to write down starvation. So that's what happens when the U.S. and it affects the people. And the definition of terror or terrorism is to cause fear in order to get political change. Do you think people are afraid to starve to death?
New and exciting forms of slavery by the global side. Exciting for them, yeah. They like new forms of slavery. If wars involved in killing people, innocent people, yeah.
I also have something for you guys to think about, or the Sagnac effect, or interferometers, and the imagination that light is deviating. Isn't that just trying to apply Coriolis to light when Coriolis doesn't apply to anything else? And isn't light moving faster and all this stuff? So it makes no sense.
I think I need you to elaborate. I didn't catch it. What do you mean by that?
So in order to try to tie the Sagnac effect or interferometers to Earth motion, they must believe that the Earth is in motion and the light beam is moving and the Earth is deviating relative to the light beam. So that's Coriolis. So if light is affected by Coriolis but nothing else is, how is that logical?
So it would be light and pendulums. But I think the interferometer tests show that the Earth is moving way too slow.
Yeah, they don't match
couldn't
what
use it.
would be expected. But that's because they're not actually detecting what they think they're detecting. Because they can't tie the light actually into Earth rotation or movement. They say, like, hey, everything is velcro to the rotation, so we can't see any Coriolis. So, therefore, there should be no Coriolis. But then they say Coriolis is happening underneath the pendulum and in the optical gyroscopes so that they can figure. It's so retarded. It would have to be everywhere or nowhere, but they are conflating two different things for Coriolis or claiming it's Coriolis when it's not.
Yeah, to quote the Globers, if the Earth was spinning at a slow speed of 1,038 miles an hour, and now I'm going to kind of say my own thing, that's not a slow speed, that's a very high speed. If it was spinning that fast, you wouldn't have to try to convince people. You wouldn't have to indoctrinate them at 5 years old. It would just be obvious. Like, what is it, the Constitution? We hold these truths to be self-evident, right? It would be self-evident, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, we would see the multiple effects of all these motions in the fluids. We would see them in the different pressures. We would have Doppler effects due to orbit. Like, it would be so obvious. The world would be nothing like it is.
It would be destructive.
Oh yeah, that's good. You have to compartmentalize and think about only aspects, because as soon as you try to complete the picture and add all of the variables that they have,
It
then
would be very destructive.
Yeah, it becomes so unsustainable that the whole thing just collapses and all life dies.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, so you wouldn't have to convince people that the Earth is spinning. It would be like, duh.
It would be like,
and it wouldn't be. Go ahead, bro.
The Earth wouldn't be here; it'd be destroyed. There would be mass destruction everywhere.
There would be some magical effects that we could measure, and we could show and manipulate, and we could be like, oh, we are this resistant to survive these amazingly destructive conditions, and this is the magic that we use to support us. It would be a totally different world. We don't live on a globe.
Yeah. And there'd have to be some kind of magic involved because, like you said a minute ago, you combine all of the variables together, it becomes so intolerable, so impossible to be happening that, magic is an understatement, in my opinion, to be able to tolerate that kind of movement, all of them combined. I mean, even magic, wouldn't think would be enough. It's too massive.
That's some strong magic right there.
Yeah, I'd say.
Yeah, so when I first started learning about the Coriolis effect, I think I saw this 3D animation. It was like, if you had a paper airplane big enough and you threw it from Texas to Canada, it would deviate to the right because of the spin of the Earth. It would appear to deviate towards, like, New York or Connecticut or something like that. And the pilot would have to be constantly correcting. But I don't think that you actually have to do that as a pilot, because I've never heard pilots talk about it. And I've, not recently, but in the past, I've played all kinds of flight simulators because I'm a computer master race kind of guy. And yeah, not once did it talk about the Coriolis effect. And it's like, this Coriolis effect, it's real. There's just no Earth-based Coriolis effect that I think that we can detect. And when we talk to people about Foucault's pendulum, that's what you use to hypnotize somebody. So there's a deviation, right? But what does that prove? It just proves that there's a deviation sometimes. And maybe it has to do with the motor. Maybe it has to do with the way that they dropped the pendulum or started the pendulum. But to me, if the Earth was spinning, you wouldn't have to start the pendulum. It would be like, tie the crane down to the ground because of the damn Coriolis effect,
Yeah.
or at least that's how I think of it.
No, I think you're right. It would be a radical swing too. It wouldn't just be this little calm back and forth, 15-degree deviation. It would, if everything was going on that they say is going on, you bolted the tripod down or whatever it's mounted to. The pendulum itself would be just like whipping back and forth and swinging around. And I mean, I can't even imagine what the motions would be, but it would not be a mild 15-degree deviation. Just couldn't be. It's too radical of all these motions. It's too radical. Like I said, it's very destructive, and there's just no way we could exist under those conditions. The Earth itself couldn't exist. Come apart. That's my opinion.
So I mentioned this the other day that if the tectonic plates thing was true and there was continental drift and the Earth had been spinning for 4.54 billion years, then it would make total sense that about 90% of the Earth's crust above the water would be at the equator. And I say 90 because most of it would migrate there, and then some of it would stack up like the quarters on the quarter machine where they gamble, and it wouldn't like perfectly make it 100%. I think it would be closer to 90%. But yeah, all the land would be at the equator, and we would just, we would all be like really hot and bothered. But yeah, I don't think we're spinning. There may be tectonic plates. It's a theory that kind of makes sense, but no way to prove. So yeah, we're not spinning. If tectonic plates is true and there's continental drift, we're definitely not spinning.
Yeah, I posted a GIF of a baseball being shot at 1,000 miles per hour, supposedly. But you can imagine that this ball is stationary, and the imaginary Earth is being rotated towards it at 1,000 miles per hour. Things will get destroyed at those speeds.
And that's when they start talking about the conservation of momentum, that the bullet was spinning at 1,037 miles an hour. Well, then where's the Coriolis effect? Or they might say that the atmosphere is connected to the Earth. Well, then where would the Coriolis effect be? If those things are true, then there wouldn't be Coriolis effect. So what are they even talking about? It's like every time we start, arguing for the Coriolis effect, they start arguing against it. It's like, wait a minute, bro. Shouldn't you be providing examples of the Coriolis effect rather than misrepresenting it?
Just look at those baseball gloves and imagine all the space junk they tell us is out there hovering around the globe and not falling towards it. And then imagine the ISS traveling at 17 times the speed of this baseball. What's going to happen when it hits space junk?
The 17,500 miles an hour is basically 5 times the speed of a bullet. And that just in itself is a very preposterous, ridiculous scenario. I mean, to even try to consider that an object like the ISS is traveling 5 times the speed of a bullet it's it's ridiculous is what it is.
Yeah, it's absurd in the first place. But even if you just imagine the impact, it would rip the station apart. And they claimed it happened. And they got a tiny little hole they plugged with their finger.
You know, I really hate to share this story because it's such a brutal story, but I think it fits right here perfectly. So I watch this guy, Mr. Ballin, and he kind of tells like these true stories in story format, and he's a really good narrator. And he talked about this flight where there was a hole, and this woman, her upper torso was plugging the hole, and it was like the only reason that everybody was still alive. And they tried to pull her despite the fact that it would be imminent doom for everyone on the plane. They couldn't pull her out. And her plugging the hole obviously killed her. Now, let's think about 10 to the 17 negative torque, or whatever, 10 to the 13. I don't remember what it is at that height in the thermosphere. But if your thumb is sticking outside of the thermosphere that gets up to 3,800 degrees Fahrenheit, and the pressure, I would say that, you know, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. You're not going to have a good day, right? You'd come home immediately after something like that, and you would go, you know, to the hospital or whatever. But apparently they just, you know, plugged it with their thumb, like the story with the boy in the water, right? Even though those are completely different circumstances. But yeah, that lady died.
Yeah, it's well to be expected. The worst part is that once you have a hole, it wouldn't just stay as a hole, because you have all that air rushing out and violently. And
Very violently.
The thickness of the ISS, the pressure seal, is only 1/10 of an inch, and it's made out of aluminum. So it's like an aluminum space can, and it's not gonna hold it once it's been breached.
Well, just put an aluminum can inside of a little vacuum in your science lab and start pumping the air out of it, and see what happens at a very, very low vacuum. The can expands and bursts apart. I mean, the same thing would happen to the ISS. I mean, it's just so preposterous. Anything that's a pressurized system in a non-pressurized system is going to want to expand. Even what's the vacuum they built with 8-inch or 8-foot thick walls? They could not pump air out of it. They only got it down to 6 torr because at that point the atmosphere started coming through the concrete, through the walls, so they couldn't. So it was constantly being fed with atmosphere from the outside through 8-foot thick walls, and they only could get it down to 6 torr because it kept being fed with material from the outside of the vacuum through 8-foot thick walls.
Yeah, they couldn't seal it. It just seeps right through.
Yeah. Well, what's an 1/8 of an inch thin aluminum can going to do? I mean, that's so much of a massive difference that the can would just expand in a very low vacuum environment. Would just come apart, would just rip apart.
Anybody who's had those Chinese ear candles, they know like the power of a vacuum, right? Because you light the candle and you put it in a paper plate to cover your head, and then you poke a hole through that plate, and then you stick it in your ear. And it creates a mild vacuum, and it'll pull like a pencil's worth of earwax out of your ear if you've never done it before. And it's like amazing, right? Because that's a tiny vacuum, very, very small vacuum caused by the heat of the flame. And if you think about a vacuum like space, that's not all that's coming out of your ears, bro. You know, so yeah, they would be dead if there was ever a broken seal. And I think that, you know, we all know rubber, right? I got a motorcycle. It's a 04, and the seals are going out in the front forks. Well, this is like everyday atmosphere, everyday cleaning, right? But yeah, the rubber inside it's going bad. It's going bad. And my life depends on it because if my suspension just drops out from under me, I'm not sure that would be a very good day for me. But they got, this ISS up there for like 20 years with the same rubber seals. I don't know. I wouldn't be betting my life on that shit. I don't ride my bike very much.
None of that makes any sense. You're absolutely right. None of it.
Yeah, especially not when you consider the temperatures that they claim those seals have to be exposed to, or the thermosphere and the temperature of the sun up there, and then the claimed negative, I forget the number, when they're in the shadow. It's the difference is massive, which would lead to expansion and contraction and destruction of the rubber.
Yeah, the rubber would be hot, then hot, then ice cold, hot, then ice cold, and then under all that negative pressure, it wouldn't last. But it wouldn't last a tenth of a second, I don't think.
So mine in Texas, we kind of get in between like 100 and 110. I'm sorry, 0 and 110. So sometimes it gets down to like 7 degrees, not very often. But in the life of the motorcycle, it's been down to like 5, 7 degrees. And it's been as hot as like 115, 116 degrees. So that's about 100 degrees of fluctuation. And they've almost lasted 20 years. So it's not 2004 yet. But yeah, they're going bad. They're obviously leaking. It rained into the forks and oil came out. So that lets me know that I got to change my fork seals very soon.
Yeah, they probably got hard and no longer would expand to press against the steel hard enough to seal. They probably got hard and shrunk up, and numerous different things probably happened to those seals for sure. It's just too radical of an environment to have it last very long. And even the mild environment that you're talking about is too much for it, let alone what they're trying to say takes place out away from the earth. I mean, it's just, there's just no comparison, really. I mean, the body's a pressurized system with blood pressure and whatever. You put that in a negative environment, negative pressure environment, the high pressure is going to want to migrate to, high pressure to low pressure. I mean, it's called entropy. It's called the second law. It's what happens. Your body is a pressurized system. It would expand and migrate to the lower pressure system. The entire body, internal parts, everything. And I just don't see how people don't understand that would happen. You can't put a pressurized system in a negative pressure environment without it wanting to expand the low pressure area. It's a second law. It's a law. Entropy. You cannot get around it.
Yeah, but God rockin', if I believe in the globe, then I could just fix a cup of coffee and set it down on the table for 30 minutes, and entropy won't increase if I believe in the globe.
If you're in the what?
I was making a joke. I was saying if you believe in the globe, then you make your pot of coffee and you can just set it down on the table for 30 minutes, and the heat won't expand, the energy won't reach equilibrium. Go ahead.
No, we all know it does. We witnessed it over and over and over. It's why they've made it a natural law. So it's not even arguable.
Yeah, we even use the second law every day of our lives, all day. We use it unconsciously. We use it to breathe.
Yep.
Yeah, it requires a contraction of the diaphragm to pull the air in, and then nobody actually uses the muscle to breathe out. It's because of the pressure in the lungs that you automatically breathe out as soon as the diaphragm releases.
Yeah, as soon as you open the pathway, it just automatically blows out. The pressure.
Yeah, the greater pressure just moves out.
Yep.
Which would be impossible if gravity were acting as a container and holding gas down. It would not only be able to go out if you tilted yourself over and walked on all fours or something.
Right, we would have to have a counter muscle, just like we have one muscle or one group of muscles to extend our leg, and one opposite group of muscles to retract it. We would have to have an opposite of a diaphragm, wouldn't we?
No, you wouldn't even be able to exhale while upright because gravity would contain it. It would be like a lid holding the air in your lungs. No matter how much you try to compress them and push the air out, it wouldn't go out because they believe it's contained by gravity and prevent it from going up.
You really got to stretch your mental capacity to be a Glover. Like you really got to reach.
I think what you have to do is you have to just completely eliminate it. You can't have a mental capacity for those things.
I think they get used to being fed the information and not thinking about it themselves and never actually applying it themselves in any other way than the way that they were told to apply it.
Right, and that's why I said they don't have it. They don't have that capacity to do that.
I think some might have it somewhere deep down. They just are not accessing it.
Well, it's not like you can't gain it because we all did. I mean, It's not something you can't learn, that's for sure. But for the most part, I think the masses, because the percentage is so high as to who believe that we live on a spinning ball in comparison to who does not. I mean, it's got to be like 99-1 at least. Probably worse than that, to be honest with you.
But this is why I like this breathing argument a lot, because if you get them to tell you that gravity is containing the gas, then you just phrase it in a way that, so you say that the second law is being violated by gravity, and gravity is holding the gas down, acting like a container, like a lid. And they're like, yes, that's a great idea. And then you just show them this picture and you're like, you can't breathe.
Well, if that were the case, the definition of gas pressure would be different. That were true.
But you're basically steelmanning their position, which they believe. They believe gravity is acting like this container, holding all the gas here in this ball. But there's no effect of this imagined thing. There's no gas isn't actually being held down, and they prove that wrong every day when they breathe out. They just don't realize because they don't know that the second law is being used to exhale.
Right, so the question starts out, if the Earth's atmosphere is next to the vacuum of space, it should fill the available space. This is what we witness every day, all day long, right? And they're like, no, gravity. Okay, so the first question is, how are you breathing right now? And then when you show them the lung diaphragm, the question goes back to, again, how are you breathing right now?
Yeah. They want to run from this topic pretty quickly. It's my
and this theory about the gas being stuck, to the globe as it spins, is completely absurd as well, because we witness wind going in every and all directions. I mean, it doesn't just flow with the spin of the Earth, and it would if it were spinning. It would actually be a circular motion of the gases in the atmosphere, but actually, atmosphere actually spins faster than the globe does. How does that work? Because the jet streams go from west to east, so it would have to be going faster to overtake the spin.
The problem is the jet streams aren't the whole atmosphere moving with the rotation. They're just streams of air moving in a certain direction, kind of like water. What's it like the Gulf Stream, for instance.
But if gas bonded to the planet like they say, I don't think that would happen.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't. But you can also easily show that their beliefs are just incorrect and their ad hoc excuses don't work. Because if everything was glued to the rotation and accelerated to give the appearance of no rotation, then that would be measurable. You would have more acceleration by rising, you would have deceleration by falling, and we don't see that. So none of their actual ideas actually pan out in reality. When we try to look for the effects that would be required based on their claims, they just aren't there. And so they have to figure out some new excuse for why the effects aren't there. And then when we just show that that's not the case, they just have to do that again. And that's just the infinite cycle we're in.
That's the entire model they do that with. Every effect, every single thing they say happens on the globe, they do that exact thing because none of them pan out. That's so confusing to me that, when you can show them that not a single one pans out, then that doesn't throw up any red flags for anyone. I mean, are you kidding me?
It should. Problem is, a lot of people, they don't actually register the conclusion of your argument. They just hear that their argument didn't work, so they stop listening to your explanation of why it didn't work, and then start thinking about what they're going to ask next. And so that's why it comes out very disjointed when they finally speak again after your explanation. You're expecting a concession or at least a counter argument or anything. It's a completely different, unrelated question, and it seems like a red herring, but they're not doing it on purpose. They're just dumb.
Yeah, they just don't see the ramifications of all of these things not working out, and the ramifications are so extreme that for me it's just.
I say dumb because it's not hard to listen, but it's pretty dumb to not listen when you're trying to talk to someone, because otherwise you're not having a conversation. You're not actually taking part in the conversation. You're just talking at someone.
Right. Yeah, you're right about them. They don't listen. They don't want to listen because they think they already know. They've already got the answers from their authority figures, and to them that's good enough.
Yeah, I used to think I had the answers, and the more you actually know, the more you know that you don't know, and it's a hard thing to learn when you have arrogance and ego in the way.
And indoctrination since the day you were born.
Yeah.
So yeah, all the arguments we heard today, I would just like to say that there is no way that anyone's going to measure the Earth and find actual curvature. But most people believe that if you do see something disappearing from the bottom up, this is actually curvature. But the thing is that we can demonstrate what they call atmospheric refraction, causing things to disappear from the bottom up. And I've been asking for a while now, can they demonstrate an example of refraction, what they call refraction, which is actually atmospheric turbulence, causing something to rise up out of the water? And we haven't got anything back from them yet. So we're still waiting. They've measured the horizon, and it's all over the place. Sometimes it's like 3 or 4 miles away. Sometimes it's like 10 miles away. Sometimes it's even further. And it's like when you measure the horizon, you're not actually measuring the geometric horizon. So, they've asked us, for how long, where's the edge of the Earth? And that's exactly what we need to fire back at them. Yes, tell me, where is the geometric edge? We've been looking for it, and it appears to be moving all over the place due to atmospheric conditions, what you might call refraction. And there's a problem. If you have an actual geometric horizon, it should be a place that you can measure. Go to it, check it out for yourself. But it appears that it's fluctuating. So either the Earth is blowing up and deflating.
Well, it's just absurd to think that refraction covers everything so perfectly. It just so happens that refraction always puts the image right where it's supposed to be, so it looks flat, but it's not. I mean, that in itself is preposterous, to think that it just works out so perfectly every time. It just makes so much more sense that it's where it's supposed to be, because it is. I mean, that is so much easier to accept than to try and find an excuse for every single observation is due to something that's not happening, and due to a horizon that cannot be found. Can't be found because it's not there.
Yeah, my problem is you can't just abandon the geometric horizon and claim that all the light is refracting down constantly.
Right. That was sort of my point. Exactly.
Yeah, because they derived all of the math and all the distances and everything from looking at the horizon and assuming it's geometric. So they checkmated themselves.
Yeah,
please play the music.
Without a geometric horizon, they don't have the size of the globe. They don't have the size of anything in the solar system or anything in the cosmos. All of that went out the window. They just have an apparent position they assumed was geometric, and they made all these backwards calculations. And now that we take their other assumptions that everything is refracting, then all those numbers are wrong, and the globe no longer matches. It's all over the place.
Well, the problem
but it never did actually match in the beginning.
That the geometric height horizon that they say exists, it's never been found once. It's always further, or it's this, or it's that, or whatever. I mean, how can you justify using 3959 measurement when it has never been located?
I had a funny idea based on what you were saying, because it made me think of Einstein's idea of gravity is the Earth moving up at 9.8 meters per second, but on a globe, that's the globe expanding in all directions. And so the funny idea was actually, this is why they use Einstein and Newton, because they imagine Newton is the attractive force and Einstein is the expanding force, so the globe can be any size they want.
Well, it always has to match the observation, which is never the geometric horizon that they say it is.
Yeah, it never actually matches the observation. There's always an excuse for why it doesn't match the observation, and how it not matching the observation is actually proof of it being that way.
Yeah, but you would think you'd have to see it at least once, validate it being at that location at least one time, in order to use that number to calculate all the distances to the planets, to the the moon, the rocket telemetry, everything that they use it for. I mean, you'd think you'd have to validate it at least one time.
Yeah, you'd think, but
I mean, for hell's sakes, it's just so preposterous. I mean, it just makes me just shake my head and like, are you freaking kidding me? You got to be. Please tell me you're just kidding me and you're making shit up just for a joke, obviously. Oh, no. Oh, I'm serious. Good. Okay. It's so bizarre. The bizarre part is there's so many people. I mean, the masses, 99% plus, believe in something that cannot be found, seen, or validated.
Yeah, well, it's easy when you have full control over what they see and experience. This is why media control and education control and the government in general is so hell-bent on keeping everything under control. Because once you have everybody's children captured and you have their minds drip-feeding propaganda, it's pretty easy to control a nation.
I wouldn't say it's easy, because I think they put a fair amount of effort toward it.
Well, I would say it's pretty easy considering the quality of the work they put in. Because if you look at the NASA, for instance, it's just full of horrible mistakes. And if you look at politics and stuff, you're like, how are these people still in power? But it's just so blatant, people don't do anything. Yeah, they look, like Karma said, they looked into the psychology of this, and they understand the neurolinguistic programming of people, and so they understand how far they can push them. And by taking it in small steps and manipulating the way they see the world and manipulating what they care about and how they express themselves, all of a sudden you have the majority, and once you have the majority, you got a bunch of people who just follow the majority, and that's where everything goes to shit.
I can't argue with that.
Yeah, I gotta say, I've been trying the NLP on my grandma. It totally changes the conversation. She's always talking about Jesus, and I'll be there asking her about her childhood, and I get to learn all this information about her just from asking like one question. And it's like, it's kind of a miracle that she's not talking about Jesus, she's talking about herself. She's one of the hyper-religious, almost shaman type grandmothers. So she has knowledge of the unknown, which I don't know where she gets that knowledge from, but she knows things that I've thought in my head. I don't know how, and that sounds crazy, and I know it. But yeah, she's definitely like a shaman in a lot of ways. Except for she's not messing with the herbs, but she kind of goes into trances, and just to be able to have like a normal conversation with her and not talk about spirituality, it's kind of cool. And all I had to say was, tell me about your childhood. Tell me about what it was like when you were young. Tell me about your earlier years as an adult. And then those three questions, she'll talk for hours. Because I already know about Jesus. I already know. Like, you can't really teach me anything new. Because I read it. I read it.
And it's all true.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the Gospels a whole lot, if ever at all. But yeah, that's belief, right? This isn't really a belief channel, so I'll quit talking about belief. But yeah, I was just trying to say thanks to Karma, because I had no idea.
The other thing about Jesus that really confuses me is, his doctrine is sound because it makes sense. The morality of it all makes sense. It just makes sense that you don't steal, you don't kill, you don't lie, you don't cheat. Those are things that should be obvious to the normal individual that you don't want to be treated that way, so you don't treat others that way. So there's a lot of common sense involved. 10 Commandments, basically. But when you find out that all throughout history, during the time period where Jesus was supposed to have been alive on the earth, there were no other authors that wrote about him. He wasn't mentioned in any of their journals or just regular authors that lived during that time period. He's not mentioned in any of the books. It's like he didn't exist. And so,
well, think about it like this.
To me, that's confusing. I'm not saying that he didn't. I'm just saying that confuses me.
Think about it like this.
Not quite sure why, but I'm just being honest. That part of it sort of confuses me a bit.
So just to be clear, you're wondering why a lot of people didn't write about him. How many people that live in North Korea right now? Listen, I have an argument.
Okay.
How many people in North Korea right now are writing books about Winnie the Pooh? Because apparently somebody said that something about the leader of North Korea looks like Winnie the Pooh. So he made it illegal for anyone to like have the movies, any tapes, or anything. Nobody in the country can have any Winnie the Pooh paraphernalia. So how many people you think are, dancing with death and they got their Winnie the Pooh gifts, for their children, So in the Messianic uprising that happened allegedly around 2,000 years ago, right, give or take a decade or two, it would have been, frowned upon and got you the death penalty if you were following the Jesus cult, is what they called it, right? So Paul or Saul, he was killing people and casting votes against them, those people who stood up on the name of Yeshua. So then, after the Messianic uprising, then Rome consolidated all the documents and only released a few, right? Only the ones that they liked to control the doctrine. So how many people do you think would have been writing and surviving and then, didn't give up their stuff to Rome? So it kind of makes sense that it was highly persecuted during the first 2 or 3 centuries. And then it became, you use this book or nothing else. So you wouldn't expect a whole lot of people to be writing about them, just like there's not a lot of literature coming out of North Korea about Winnie the Pooh at the moment. I hope that makes sense.
But yeah, sure it does. I'd be an idiot to say it doesn't make sense. And then I could also add a little bit to that. Then you've got the book burnings that they've always done. How many books were possibly destroyed that may have had his name mentioned in them or whatever? There's always been massive destruction of literature that they didn't want circulated. So maybe it did exist. I don't know.
So the question is then, how much did the Catholic Church manipulate the doctrine?
Massively?
Unknown. That's why we need to get into those vaults down there.
Yeah. Yeah. I would love to see those.
Yeah.
It's
we all would. Hey, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it's one of those things to where the Vatican has the Lucifer telescope, which is a radio telescope, meaning that it doesn't use visual light, and it's binocular. So right now, the Vatican has 3D images of our sky, and they don't want to share it with us. Vatican, where do you get your money from? Oh, that's right, us, right? Not me, because I'm not Catholic, but the people, right? So we would like to see those documents from ancient history, right? And we would also like to see the data from your telescope. So now that you know what we want, you need to give it to us.
Yeah.
Or at least charge us for it.
Yeah. And
Well,
that's
yeah, at this point, we'd all be willing to pay double for it. Yeah, just to see it. But it's already been paid for. But yeah, sure, we'll pay for it again. That's not going to happen.
There's also the issue with, for instance, the doctrine of Jesuits and how they're instructed how to accumulate wealth and then give it to the church so the church can turn it into iconography, which hides the wealth and is not accounted for.
Money laundering? Is that what you're talking about?
Essentially, yes.
Artwork laundering.
They also target widows and stuff to get the funds to do so.
Yep, that's also a doctrine that I've seen out of other secret societies. Not really willing to release any names, but yeah, it's a common practice amongst the secret societies is to get the widow, because the woman usually outlives the man. I don't know why. Maybe it's the hard work, or maybe women are just meant to live like 5 years longer than us. But yeah, the woman usually outlives the man, and when this happens, she's kind of at a really vulnerable, emotional stage in her life. Really easy to victimize that type of people.
Yeah, me and Karma have a theory on
Doing
why
one
they
thing,
might
and her husband's gone.
Me and
What's that?
Karma have a theory on why they might actually live a little bit longer, and that's because of the detoxing effect of the periods, because they're constantly detoxing to get ready to have children, and so
That's
perhaps
right.
they have a little bit better of a detox
We marry
mechanism.
more often in age than you guys. We tend to marry older guys rather than younger guys.
Yeah, that's why I don't wear a wedding ring.
Yeah, she made a
What'd
good
she
point. Women also tend to marry older rather than younger, which is the opposite. So it's more likely for them to lose their husbands first.
If my wife was thing that's going on, we made, we used any clothing and just kind of is like a placebo effect.
I heard nothing except placebo effect.
Yeah, you're roboting pretty bad. It's been doing that a lot lately, a lot more than past, I think, for some reason. I wonder what's going on with that.
Yeah, it's the best speakers it happens to. I really dislike how they don't like Hank.
No, it's because I got unlimited internet for 4 lines for $100 a month. So it's not like they don't like me. I got build possible. Anyway, yeah, blame T-Mobile, right?
wireless.
So yeah, what I was, yeah, T-Mobile wireless antennas or towers. So yeah, I didn't use any color of silver. I think there was a few days that I felt bad and then got over it. Oh, and I meant to tell you about my cat. I think the cats had some sort of Miley Cyrus, because when they started announcing, well, and the oldest one, he was looking really bad. Like he's been through some stuff. But my Whittle's cat, he was looking so bad that I thought he was gonna. So I literally and made a beach shower, and then after show, and I haven't because I don't.
Yeah, I got none of that. Damn you, T-Mobile.
Don't we have like 30,000 satellites for communications?
Yeah, they don't work.
You'd sure think there'd be a lot more of them crashing to Earth and failing if there were that many. That's a very high number, and for them all to stay up there, and very, very few of them fall down, and the ones that do are always attached to balloons. That seems strange to me.
Right. So can you hear me now?
Yeah.
No.
So before the whole Miley Cyrus thing, my cat had a serious upper respiratory infection, and I gave him a really hot, steamy bath because I thought he was going to die. And after the steamy bath, he made a full recovery from the Miley Cyrus. And it's weird because, I'm not really sure that I believe in it for humans, but I definitely witnessed it through the cat. And then not too long ago, I kind of had like a little, it wasn't really an upper respiratory infection, but I just felt like crud and was running a fever. And then I didn't take anything but water. And then I recovered like really quickly. And I'm kind of wondering if the colloidal silver has like a placebo effect. Like maybe the silver actually does what it has been proven to do, but maybe there's like a placebo effect added to it. Anyway, enough about that.
Yeah, there's a placebo effect added to everything, just like there's a nocebo effect if you are very negative. This is one of the reasons why being positive can lead to a very happy life, because you reframe it into a positive scenario and you feel good about it, and instead of and it'll have these positive placebo effects on you. Whereas if you are constantly negative and you think, oh, I might have this disease and I might blah, 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 eventually you're gonna potentially accrue something that appears like the disease but really isn't. So people can make themselves sick through simply negative thinking, just as people can make themselves healthy through positive, healthy thinking. A good example of this is a stomach ulcer when you have too many worries.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Negative thinking can cause stress, and that causes disease in your body. For real.
Now, is it, you guys? I got a question for you because I think I know the answer, but I would like to hear it from numerous people. The radio waves, like from satellites, I see this picture that someone posted here. Do radio waves not need some kind of a medium to propagate on? Or can they just propagate through empty space? Because I know that the speed of sound travels at 4,500 miles an hour in the water, and it travels 700 miles an hour approximately air, and it travels almost instantly through steel. Like by the vibration of steel, you can vibrate one end and the other end vibrates basically instantly the same. So the denser the material, the faster and more efficient the propagation. And so how are these satellites propagating their radio waves to the Earth with basically no medium?
As far as I understand it, it's because it's electromagnetic radiation, kind of like light. Light can travel through a vacuum chamber. Because we don't actually understand what medium light is in, or how that all stuff works. We have like Meadowlark would probably be here talking about how there is something that we can tell, but it's not.
So
we haven't
radio
all agreed on
frequencies
that yet.
mimic light more than they do vibration?
They're on that spectrum of electromagnetic radiation, and for instance, like visible light can scatter into infrared light or ultraviolet light can scatter into visible light. Infrared can eventually scatter into radar. Radar can scatter into FM. FM can into TV, and TV into stereo wave, and so on and so forth.
So I agree with what you said, except for one little correction. No one's actually ever seen a real vacuum, so we don't know if light can travel through a partial vacuum. Yeah, I agree with you there. But when it comes to a real vacuum, that would mean there would be no ether, because was ether supposed to be like gas or something? Kind of like the Atmos.
Something so small and light that it's smaller than the smallest thing we essentially know, so we can't detect it. It would essentially seep through everything.
Yeah, I think QE's response to Metal-Arc is appropriate. You know, show me what you're talking about. What do you mean? What do you call it? How do you define it? But I myself have had theories about the ether being all the electromagnetic fields in the universe never equating to zero, because the inverse square law, it only quarters and quarters and quarters. It never actually goes to zero. But I still, I'm not sure about the whole ether thing. Light traveling through a vacuum, I'm not sure about that, because vacuums don't exist. And the whole sound traveling at different speeds under the water, I didn't know that. That's news to me. That is very interesting. That the more solid or the more dense, the higher the rate the sound travels. That's really interesting. I kind of thought it was like a mechanical wave, but still doesn't move because of the bonds. So there is no mechanical wave. So what kind of wave is it? It's like a sound wave is not a mechanical wave. That's news to me.
The vibration of some sort, I think, isn't it? I mean, the speaker moves in and out, and it pushes the waves from the vibration of the speaker, and it sends the waves off of it. So it is physical in some way, I think. I think sound is.
Yeah, I think so as well. But
Or at least it affects the physical medium. Let's put it that way. The vibration.
Yeah, what I would say is I think in general our attempts to try to quantify the world at best are limited. We can only see our perspective from within the frame we are in. We can't see the inner workings, the code, if you will, upon which everything operates. We can only test things within our limited purview.
Yeah, and since we can't go out very far off the from the plane, basically, into the sky, the distance that we can actually go, obviously very limited. Very limited.
Even then, just our human experience. We have our senses that we experience the world through, and our brains that has to interpret that information, but we actually don't see everything. We don't know everything. We can't know everything. We can only know what is presented before us, and anything beyond that is unknown.
So I heard that really old Hindu guy with the white beard on YouTube all the time. Heard him say, the only thing that we have is our past and our present. So our memory, our present experience, and our imagination. And I've been thinking about that ever since I heard it over and over and again. It plays in my head. The only thing that we have is our past experience, our present experience, and our imagination. And I think to myself, how much of that stuff exists only in our imagination? The globe being number one, right? Existing in our imagination. None of us experience the globe in our past or in the present. It's only in our imagination. So everything you've ever dreamt is in your imagination. And it crosses the line into your memory if you write it down or if you somehow remember it long term. Must be a good dream if you remember it long term. Anyway, So I've been thinking about that. And it's like, how do we know stuff? Well, through experience. How do we believe stuff? Well, through our imagination, right? Because you don't imagine things that you know, or I guess you could, but that's not where the knowledge comes from. The knowing comes from the experience. And I've been thinking about this a lot, and it's like really interesting thought process. And it's like stuck with me ever since I watched that video.
Yeah, you can simulate the experience in your mind using imagination, but you won't actually know it until you go through the experience. Because it might be different. We might not have all the variables.
Maybe that 4,500 was a little bit high. I just looked it up, and maybe it's not quite that high, but it is, nonetheless, it says here 7 times faster than travels through air.
7 times 7 is 49.
Oh. So that, I guess I was close then.
Yeah, you're real close. The speed of sound is, I've heard between 650 and 800, somewhere around there. And apparently it varies. And the mere fact that it varies ought to let you know something.
What I find most interesting about sound is that sound is almost like a fractal hologram projecting around the room and then bouncing off the walls, and as it bounces and breaks up, it loses intensity. Kind of like when you take a hologram and you cut it in half, you don't have 2 halves of a hologram, you have 2 holograms, just much smaller. Kind of like the inverse square law, or the reduction from hitting the walls. Depending on how reflective the surfaces are and how much they absorb, essentially.
I've definitely experienced the inverse square law of sound sitting on the couch with my wife as she leans right over into my ear and yells for one of my children. And I'm like, damn it, woman, don't be screaming in my ear. Don't ever do that again. Look the other way, And it's like, if you're in the other room, it's nowhere near as loud. But I was in a garage band for 2.5 years, and this woman could still hurt my ears.
But that's why I say it's like a hologram, because the whole part is heard at each part, even though it's been broken up, or you're only hearing a part of the picture, if you will. And you can see it when you look at cymatics, or sound being played through a plate with sand on it, or grains of different things. As the sound travels through, it's traveling through as a geometric pattern of sorts, and then this pattern appears to move around the room in this fluctuation, which we call sound. It's super interesting, like all things in reality, and I think that's part of the issue. We've been conditioned to think reality is very bland and understood in its physical sense, whereas reality is far more interconnected in my experience than the disconnect they want us to actually think.
A lot of mysteries.
Yeah.
Explain, that's for sure. You could take and imagine a steel rod that was all the way through, let's say, one, even if it's possible that The universe is that big, 1 light year away, which is 5 trillion miles. You got a steel rod that was 5 trillion miles long. You could pull on that rod, pull it back a half an inch, it would come back a half an inch, 5 trillion miles away instantly. So you could use Morse code or vibrate that rod with some sort of frequency so it moved back and forth, transmit information 5 trillion miles virtually instantly.
Yeah, quantum tunneling can also bypass or go faster than the supposed speed limit of light.
So that would far and exceed the speed of light.
Yeah.
Just if it was a solid object, it could vibrate it back and forth. So I mean, obviously that's probably not very possible to do. Obviously not, but it does at least give you the insight that if had a way to transmit information through a solid object from one spot to another, the communication would be instant.
So the speed of light slows down when it passes through denser material, and the speed of sound speeds up when it passes through denser material.
Funny
So that's
how
a
that's
different.
opposite.
Yeah, it's a different type of propagation.
And I think if you make the environment really cold, you can also slow light down. They've even stopped light for 60 seconds. I posted it the other day where they actually froze light in some sort of a special crystal, some sort of, like, they named what kind of crystal it was. They passed the light through it, and it was like here, absolute zero in temperature, and they actually stopped the light, and they photographed it frozen in place inside this crystal as it was passing through it, and because it was so cold. And yeah, I think temperature might have a whole lot to do with it as well. Obviously, temperature has a lot to do with a whole lot of things. Especially with entropy and whatever, I mean, temperature is very...
Density and pressure.
Yeah.
When you said freeze light, I thought about, those words and how it sounds like what you're doing with electricity, with a battery. Like you're basically freezing the charge in the battery. And that can a crystal act like a battery and hold a charge? And then I thought about, like, Atlantis, where they had these batteries that would, like, hold charges. And then I thought about rubbing crystals together, and they make like little sparks and arcs, and they create light. And now I'm like thinking about like how many crystals I used to have and throughout my whole life, and I didn't keep them for some reason. I used to have some really big ones. I just didn't take them with me.
Crystals are very interesting. They do some pretty amazing things. I could share something with you guys, but I'm not so sure I really want to get into it. But it has to do with an amethyst crystal that was given to me. It was supposed to be a healing crystal, and I actually put it on top of a stone, and then stacked 3 different magnifying lenses over the top of it, and then put a light bulb down and wrapped it with tinfoil and just poked a little tiny hole so that the light came out the little tiny hole and was hitting the crystal. this amethyst crystal. It was about 2 inches long. And I had it underneath these magnifying lenses. And this might sound crazy. This literally happened. After about 30 minutes of this light and probably the vibration of from the electrical current in the light bulb, you know how they make a little bit of a hum? You hear a light bulb, the filament vibrates, I guess, maybe. Anyway, this crystal, when you looked at it through the lenses, out the end of a crystal, a silver light started to grow out of it and started wrapping itself around the stone it was sitting on. I pulled the lenses away and tried to look at it, and I couldn't see it unless I had it magnified under 3 different magnifying lenses. And then inside the chambers of this crystal, there were images that started to manifest. This is no shit. I'm not the only one that's seen it. There was a guy standing there it's like he was in a spacesuit, and he had this panel in front of him. He had his hands on the panel. Next to him on the floor in this crystal, there was a glass dome. And it had all these little tiny crystals sticking up in a round circle on the floor inside the dome. And they were flashing, they were going around going, they were all different colors. And they started circling around underneath this dome. And then in that same chamber, all of a sudden, people started showing up in there, and they were wrapped with that silver light that was coming out the end of the crystal, was traveling across the top of the stone. It was like growing like a worm. When he showed it to a friend of mine, first thing he did was start going, what's that? And I said, look, I'm not going to tell you what, I just want you to tell me what you see. Well, I see this guy in a spacesuit, and I see all these people standing in there, and he got scared, and he ran out of the house. He said I thought I was doing black magic and all this shit, and he would never ever talk to me again after that day. Scared the shit out of me, I guess. And anyway, these people that were standing in this chamber were wrapped in that light. So you could see the wrap was different on their feet, so you could tell it looked like a shoe. It went up their leg. You could see they had a belt on because it was a different weave. It was all the same color. It was all the same gray, silvery light. But it went, and their whole bodies were wrapped, and their eyes, and you could see it. And some of them were looking up at me with their thumbs up and shit. Anyway, so I kept stepping back, slapping myself in the face, going, okay, John, okay, check yourself here because you're seeing some really strange shit going on here. And so after about 45 minutes, I tore it all apart. And in order to get the right adjustment on this crystal, I had it sitting on a stone, but the first time I set it on it was too tall. It was sticking up too close to the first magnifying lens, and I couldn't get it to focus. So I took it and hit it with a chisel and cracked it right in half. And it was about the size of the palm of your hand. So and it split right in half. So I had 2 pieces, just like hold your palms of your hand out flat, one on your left hand and your right hand. I had 2 stones, and we're both about 1 inch thick at that point. So I took one of them and stuck it underneath the lenses and then put the crystal on there. And bam, it came into focus. So I stuck that one up on the shelf. And then I continued with my observation, what I was trying to do there. And the next day, when I came back down to the farmhouse, I had this farmhouse I lived in. The guy I worked for let me live in it for free and whatnot. But anyway, I went down there and I grabbed the stone off the shelf because I took the one that was underneath the lenses that this amethyst crystal was sitting on, and I set it up on the shelf next to the other one. And the next morning I went down there and I just grabbed that stone, just walked in there and grabbed at it and started looking at it. I thought, what the fuck? This something's polished this stone. So I grabbed the other one where it had split apart from the other one. The two, like join the 2 faces together and then open it up. I had one in one hand and one in the other one. Where that light had come out of that crystal and had traveled over that rock, it actually had polished it and it had changed it in some way. I mean, it was markedly different looking. Okay. And so I spent a lot of time doing research with crystals and doing certain kinds of things like that, like literally 10 years, as a matter of fact. And I learned some really, really marvelous, fantastic things can happen with crystals. They're a very, very capable substance. If you look at it like this, they're basically pure silicon or silica. And that's what's in RAM chips and computers, silica. That's what's in processor chips. You can store audio, video, text. You can store all of this information on silica. And that's how mankind does it in computers. Well, I'm here to tell you that there's information in the silica on this earth. It was put there by the creator. You can access it.
Not to mention, all our communication devices uses crystals as well to create those frequencies. So God only knows what you were tapping into.
Right. It was amazing is what it was. And, I don't want to get into it much further than that because it's a very, very long conversation. But I'm telling you what, there's some really special things that can be done with crystals if you spend enough time and effort. I mean, literally, I spent 10 years doing this stuff. And I still have a very massive collection of magnifying lenses. And here's the strangest thing about the whole thing. I looked up my birthday in an astrology book, and I'm not much of an astrology. I'm not saying I buy into astrology, but on the day I was born, this is a great big thick astrology book, and it was like over $100 for this book, and it had every single day there, and it was about that person. Every year, went all the way back to the year I was born, 1956, and the day I was born, and I opened that page, and you know what it said? It said the day of the magnifier. And it had a stack of magnifying lenses as part of the picture that was part of the description of that person.
That's a crazy story, bro. That is a crazy story. Do you still got that book?
No, I borrowed it from my wife's friend. I only had it for a couple of days. But I read that whole chapter, and you would not believe the things that it said in there. They were so correlated. They were correlated so closely to what I was doing that day through those years with those stones that it would blow your mind.
Yeah,
I mean, it literally explained who I was and what kinds of things I would do.
Yeah, astrology is based on the stars and is part of the knowledge of the ancients. There's
it
a
was
lot
very,
of
very accurate.
I've never done my own star chart, but someone has told me before that I'm a triple Virgo. And I had to look that up because I didn't know what that meant. But I think that you can be born under the sign and you can actually change yourself. For example, I'm an introvert, right? If you saw me in person, I'm actually pretty quiet and I don't talk a whole lot unless somebody talks to me. And I might say hi and stuff like that. I'm not stuck up. I'll say hi to anybody. I'll wave to anybody, right? Because I'm from East Texas. We wave down here, right? We just wave to anybody and everybody. But yeah. So my point is that I've tried to overcome the introvert thing by talking on here. I've never really had a problem with speaking to a crowd, just as long as I'm on the podium and I'm away from the crowd, because I don't like to be in the crowd. I like to be outside of it. And I think that has to do with me having some sort of I don't like losing control. Like one time, a guy brought a gun into my house, and I was like, "Put your gun up," because I like having control at all times. Not that I need control, but I can't control a crowd, so I don't like crowds. I can't control an armed guy if I'm unarmed, so I told him to go put it up. My house, my rules. Put it up or leave. Yeah, that's basically what I told him. But yeah, I don't really think of myself as a Virgo because the way it describes Virgos as being tidy and neat, I'm definitely more like the introvert, where everything's just kind of everywhere, and I know where it's at because it's where I put it down, and that's where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be wherever I put it.
Well, that would, you
So
could call that highly organized in a way. You really could.
yeah, I'm highly
know
organized.
exactly, if you know exactly where everything is.
You sound highly organized when you argue. You
Yeah, you do.
always have all the perfect points, and like I have wanted to record you and just write down exactly how you word things because it's well put together and highly organized.
Well, I appreciate that. But yeah, my desk is a complete mess. I have a 3 or 4, yeah, I have a 4-tier desk. It stands up straight, and I got my computer on one of the tiers, and then I actually put my monitor on a table. So I kind of have like 4 or 5 tiers on my desk, and it moves around my wooden floor because I have little plastic things with rubber on top and plastic on the bottom. And I just kind of slide it around the room wherever I want to sit, position it wherever I want to play. But it's completely loaded with all kinds of wires, papers, bills, Nintendos, switches, and everything is just completely a mess, but everything's right where I need it to be. If it's something small and loose, I got little Chester drawers in my drawer at the bottom. And yeah, to me, that's organized, but like it's not organized the way that the Virgo, because they say that Virgos are like really neat and tidy people. And I'm the type of person to where I don't care if my hair is brushed or not. I don't really care as long as I'm not like nasty. I can't really go like 3 days
Yeah.
without a shower or at least a horse bath.
It's also it's not correct to say like they're all super neat in the specific way some other people might class as neat, because there's also differences between inside the star sign and where your other signs are, where the sun was, where the moon was, and how the stars are located. So all of that plays in together. If you just look at it like you read the newspaper or the derivatives from astrology, you're not actually getting the pinpoint information where it's like where it gives you like here are common pitfalls for people born under this star sign, and here are common essentially strengths of people born under this star sign, and you can either play into those strengths or adopt them in your own way. And so while most Virgos might be neat, and their neatness comes from their perception of what they call neat, yours is still neat. It's just in your perception of it. It's where you need it to be.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I got one more little thing I'd like to add to my story. My name, God Rocket. That's what I call that process that I do when I'm doing the stones and doing that kind of research. I've called it that for over 15 years now. Anyway, so that's why I use that name. I call that process God Rocket.
Yeah,
so I think the information that's in those stones was put there by the creator, and the capabilities that they have was designed by the creator. I do believe that. Anyway, that's one of my names.
Super interesting. I would definitely want to see that.
Well, I've got a diagram that I designed. See if I can find it. It's called Crystal Seeing. I drew a diagram of the setup and how you put your lenses, the light, and everything. I'm not so sure you would have a whole lot of success. It took me years of practice. And there's a lot of meditation that goes into it. You got to be very focused and whatnot. I was able to show it to several people, but I had to point certain little things out and focus it for them and different things. But yeah, you could. It's definitely something you could do.
Yeah, I would love to see the diagram and have something as a pet project to play around with.
I'll see if I can find it. It's on my computer somewhere. In my pictures, I think.
So for me, I never really believed in any of that stuff, about my birth sign, because the stuff that they would write in fortune cookies was vague, just like the newspapers. And I think the newspapers, they do it dirty on purpose, because now that I understand the way that the moon can affect people, especially women, and the way that the sun can affect things, and all the heavenly bodies being a lot closer, yeah, I kind of have a newfound respect for this sort of thing. I don't think it's for telling the future. Like, don't take a left on Tuesday, you'll break your leg. I don't think that's what it's for. It's not for any kind of fortune telling. I think it's more like if you want to understand your life partner better, your wife or your spouse or whatever, then maybe look into their sign. And it might say something like, this person is a private person and doesn't want you, airing out all their dirty laundry, or it might say something to help you understand them a little better. And as far as the other thing that I mentioned, the Briggs-Myers test, I definitely think there's something to that. If the questions are answered correctly, like it describes me really well. Like I'm really good at certain things that's on that list, and I'm really bad at other things that are on that list. And I've tried to mature, and I've been trying to work on the other things. So every time someone invites me to go somewhere and do something, I try to do it, except for recently I was invited to kind of join a sort of anti-communist militia, and I turned that down because I thought to myself, like, I don't know, I want to join a bunch of people who are like, going to do something crazy, and then I get blamed for it because I'm part of the group. Because I've never liked groups, never, ever, ever liked groups. So, like, if they ask me to like go somewhere, like, hey, go to the mountains with me, like, okay, I'll go. Like, that's what I need to do as an introvert. I need to gain more knowledge by gaining more experience. So, yeah, as far as the INTP, if you look at that stuff, like what it says, I think it describes me like the old me perfectly, and the new me, I'm working on some of the things that I'm not good at.
Anyway, there's a lens configuration that I used in the image. You clarified that those top two lenses, my fingers are pinching together. There are two lenses that I put together, and then I taped them together. It's showing them apart right there, but actually you push them together, and they are lenses that are basically concaved on the inside, go up with the contour of the lens, both. So it's just kind of so it's hollow. When you put them two together and you pinch them together, there's an empty airspace in the middle. That's the exact lens configuration I used. And the second one up is called the perfect lens. You can look up the magnifying lenses, and the description of a perfect magnifying lens is just the same shape on the bottom as it is the top, basically.
Yeah, that's super interesting. I'll definitely see if I can find some lenses and play around with it.
It's very time consuming, I can tell you that.
It's still.
Hey, it looks like we got Overburn here. Excuse me for interrupting. Overburn, if you would like to be voice verified, you could go up into the VC verification room, and one of us will follow you up there if you go, and we'll get you on the mic.
But to go back to what Hank was saying, I, for instance, am born in between two star signs, so I am the cusp of oscillation. Before that, though, I used to just look at these newspapers and other stuff, and none of that speaks about any of that. It just means I have to choose between being a cancer or a lion. And the difference between them is one is introverted and one is extroverted, generally. So I tend to swing between the two states pretty easily.
So I obviously have like a persona when I'm at work. I'm usually playful and I cut up with people. And one day, one of my coworkers, she invited herself over, and I was like, "Yeah, you can come over, meet the family, no big deal." And she noticed like when she got there, I'm like quiet and don't say much and don't smoke much, and I'm like a different person than I am at work. And it's because I believe you're supposed to act one way in public, and then when you're at home, you can act however you want to, which for me would be normal. So at the house, I'm usually pretty quiet, kind of doing my own thing, which usually ends up being like something with my hands. Like I like to do stuff with my hands. So I'm usually in the shed or in the house, other part of the room, moving around, moving stuff, doing stuff, and like I'm completely different. And I don't really think that I'm like faking it when I'm at work. I'm just acting the way that people are supposed to act in public. Because I think in public you're supposed to be smiling and friendly. And it took me years to figure this out. I was in high school before I figured out why everybody was fucking smiling at me. I'm like, why are these people, why are they smiling? Why do they keep smiling at me? And then I realized, like, oh, that means that you're a friendly person and you're not going to hurt them. Like, okay, I'll start smiling at people. And it literally took me that long to figure it out.
Yeah, nonverbal communication is a little bit underrated, even though it's very powerful.
Oh yeah, body language and different things like that for sure can be very powerful. I agree, 100%. Right.
Yeah, so now, after watching Madagascar, now I smile and wave. And before I would just wave, I wouldn't smile. But it was interesting riding with my brother. Everybody he like came across, he waves at. I'm like, bro, why are you waving like that? Like at everybody. And he's like, I just want to see if they're going back. It's like, really? It's like, that's why you wave so much? Because, I mean, if we're going down a farm market road, guarantee we're going to wave at each other. Like, that's just what we do. But if we're going down, like 635 in Dallas or 35E, we're not waving at people. We're just trying to get through there.
There's thousands of people there to wave at, huh? Does he wave at all of them?
Yeah, I rode with him in the truck for one summer. And we went all the way to Maine, and he waved at everybody the whole fucking way. So he grew up out in the farm market roads. I didn't, so he's 5 years younger than me. I grew up in the city. Well, in the city limits. I'll put it that way.
And that definitely blew my mind that day when I seen that, opened up that astrology book and it said the day of the magnifier. And I'd been doing that crystal research for approximately 8 or 9 years at the time. And before I never looked at an astrology book ever. And this girl showed up with that book and I said, can I borrow that? Can I look at it? No, you can't. It cost me $100 or something. It took me a half an hour to convince her that I wasn't going to steal it. Just please let me borrow it for the night so I can read about myself in there. And because I pulled it to my page, and I seen that it was the day of the magnifier, and it had all these lenses and shit. And I just kind of went, "Oh my god, I need to read this, please."
God rocking. I actually borrowed one of those books from my brother's wife, just like you said. You said it was from one of your family members' partner, right?
Yeah, one of my wife's friends. Yeah.
So I I borrowed it from my brother's wife, and I read my two daughters. They're 4 years apart and 5 months apart in the calendar, and the book described them like exactly the way they are.
It's amazing. It's pretty amazing how they can be so accurate, isn't it?
Yeah, I was pretty surprised the things that he said. Yeah.
Yeah, I just blew my mind because I had been spending years doing this research, and I had a magnifying lens collection. I probably had 20 of them at least at the time, and it showed a stack of lenses, and it called The Day of the Magnifier, and that's all it took for me. I need to read this, please, please.
Yeah, I was pretty
I think there's
surprised too.
something to it.
Go ahead.
There is something to it because I'm a Gemini, and I can pretty easily tell people that are two-faced, that are actually kind of like putting a face
Yeah, I'm Gemini
on top
too,
of the
bro.
real. Yeah, I'm pretty good like telling on that kind of stuff.
I'm sort of on the cusp, but I'm still considered a Gemini. It's May 24th, if you really want to know. It doesn't matter, I guess, but it's kind of on the cusp, but it's considered Gemini.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I was really surprised how accurate it was too, because for like 32 years, I thought the stars were like quintillions of miles away, and how could they possibly have any effect on a newborn baby who can't even focus on them yet? And it's like, okay, but what if they're a lot closer? That's a game changer.
Not only that, the scriptures say they're sentient beings. Does it not? It does, I think. It says that he knows the name of each and every star, knows the number and the name, and they're sentient beings.
Yeah, I think there's some type of time. I don't know if it's described as timely imprint of the. I guess the design of this place and whatever is happening at the exact moment that someone is, I don't know, conceived or born. Because that might be another thing, right? Like, it's one thing when you're born, or maybe when you're conceived, or something like that, right? There's the timing of those things. And there is something to it, 100%.
Yeah, I agree. But I never really got into it. Even after that, that one book was enough for me. I mean, it was very mind-boggling how accurate it really was, and it basically just laid out exactly the kinds of things I like to do, and just weird. And so, yeah, there's definitely something to it. I mean, how that is, like, I'm no idea. But,
some cosmological imprint.
Yep, something going on. There's no doubt. What does the word sentient mean exactly? Does anyone know? I've looked it up. I just can't remember. It's something to do with aware and have feelings or something like that. Self-aware.
Like you see a dolphin or a fish, and they're looking in the reflection. They learn how to look themselves up, or pain and then working.
I'm pretty sure Hank has a good definition, but he's roboting, so I don't know if it's just me.
No, he's roboting real bad.
I'm pretty sure his explanation is good, but I couldn't understand it.
Me neither. I've looked it up before, but it's been a while. I'm getting pretty old. My memory's not what it used to be. I can remember my first day at kindergarten, but I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday. I mean, I guess I can, but my short-term memory's not as good as it used to be.
How about self-aware of one's own conscience? self-aware of one's existence, consciousness.
Oh no.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so they painted an ant, and the ant like stopped working, like stepped to the side of the ant line, and like he removed the paint from himself, proving that he was self-conscious that he was painted a different color than all the other ants. So he like wiped it off of himself and cleaned himself up, and then went back to work.
So ants are sentient then, I guess then.
Yeah, that's what they think. My kid is always telling me, he's like, Dad, science didn't know that lobsters were self-aware. And I'm like, yeah, people knew that lobsters were self-aware because when you boil them, they scream. And he was like, no, science just figured it out. And I'm like, no, the scientists are slow, and they've been ignoring it on purpose, because when you cook a lobster, he screams at the top of his lungs if they got lungs.
But how do you know that lobster is not screaming of joy? Because it's gonna serve as a good meal for someone.
Well, I guess you got me there.
Well,
but it seems very similar, to someone throwing like a person in the boiling water. The lobster and the person are almost doing the same thing. It's almost like, oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to agree with Hank on this one.
I'm trying to use some Glover logic, but it's not working, I guess.
Well, it's obviously not going to get you too far on this server. I'd quit that shit if I were you. Just messing, bro. You can use Glover logic anytime you want.
It works good when you're trying to get a discount at a store. Works pretty well.
Does it?
It's play dumb. Oh, just drove here 50 miles because I was imagining that you have this on discount.
So you've heard people say that the stars align, but nobody ever talks about the calendar or the clock aligned. So these are like man-made constructs. But the stars, there's something different. They're obviously not man-made. Unless you believe that one guy who said that he created the moon, or he was the cause of the moon, which I don't believe that guy. And I don't think that guy believed himself after he said it. But if they do have an effect on us, to what degree? And can we break out of that? Like if I was a neat person, because I'm a triple Virgo, does that mean that I could be messy if I wanted to? Or am I a product of,
if you wanted to.
am I a product of my environment, like Freud says?
Sigmund Freud was a freaking nutball, by the way. I studied him in college, and I didn't agree with much of anything that idiot said, but they still teach it today, some of it.
Well, I think he was right about the subconscious. I think he was right about that. Because we do have like a supercomputer, it seems.
Well, the problem with Freud is he was just so into his own stuff, and a lot of it was, let's just say, incestuous, right? And so it's just like, oh man, like you're smart in these ways, but then you throw yourself under the bus in these other ways. So I don't know.
Wasn't he an excessive cocaine user too?
Probably. I mean, it wasn't. I
think it was in the college books I read that
It was
actually
probably very
stated that.
easy for any kind of a person with any kind of doctorate to get that kind of powder back then. Yes, I would say, or pill form, or injectables, or whatever.
Lisa, I think, if I remember correctly, they did say that he was a massive cocaine user at least part of his life.
And that doesn't help the neural pathways. You feel me?
I've felt the cocaine myself, so yeah, I agree.
It feels like it's helping them temporarily, and
I have done it before. I cannot tell a lie.
You felt the cocaine yourself. I had an old friend. He said, when I was younger, I didn't like cocaine. I just liked the way it smelled.
Like the way it smelled, yeah, exactly. Anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I felt like I had to say that, you guys. Okay, jeez.
Yeah, problem. You do that a lot. You do that a lot, but I don't mind ever. So,
how was your nap, Flobe?
How did you know I took a nap?
I can hear your voice.
What?
Yeah.
What the fuck is happening right now?
You can ask.
Sounds like that,
you can ask Sonny. I can hear when things are a little off.
No, seriously, how'd you know I was taking a nap?
I can literally hear your voice.
Wow. I mean, it was hours ago, but yeah, I did take a nap today.
Hank, I'm reading
Like an hour
about
ago.
triple Virgos. I don't see much about being a neat freak here. Does this resonate with you? You have to constantly study and take in information, or else you get bored.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that resonates with me for sure.
It's kind of like a mini fear of missing out, in my opinion. For me, it's FOMO. Like, you know what I mean? I gotta have constant stimulation, constantly learning, constantly, on the right side of things, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's new? If I don't know about it first, then I've failed. But no, it's stupid. But yeah, you're right, Drace. That's how I feel.
Yeah, basically what I'm reading here is it just means you're extra passionate, Hank.
I would say
Yeah. Con queso, compassion. Yeah, I usually bring the cheese and the passion because I'm a foodie and I feel for people. I get to feel.
Yeah, I'm reading Virgos have a thing for protecting, helping, and caring for the underdogs or the weak.
Yeah, I can hear that in his voice.
Like your nap.
Don't even do that.
Yeah, that describes me pretty well. I had a lot of trouble finding stuff on triple Virgos. So whatever you found, good job.
Yeah, you generally have to dig through a bunch of trash before you start finding something interesting.
I've tried finding stuff on the day of the magnifier. I've looked online to find other books. I have never found another book that describes the day I was born like that book I got that I borrowed that night. It was like about 3 inches thick, and it was quite a large book, probably at least 14 inches tall, maybe 12 inches wide, about 3 inches thick. I mean, it was a big, very expensive leather-bound astrology book. And she did not want to let me borrow it because she paid a lot of money for it. I begged. Finally convinced her. And then, of course, I returned it the next day. But yeah.
So the whole taking up for the underdog. This is definitely something I've experienced in my life. My little brother would be laughing his ass off because I'm rooting for Rafael Sansal, which is a Brazilian UFC fighter. And he's a scrappy little dude. He hardly ever wins, but I'm always rooting for the guy. And my brother's like, why are you rooting for that guy? Like, why aren't you rooting for someone else like Cub Swanson? And it's like, I like Cub Swanson. He's a really talented fighter. You know, he's getting old, but he's still a beast. But it's like, whenever Rafael Sensao fights, I'm like, yeah. And then in my life, I've broken up, like, people getting jumped on, like getting beat up, and I'd go break up the fight because I believe in honorable fighting, which means that if you're going to fight, two people have to agree, or it's a crime. And if two people agree, then it should be a one-on-one, man-to-man, or woman-to-woman fair fight with no weapons, and then when it's over, it's over. So as soon as one person loses the will to fight, it's over. So I've always kind of kept fighting clean. At school, we would get arrested if we fought. I would literally invite people to fight at my house, and I would promise them safety, and I'm not going to let anyone jump in on you. And then they believed me because, like, it was a known thing. Like, if you had to fight, you go to Larry's house after school. He'll make sure that you don't fall down and hit your head on the concrete. You're going to fight in the grass. And then when it's over, you're going to dust yourself off and shake hands.
I used to have some friends. They were twins, and they were cowboys and rode horses. They had boxing gloves, and it was like halfway on the way home from school, junior high school. And we frequently would stop at the Days. David and Danny and David Day was their names. And we would stop by their place, and they were the same age I was. And we would go in their backyard and take turns watching and boxing other people and stuff with boxing gloves. It was kind of fun. But it was never because people were having a beef at school or whatnot. It was just kind of a thing where the fellows would all get together and we'd just kind of go there after school, and two of us would, box one another or whatever. It wasn't because we were fight. We were just wanting to box, put on the gloves, and see who was better. It was fun though.
Yeah, we grew up with boxing gloves. Me and my brothers, we always boxed, try to keep our skills sharp. I boxed with my son. He bloodies my nose. He's a black belt in Taekwondo, but Taekwondo, they don't really teach you how to punch and slip punches and all that stuff. I mean, they teach you how to move, but when you're fighting a pure boxer, like if you don't know how to box, he's probably going to get the best of you because he's going to get in on your inside and Mike Tyson your ass. But anyway, yeah, so ever since I was little, I knew what a sheep was, right? I grew up Christian. I'm like, I'm not a sheep. I'm obviously a sheepdog. And then the sheepdogs are a lot like the wolves, but we have, the morality behind us because we're trying to protect the sheep. And I've always felt like I have fangs, I have claws, and I could hurt people if I had to protect the sheeple. And I've always felt like I've never identified as a sheep. Never.
Sheepdogs are amazing, dude. They're amazing to watch a sheepdog keep the sheep all herded together and stuff. I never imagined that dogs could be that skilled at keeping a flock of sheep together like a sheepdog does. I've actually witnessed it a few times. And them son of a bitches know damn well what they're doing. You know what I mean? They keep them all together, and they just basically follow you and herd them wherever you want them to take them to, and they're very good at it. Amazingly good at it. It blew me away. Literally. Sheepdogs are smart dogs. When they're herding sheep, say. It's like they just take it naturally to it or something. I don't know what it was, but man, it was a sight to see. I don't know if you guys, anybody here's ever watched a sheepdog herd a sheep, and they are good at it. I tell you.
Yeah, so I'd never been to a rodeo until I was like 33. And I went to the rodeo. It was the first time I ever saw like a blue heeler in action. So these blue heelers, they're like a lap dog. You know, they're a little bit bigger than most terriers, right? So they're tiny little dogs, but these little dogs have got the bulls completely terrified because they nip at their tendons on the back of their legs. And I'm like asking myself, how does this dog bite the bull on his leg without getting the snot knocked out of him? And it's like really weird to watch it for the first time because you're sitting there watching it, and the dog is on the horse with the man, and then the dog tells, or the man tells, or gives a command. The dog goes down there and he starts chasing the bull to get the bull back in the pen. And I'm like, how did this little tiny dog like terrify this bull to the point to where the bull is like, he's charging the man head on, right? He's taking on the barrels and the buckets and the clowns and everything else. But when the dog comes out, he's like, oh, this is too much. I'm out of here. This is crazy. And the little tiny blue heeler completely like pwns and punks the big ass bull.
And herds him right where he wants him, too. Yep. It's amazing, huh?
And then the dog just runs back to the horse and jumps all the way up, like 6 feet in the air, and lands back in his master's lap. And I'm like, what the fuck? What is going on? Like, this is crazy. And then my friend was like, why aren't you looking at the ladies in their tight pants? And I'm like, fuck the ladies. Look at that dog.
Well, that's a commendable thing for you to look at the dog rather than have perverted thoughts of looking at the ladies' asses. That's a
to me, that's not perversion.
Well,
it's normal.
Yeah, you're right. Depends on what your thoughts are thinking, though. When it turns to perversion, I like to think that I'm not perverted because I just admire the beauty of the woman. I don't look at them and think, oh, I'd like to be all up in that or whatever. I just look at it and say, man, that's a beautiful woman there. But I know other guys sometimes don't think like that. All they think about is getting up in it or whatever.
Going for a run. Yeah, it took me a while to control that. I don't think I mastered that until I was well in my 30s. Because I love the ladies.
Yeah, me both, brother.
And I'm not really the cowboy type or the redneck type or whatever. You know, I never wear shit-kicking boots or cowboy hats or anything like that. But when those ladies are dressed like that, they do look mighty fine. With their tight pants, they do look mighty fine.
I'll co-sign that one. Oh, I have not even left my house today. Man, it's rare for me not to go somewhere. I usually go to my mom's house or something.
It was a beautiful day here.
I haven't even walked out the door. I haven't even looked out. I mean, I looked out the window a couple times, but really rare for me not to leave the house. And I have not left the house yet today. I don't think I'm going to. It's 8 p.m. But at least I did clean and organize my house and put it back to respectable looking. Maybe that's why I didn't leave it need to be done. I guess I don't know. When you live alone, you don't have any choice but to take care of it.
Thunderbolts project. I usually save those up until I stack 6 of them in a row, and then I'll just binge watch all the Thunderbolts project stuff. And it's kind of one of those things where you have to chew the meat and spit out the bones, and there's a lot of bones in there. You know, and if it starts talking about images and data from satellites, I'm like, I don't know. And then, it's like when they talk about the electric universe stuff, then I'll start listening again, paying attention. Bro, you can't do that. Double white line.
That's watching that kind of stuff's really irritating to me when they start talking about satellites and different things. And when I know they're not real, I just get so annoyed. I just turn it off. I can't watch it. Cannot tolerate it anymore.
Sometimes I get really good stuff on there. Like recently, they had one maybe a few months back about plasmoids, and I'm like thinking about all the UFO stuff that I've ever heard. About Foo Fighters and lights in the sky, and I've actually talked to a lady from Mexico who told me about the orbs over the mountains, and then I'm like thinking back, like those are all plasmoids.
I've actually seen an orb a couple times when I lived in Fillmore, in that farmhouse I was talking about earlier. The backyard, there was an orb about the size of a grapefruit that was bouncing around the backyard, and it was like hanging out by the fence line and shit. And it was there. I'm telling you, I seen it. I watched it for a good 20 minutes. Just kind of bounced around the backyard, was just doing its thing. It was real. I mean, it was there. I'm telling you, they do exist. I have no idea what the fuck it was, or what it was doing. But it was, like I said, it was blue, kind of a blue color, and it was about the size of a grapefruit. And it was bouncing all around my backyard. Mainly around the fence. Mainly stuck to the fence line. But yeah. It was quite interesting to me because I don't see stuff like that every day. Obviously, I seen maybe one just for a brief moment once before that, but I did have a time where I actually got to sit in the house, looking out the window, watching this thing for about 20 minutes. No idea what it was. No way for me to comprehend what it was doing or what it was made of, or I have no idea. Blue light, about the size of a grapefruit.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen stuff in the sky, but I always thought it was all nuts and bolts military. I know that there's like military, I don't want to say installments, but more like contractors, like all around this area. So, after they build a prototype, why wouldn't they send it up and test it out?
Well, I've known UFOs were military, at least in my opinion, ever since I was like 12 years old. So we lived like literally about a half a mile where I grew up, about a half a mile over the road to Hill Air Force Base. And I was laying in the backyard on a blanket out there all by myself, just laying in the backyard. It had just gotten dark, just wasn't quite dark all the way. And I'm just laying there, just looking up at the stars. And all of a sudden, this gray metal, dull gray, perfect triangle ship. It was probably 200 feet above my head, maybe. It just drifted over. I just watched it. It wasn't going very fast. Drifted right straight over me and went straight to Hill Air Force Base. Because Hill Air Force Base was just over the road, and then there was the fence, and there was Hill Air Force Base. And it was headed, and I watched it. By the time it went out of view, it was probably going over the fence line of Hill Air Force Base. And from that moment on, I thought, man, that craft I seen, it was a perfect triangle. It was gray. It made no noise whatsoever. It just drifted over me. And from that moment on, all I could think of was that UFOs are military aircraft. There's just no other way. That thing was going to Hill Air Force Base. Went over there. To me, it was going over to their land, is what I thought. And so that moment on, there's no way you could convince me of anything other than a craft like that. If you see one, it's probably military aircraft. That's my personal experience from that one viewing, that one sighting. because it went right to Hill Air Force Base. I mean, fuck. Had to be military. There was nothing on the news about it. It's not like anybody spotted a UFO at Hill Air Force Base. It was just, no one ever mentioned it, but I certainly seen it. Didn't make a sound.
Yeah, I used to be one of those people that believed in UFOs, and I would think about, extraterrestrial, extra dimensional, and at this point, extraterrestrial just sounds really stupid to me. Other than what some people might call outer planers, I guess that would fit the term, but definitely not, little gray creatures, coming from like quintillions of light years away to, learn about Uranus.
Yeah, well, I just believe in one thing that one guy, was it Bill Nye or whoever it was, that said there's nowhere to go. You cannot leave the Earth. We live in an enclosed system. I don't think there's any way in or out of where we live. Not for us, not for anyone else. I don't think people come in and out of here unless it's, I guess it was something to do with God, maybe some kind sort of an angel or something, maybe would be able to come down from heaven. But as far as something like a spacecraft or coming from outer space, no one's getting in or no one's getting out of here. No physical object like that. I can't buy it now. After learning about the flat Earth, there's just no fucking way. My mind's made up on that one.
So extra dimensional beings, I haven't really crossed them out. I've been told through many books that there could be spirits. People have spirits. I think a lot of the times that spirits means that somebody got drunk or they need to get drunk. Because if you've ever met someone who needed a cigarette and they're like blood boiling and veins popping and they're like, and I'm like, whoa, bro, relax. I don't smoke. I don't have any cigarettes. It's like, but I need one. And I'm like, and I don't have any. I don't smoke. So I think, a lot of people are like afraid of a lot of weapons, right? They're scared, right? They don't want to get harmed. But I'd be more afraid of the person that's drunk. Your family member that's drunk all the time is more likely to kill you. Or if you're drunk yourself, you're more likely to die, than if you weren't.
I think you're right about all that.
So I've never seen a spirit. I've seen people that have a certain spirit, like, but I've never seen a spirit. And to me, it's like, these evil spirits, they get attached to people because of like something that they're doing or something that the family did or something like that. And it's not like I'm not literally talking about an alien riding on their shoulders or an angel on one side and a devil on the other. It's more of a way to try to describe their demeanor or their attitude or their actions, I guess. Because like some old people you talk to and they're just full of joy and they like talking to people, and then every once in a while there's that old lady at the end of the street just giving you the bird, going "fuck you." It's like, what? I didn't do anything. So the lady that is flipping you off for no reason, right? And fuck you is like she's got some kind of spirit or something with her. I don't want to talk to her.
Yeah, I would think I agree with that. There could be interdimensional beings and spiritual beings in that, but they're here because they're part of the earth, part of the creation, they're not coming from somewhere else. And that's my take on it anyway. They're not like invading us from outer space or whatever. They're part of this realm. So I definitely think that's probably they're possible for sure. I've never seen one either, but they do exist. It's probably because they're part of the creation.
So for me, when I get drunk, like there's two versions. One of them is like very self-reflecting, analyzing myself. One time I got really drunk and like gave my wife one of the best massages she's ever had, as far as strictly massage, nothing else. Because she was having problems and I was like so drunk I could barely keep my eyes open. So I was like feeling everything with my fingers. It's like you can learn a lot just by touching someone's back, and you can feel the tense muscles over here and the bones over there being pulled by this muscle, and then there's the drunk that's just like laughing and falling. So I don't drink very much, but when I do, I usually try to rub somebody's back. Because it's like once you take the eyes out of the equation, because you're so drunk you can barely hold them open, you tend to give like a really good back rub because you're sensing everything through your fingertips, which are highly sensitive.
That's interesting. I don't drink either. It's probably been over 20 years since I've had a drink of alcohol.
I can't say 20 years, but if I was your age, I could. I've had Guinness at the house for like a year now, and I haven't touched it. Yeah, I don't drink much.
And I didn't drink much before that. I mean, when I was in high school, I went to a few keg parties and, got drunk with the fellas and with the house full of friends or whatever. Occasionally, a few times a year maybe when I was younger. But yeah, it's been, I think it was 20 years ago, I took one shot of Jägermeister on New Year's Eve because my wife's friend just kept at me and at me and at me. Come on, just one shot, just to celebrate New Year's Eve. I finally said, okay, fine, give me a shot of Jägermeister. And I took one shot and that was it. But I probably wouldn't have done it had she not just been on me for at least an hour. I shit you not. You got to take one shot. You got to. It's New Year's Eve. On and on. I was like, oh my God. Fucking give me
into the peer pressure.
Yeah, give me the shot then. Just to get her away from me, for hell's sakes.
Hey, it looks like we got a new person in here. Mal, what's up? Welcome to the server. If you want to go up to the voice check-in room, I'll follow you up there and get you checked in. Or not. You're more than welcome to stay down here and listen. Alpha Kush, same goes to you. If you want to go up there,
you can move him up there.
Nigger.
Been kind of a shortage of Globers the last few days, hasn't there?
Thanks.
Maybe you guys don't want to talk about it or explain it to me, but I'm going to ask anyway. What was the mutiny all about? Or all these people left and went to some other server for some reason? What was that all about? Why did that occur?
I don't think that's really a live stream conversation. I'm not really willing to have that with you. I kind of got the same question. I don't really understand either, but moving on. Yeah, so if anybody wants to go to the voice check-in room, be willing to open up your mic just to make sure that you're not the type of person to chant the N-word on a live stream. That's kind of weird. Why would you do that? You wouldn't do that in real life. Get a tooth knocked out of your head. So yeah, big brave man. Let's see how that works out for you in real life. And yeah, I guess I'll say this one last thing about what you said, God Rockin'. I've been doing this a long time. I don't get involved in hangout wars. I call them hangout wars because we started out on hangout, but when people have a falling out, I don't really have a dog in the fight. You know, it's none of my business. I try to stay out of it as much as possible.
I'm pretty much. I just was curious. There was
we all are.
You know.
Yeah, we all get curious. Ain't nothing wrong with being curious, but yeah, I just try to avoid all.
I'll ask somebody about it another day in a different room or something. Don't worry about it.
Sure.
It's all good.
Sure.
Maybe I won't even ask. It's just I was just curious. You know.
I remember the first Flat Earth drama I ever came across. It was between Jeff and Math Powerland, and I didn't even know who Jeff was until I met him like a year later. So I just remember like these two guys are having drama. It's like that's when I quit watching Math Powerland. And it's like in other hangout wars, when people would like start going after it, like I remember Buddy, he liked to get in arguments with everybody, and I just quit going there. It's like if it gets like that here and everybody just starts like going to war with each other, I'm just gonna fucking disappear for a while, go do some research. That's just how it is.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a dog in the fight either, for sure. I'm not. I agree with you. I don't have an interest in having a beef.
Right. No. Yeah, I'd probably just uninstall the app for like a while and do my own thing. Maybe go try some other types of social media. Expand my horizon.
Well, I got one more server I visit all the time. You guys know Jason. Everybody here knows him. He's got his own little server, and we go over there all the time and just hang out, watch movies, and discuss history and whatever else we decided we wanted to discuss.
You're talking about the British guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Jason.
Yeah.
Cool dude.
Yeah, he is a very nice guy. He got drunk a little bit too much one day and kind of went off a little bit and got banned, but you know, and he even says he deserved it. You know, he knows that. But he's got no interest in coming back, so I just go over there and see him. He's a friend. He's a good friend. I like talking to him. You know, we've had some really good conversations, especially when we used to go down into the learning curve about a year or so, a little more than a year ago, when we started going down there. Started researching alternative history and you know, all that kind of stuff. And because the flat earth thing just became not uninteresting to me, just I was just ready for a change of study criteria. And I was glad I did, because I learned a lot about history that I had no idea. Our history has been changed, and we've been lied to so much about what our true history is. Really, it was a really beneficial discussion for me. I really enjoyed it. So,
you know, there's one guy who has been the chronologizer of all the history. There's one guy who's responsible for our timeline, and I would love to see like him being like superseded by different people. Scaliger? Yeah, that's his name.
Yep. Well, Antonio Flamenco's in the process of doing exactly that right now.
Awesome. Send it to me, bro. I've been waiting. Send it to me. Because I really do think that. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, Flamenco's. I read the first book in his series. Man, that's dynamite. But continue on, please. That's all I was going to add in.
Yeah, it's 22 books or 22 volumes or whatever at this point. It's I can't remember how many. It's a huge book, and it's not an easy read. He's a mathematician, I think, from Russia. Very well-known man, very renowned in his education and whatnot. And he just totally disagrees with what Scaliger did. Claims he made up our history as we know it today. As a matter of fact, he mentioned a few things like, maybe it wasn't him that mentioned this, but someone did, that his father's name was Julius Caesar, Scaliger. And he's got other family members that are names that are in his chronology of our history, which made it really fishy. It sounded really fishy to me. So that's one of the reasons I went to look into it, was because I was made aware of the fact that it's possible that this Scaliger dude actually made up our history as we know it today out of his own mind and formulated it for a purpose with maybe other people involved. I'm not sure, but yeah, actually his father's name was Julius Caesar.
I got a little theory on that, right? So right now, it's been, a couple hundred years, give or take, since the Civil War, right? There's not a lot of people questioning whether or not Abraham actually existed, is there? Like, no, not really.
No.
Right? But if you add an order of magnitude and you make it about 2,000 years, people would start questioning the existence of this person. Did this person really exist? I mean, all the stuff that's written down, it's books written by men, and we can't really trust men. So they might start questioning whether Abraham Lincoln actually existed or not, even though there was a whole uprising that happened during his presidency. And there's all sorts of evidence for the Civil War. But in 2,000 years, what kind of evidence is there going to be other than written documents and ancient ball bearings, that show that there was something going on, like a civil war, and maybe he did actually exist? And I think that's what he did. I think he added 1,000 years to hide Christ. That's my opinion, obviously.
Yeah, there is a 1,000-year discrepancy. You're right. With Scaliger's work, that's what it does come down to. You're exactly right. So I don't know.
Is there
a
resource I could? Is there a resource I could look into because I don't know much about this whole controversy of history with Scaliger. What would you recommend to somebody that's new to all that?
Well, I would say Flamenco would be a good one to go to. Antonio Flamenco, a mathematician who's doing new chronology of our history.
How do I spell that last name?
I'm not quite sure how you spell it. It's just sound it out, spell it, and type it in. It'll show up. It's like a 22-volume,
Thanks, Adam.
12,000 pages or something like that. It's a huge book so far.
And this isn't the only topic that needs to be second opinioned, in my opinion. There's forbidden archaeology, forbidden history. This sort of thing happens from time to time because of orthodoxy sets in, and believe it or not only in the church but also academia. And when orthodoxy sets in, then you got people start defending models and defending narratives that may or may not necessarily be true. But like Matthew said earlier, the Wikipedia article, even though it says science proves the Earth is the globe, he's not really going to wage war on that because it goes along with his orthodoxy. I mean, those weren't his exact words, but pretty close. So yeah, I would just like to point out that there's all sorts of stuff like this. Like, a lot of people think that the Sphinx and the pyramids are actually much, much older than just what what do they say? It's like 3,500 years ago.
There's actually new evidence that shows that it's much, much newer than that. They've got, I've seen some recent videos of them actually making those statues in the early 1900s. Archaeologists that were showing Egyptian landscapes where they've got scaffolding all set up and they're plastering, making these statues and stuff. So some of that stuff's not even real, bro. At least that's what it looked like to me. So you're exactly right. Academia, archaeologists got their own narrative. They got their living and their PhDs to protect, and they build their own narrative and they build their own history. And it's being done all the time. It's been done, as far as I can tell, a lot more than people want to believe. So you're absolutely right. Hey.
If I can interrupt one more quick time, I was just going to add in that I really liked how you said that yes, I've some time ago somebody exposed me to these pyramids being of very recent construction, and the only thing I wanted to throw out there was two quick things. One, which is if you go to a university where they have limestone buildings and look at the limestone buildings from, say, like the 1930s, and look at the buildings from the 50s, and look from the buildings from the 90s, it's hard to tell which is which, except for maybe the design. But looking at the limestone itself, they all look about as equally as old.
Yeah, and I wasn't saying that the pyramids were rebuilt. I was more talking about where you see those big statues, Egyptians sitting in the chair outside some, outside one of the places in Egypt or whatever. They actually, you can find photographs of scaffolding set up, and they're actually building those in the early 1900s.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Fomenko alleges, and I may be mistaken on if it was Fomenko or not, but I'm pretty sure Fomenko alleges that the pyramids were built within the last few hundred years, that he compared them to the pyramids in South America, and that the fact is that with that stone, there would be no way to know if they were 200 years old or 2,000 or 20,000. And he alleged, I want to say he alleged within like the last couple hundred years, if I remember correctly. I read the first one. The friend of mine had his first 10 books, I think it is. And we paged through some of the other ones, but I only read the first one.
Yeah, and I think that there's a lot of evidence that supports a lot of the megalithic structures that they say were built thousands of years ago were not carved stone either. They were poured in place. They were poured dry packed with and man-made stone and poured in place. Because there's been no quarries that were found and various different things, and they can show you examples of stacked sandbags that turned to stone. You can stack, could have been formed at some of the megalithic walls. They look, because the stones are so identical, the color, the texture, and stone doesn't come out of a quarry like that. They all have veins and different color, discolorations and stuff. Some of those megalithic structures, those walls, they're all the same color, the same texture. The exterior of it's peeling off. You can see that it looks plastered. And so, I, being a construction guy and poured a lot of concrete in my life, I think that that's probably more of a possibility than actually that they were carved from a quarry, transported and stacked. I don't buy that at all.
No doubt about it. And Hank, I wanted to say one more quick thing to you all, and then I'm going to back out of here again. Was you briefly alluded to the Civil War here, and we've forgotten a very important thing about Abraham Lincoln that I don't know why they don't teach, but Abraham Lincoln was black.
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that before. It's one of the interesting things that not a lot of people like to talk about. But yeah, if you look at the YouTube channel that I'm always posting around, it's hard to pronounce. It's a native name, Kamiru Ahu or something like that. Yeah, that's one of the That's one of the things that he's got on his channel. Certain people in history are whitewashed. For example, the apostles, that sort of thing in ancient history. A lot of credit was taken away from certain groups of people and given to other groups of people. This sort of thing happens all the time in history. It's unfortunate, right? But it happens. I don't know if it's true. Like, I couldn't tell you that it's true or not. But yeah, and when you're dealing with history, right, if you're reading it out of the books that they're passing out in school, I mean, unless you're like in a really good college, I don't think it's accurate at all. I think it's narrative that people put down so that they could sell books, and they know that people are going to be buying them, and they know that they can make money. But if you go back to the Kamir Ahu channel, and I'll try to post it in a second when I find one of his videos, he's reading from people who were feet on the ground in the 15, 16, 1700s, and what they're saying is completely different than what we're saying in our modern so-called history, except for every now and then he'll say dodge the hijack, and what he's meaning by that is this is the narrative, right? Dodge the narrative, listen to what he's saying, and then he compares it to something else over here. But the most important thing about this guy is that he religiously cites his source. This is the book. This is where I got it. We're reading from this today. And that's the sort of thing that I really admire, because firsthand knowledge is primary, right? Primary knowledge. Dude was on the ground. This is his book that he wrote. It's way better than, what they teach us in schools, which is basically whatever is in the curriculum is what people get taught. And I think it's the wrong way to learn about history. So let me try to cite my source on that.
Yeah, very cool. But yeah, that's something we'll have to discuss some other day when I'm not just off my long work day and trying to drive. But that I've studied the topic about Abraham Lincoln being black with some great detail, and it's really, really fascinating, the links that it's been gone to whitewash him. And the only other thing I want to add to that is that the opposing party, they put up campaign flyers for him and called him Abrahamus Africanus the First. And long story short is you are absolutely correct. The only other thing that I would add is that like when you're in a university setting, you have what, say, a professor will say in class. But if you go to the office after class, a lot of times you'll hear the professor say, well, that's what the book says, and this was what somebody else says, but here's also what other people say. And so it is interesting that behind closed doors there is some alternative consideration, but they obviously have competing interests because they don't want to impact grant monies or whatever else. So it's a crazy thing. But anyway, I appreciate you entertaining my comments, my friend.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate your input. Anytime, speak up, mic on. Let us know what you got in that head running in there. Because I just want to say this one thing about the video that I just posted. If you reject this YouTube channel because you don't think Abraham Lincoln was a black man, you're a fool for rejecting it. If you have any interest in history whatsoever, what I just gave you is a golden nugget encrusted with rubies and diamonds, full of information. It is a nugget of information. And if you like history, then you'll like that channel. And the great thing about it is he's Native American, but he doesn't really have a bias against white people, right? He's not like constantly throwing us under the bus. In fact, you'll find a lot of pro-white arguments coming out of his mouth. But his belief is, to sum it up, that the Americas is the old world, and people have switched up the narrative to call it the new world, and they say that they got slaves from Africa, but Africa is like 12 hours away if you're flying at 500 miles an hour, let alone a boat. Why would you go get people in a boat from Africa when there was 500 tribes of people already here? And after the diseases that people got from the Europeans, their colonies were decimated. So they would have been a lot easier to take over. And why wouldn't you just enslave, this guy over here? Why would you want to go to Africa to enslave them? But he talks about the first slave owner was a black man and this sort of thing, which goes obviously against the narrative that they're trying to teach in schools. What's it called? Critical race theory. Yeah, he's definitely going against this stuff, and he's not a European. So if you want to swallow the bullshit from critical race theory, it's at your own detriment, right? If you want to be a self-hating person, go ahead. But if you want to know the really real, I would check out that YouTube channel. And if you don't like the whole Abraham Lincoln thing, just click on the video, click subscribe, and then turn off the video. And then everything that guy puts out, make sure that you watch it at like 1.5 speed. Thanks.
Yeah, I want to say something about the slave thing too. We did some research, me and Jason, and we did the math on the amount of slaves that were supposedly brought from Africa in the time frame that they say they were brought, and the amount of people you could transport on every ship. The amount of people is literally impossible. They could have brought that many people from Africa. Math doesn't work out at all. Those people were already here. I agree with Hank on that one.
So slaves were being brought, indentured servants from Europe and what we call the Old World into the New World, and also slaves were being brought from the Americas to Europe. Now, I'm not saying 0 people are from Africa. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the majority of the slaves were from here.
Yeah, me neither. I'm not saying 0. I'm just saying that the amount that they say, nowhere even close to possible. Physically impossible to have been done that way.
It doesn't make any sense to me how they could say that they, or claim that they somehow, some way had enough fresh water to keep that many people alive on that size of a ship for that long. Now, it seems to me like they would have run out of fresh water in like the first couple weeks or something. But on the Obama thing, I mean, on the Abraham Lincoln thing, make sure not to tell that to Obama, because he might be disappointed to find out he wasn't the first black president.
I think John F. Kennedy was the first black president. In my opinion, he did more for the blacks than any other president to the date where he got assassinated.
Now, Hank, I told you that was my last comment, but then you all had to say something else that I have to throw a little bit out about. One of my favorite stories is Roots. I was actually born a few hours after the last episode aired. And so I finally watched it again as an adult here about a year ago. And I forgot just how great of a story it is. Haley is a great writer and everything else. And then I got to doing a bit of digging. And I remember when I was a kid, that was kind of passed, or not kind of, it was passing along that this was fact. And when I got to digging around about it last year, comes out that he pretty well plagiarized the story and then added some of his stuff he knew about his family. And and he actually made a phenomenon that they have discovered about history. So Haley had went over to Africa and asked about his supposed ancestors. So they told him he needed to go to somewhere else. Well, he had to go back to work, and then he flew back there to Africa 6 months or a year later or something like that. And he goes to that town. And those people there are now telling the story of his family, the Mandinka warriors. And he takes that at great interest because the story that he's hearing is exactly the story that was passed down from his family. Well, but there's one little interesting phenomenon in history that happened was he showed up there in this tribe in Africa telling the story of his family. Well, they started spreading the story. So when he went back 6 months or a year later to some other part of whichever country, guess what? He was hearing his own words passed back to him. And that there describes so much of history. And there is no way that they could have loaded that many, that much chattel onto a ship and made the trek across the Atlantic. There's no way in possibility. It's truly a fictional story, but it's a great fiction story, but that's all it is.
Yep, you nailed on the head on that one. It's just 100%. A story. The historians. I'm sorry, God Rockin'. Go ahead, bro.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to say he's right. 100%. I'm done. Go, Hank.
Yeah, the historians have grilled the writer of Roots and asked for any kind of historical, information that would back up his story, and he's basically had to admit, that he made it up, right? Think about it. If you had $60,000 farm equipment, right, and you named him Henry Smith, right, he's a black man, would you do anything to him to keep him from working? Would you get a sledgehammer and bash it up? Because that's basically what was going on. And inflation, I might need to say 65, 70,000 now, because the price of everything's going up. But yeah, if he owned a $60,000 piece of farm equipment, wouldn't you treat that pretty good? Change the oil, make sure it's got a good living standard. But if you had an indentured servant, right, he had 1 year left on his contract, wouldn't you kind of send that guy out into the wilderness to fetch fetch the lost lamb, even though there's snakes? And wouldn't you send that indentured servant up into the high, tree to get the cat down? But you probably wouldn't send that $60,000 slave. You'd probably treat that pretty good. But the Irish guy, well, after a year, contract's up. Do whatever you want to with him, right?
Well, I would hope, I would hope that they wouldn't do it to anybody. Now, having said that, I'm not going to excuse slavery. I'm not going to, but by the same token, I think most of what we have heard is just utterly fiction and just entirely fiction. I think you're absolutely correct, and your logic is perfect. Your logic's perfect.
Yeah, so I think it was King James who sent 30,000 Irish to the Americas as indentured servants. Now, this wasn't a contract where they were willingly going, right? It was a decree by the Scottish King of England. Grab these fuckers, they're going over here. And, the Irish, they export Irish more than any other product, right? They're really good at exporting Irishmen and women. So, the whole slavery thing, yes, it happened. Yes, it was terrible. But if you're getting your history from critical race theory, it's just a theory. And I know that there were bad people who did bad things. And I listen to Muhammad Ali, and I hear his story about if 1,000 snakes come through the room, and we know that these snakes hate us, but there's 100 of them who, are good people and they want to do the right thing. Am I going to trust, those 100 snakes to stand in front of the other 900 and block them out? No, I'm going to shut the door and I'm going to do my own thing. So, yeah, I kind of understand that sentiment. He wanted to be separate from the whites, right? I understand that. And I think that, he should be free enough to choose his own association. If he wanted to be separate from whites, he certainly had enough money to get his own farmland and do so. It's just, I get it that black people were treated poorly, right? And I understand it. But it wasn't no picnic for us Irish neither, And if you look at the Trail of Tears, right, these were white natives, and white's a man-made construct, right? It's not really a real thing. There are no white people. There's no black people. There's all kinds of different colored people, and Russians aren't exactly Irish. They might look alike, right? But they're not alike in a lot of ways. I mean, Khabib Nurmagomedov, he doesn't exactly get along with Conor McGregor. They're both white dudes, right? But they're not the same, right? So when you say like, fight, black and white don't win, we jump in. To me, that's dumb as hell. And that's stupid. That's the height of stupidity, racism. And I often think about like people that are racist are like extremely low brow, low IQ people because only thing they can see is the amount of melanin in the skin, and they don't see the emergent being behind the meat suit. And I think that you have to be pretty dumb not to see it.
Well, I'll tell you one other interesting fact from a moment ago is that I read every now and then. I pull out and I read some of the stuff that's by the group called Great Millstone Israelite. They're a Black Hebrew movement out of New York, and they have very carefully explored that Black people in North America have never been Africans, and so it's almost racism to the level that they take it to. But it's interesting because racism is an awful construct, an awful man-made construct. The difference in melatonin or not melatonin, the difference in melanin in the skin is how we should treat somebody.
Yeah, so for me, I'm more of a follower of Martin Luther King Jr. Judge a person by the contents of their character and not by the color of their skin. And then when I hear like modern people, saying that they want segregation, I'm like, well, I can't really argue against it. Go ahead, and I'll be the middleman. Like, I'll be the white guy who doesn't mind hanging out with black guys and doing business, and I'll just make money off of your desire to be alone. But I got to say, I've spent many hours talking with Hebrew Israelites on Google Hangouts. That was one of the places that they kind of occupied for a while. Probably still do. And, just like there's different Jews, right? Different Christians, different sects of Islam, right? There's different Hebrew Israelites. Some of them are very logical, cite their sources, peaceful people. They just want to be separate and left alone, like Muhammad Ali, right? And then some of them tend to be radical and then give a bad name to all the other guys. And I've met a Hebrew Israelite in real life. He was a very calm, very Republican, very hardworking man. Loved his family and supported his family and worked 2 jobs to take care of. And he was a very eager worker, good person all around. And I think it's a war crime to take the crimes of 1 or 2 people and blame it on the whole group. So I've met very good Hebrew Israelites, and I've met very poor ones who are violent, claiming that I need to bow down and worship their feet. But I've also met, Christians that are violent and say a bunch of stupid shit too. So don't judge a book by its cover. Some of them Hebrew Israelites are good people.
There's no doubt about it. There's some really, really great ones out there. And, I like your comment about Muhammad Ali's assertion of the 1,000 versus 100 snakes. And to tell you the truth, I can't say that I can't say that I exactly always agree with some of their sentiments, but I'll tell you what, I certainly find the rationality and common sense behind the sentiment there. I mean, I get it entirely. I'm not even sure that I would trust 100 white people to to hold back the other 1,000. I really think he was onto something there. And being from not too far from where he's from, one of the guys actually in my condo complex here in Florida trained at the same gym with him and knew him back in the day. And he's actually one of the most conservative guys I've ever met. And the things he's talked about Muhammad Ali, it's quite amazing that Muhammad Ali, he was a man of a lot of virtue.
Yeah, I believe so too. A lot of people think that segregation is this like super evil thing, but if Muhammad Ali just wants to be left alone and hang out with his own people, is that necessarily a bad thing? I mean, it's not evil within itself because we all have the right of association, don't we?
I mean, if you always, like I would say it, if you do your good Christian duty to whoever you come across, you see somebody who needs help and you help them not because God needs your help, but God doesn't need your good works. Your neighbor needs your good works. But if you do your good neighborly duty to whoever that is, it doesn't mean that the two of you have to go hang out at the barber shop. You have to go hang out at the sporting event, or you have to hang out at the cafe or house of contemplation or whatever. The only thing, as long as I'm willing to help my neighbor, whoever they are, I don't see what's wrong with it. If somebody wants me to leave them alone, if they're willing to help me when I need help, why do I care if they don't want to be buddy?
Right.
Respectful. And you got to think about it a moment. We're all segregationists to some extent. We may not be able to verbalize it, but do we spend more time around our family? Do we spend more time around our flat earth friends? Do we spend more time around, who do we spend our time around? And all of us are segregationists somewhere, some way, some shape, somehow. I think we just got to be more honest and verbalize how we do it.
So for me, my brother, he's kind of a white nationalist. So he's for willful segregation, not government forced. But he basically wants his own country and his own rules and, white people. And then I'm like, well, what about the stupid white people, the low IQ? He said, we'll take care of them. Like, we'll handle it. And it's like, I heard my brother say this for months in a truck, and I just rejected it over and over again. And it wasn't until I started talking to the black Nazis, the Hebrew Israelites. I called them Nazis because they're black nationalists, and I thought that's what that word meant, but now I'm not so sure. So the black nationalists make the same argument as the white nationalists, but when my white brother says it, my little brother, I meant to say, when my little brother says it, like it sounds like racist and bad, but when I hear a Hebrew Israelite say it, it's like, that makes sense. And it's like, am I racist for that? like why does it make sense when he says the exact same gosh darn thing that my brother says, but when my brother says it, it sounds racist? And I had to analyze that. And it took me a while to analyze it and go, you know what? There's nothing wrong with right of association. So if a black man wants to only do business with black folks, he's got every right to do it. It's his dollar. And if he wants to vote with his dollar for black businesses, there ain't nothing wrong with that. It's like, but if a white man does it, he's racist. Wait, what? that's contradictory, right? So now, yeah. Now I completely believe that everyone has the right of association, but government getting involved and forcing segregation, I think that's wrong. But if people willfully want to segregate and get their own little trust, and with that money they buy some land and willfully segregate, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. That's just my opinion.
I have to agree with that, Hank. 100%. It's all just a matter of preference, and rather than call it segregation, I would just call it isolation. You know, sometimes I like to isolate myself from even my family members because I don't like what they're doing or whatever. You know, I don't call it segregation, but I would call it isolation. And just because I don't like having to experience some of the things that my family members do. So I isolate from them a little bit. And I really don't think it falls into the category of segregation as much as you want to call it that. And my own personal belief is you can mistake isolation for segregation a lot of times, I think.
So now I just want to tell everybody that I'm a civic nationalist, which means I don't care what color my neighbors are as long as they don't break into my shed or my house. I don't care what they look like, what their religion, race. I don't care about any of that. When it comes to the other side of the world, we have ethno-states. So I wouldn't want Japanese people being ethnically replaced, right? That would be bad. That's called genocide. So imagine, if you will, the Japanese government said that we're only taking immigrants from Africa and Europe. We're no longer going to take Asian immigrants. So after a couple hundred years of this law, they would literally racially replace the Japanese folk, and they would lose their culture and identity, and they would be completely wiped out because they have such a small group anyway that it would literally go under the Geneva Convention of Genocide, which doesn't mean dead bodies in the streets. It could just be a racial replace. So when it comes to ethno-states like Japan, I'm actually all for ethno-national. So I don't want Japan to be replaced. So to make it clear, what I'm saying is, my argument is, African for Africans. It doesn't matter if you're a white or a black African. That's not what I'm saying. So, and also Europe for Europeans. Doesn't matter if you're black or white. And I'm also saying Asia for Asians. So there's light-skinned Asians and there's dark-skinned Asians. So everything I just said had nothing to do with race. It had to do with ethnicity. So there's black Irish. Like back in the day, a lot of the people that were being forced into slavery were black and Irish, right? They were black and Irish. Black Irish. You probably heard of Black Dutch. But yeah, for me, I want those people to hold that culture and to hold that land, and I don't want them to be replaced. So I hope that makes sense. But I'm a civic nationalist here and an ethno-nationalist there.
Yeah, I think genocide is really a very disgusting thing. I do believe that. No one should be genocidally done away with.
But it's legal now.
I don't care whether it's legal or not. I don't agree with it.
Meaning?
If you look at the world population, white people are the minority because we only make up like 12% of the world population. But everywhere we go in our country, we're told that we're the majority. And that may be true, right? In certain countries, we may be the majority, but by and large, we're the minority. So I would hate to see like Irish people getting wiped off the map or Scottish people because too many Asians like join the country or come to live there, right? And it's not because of the color of their skin. It's because they're the last of the Gaelic. Like they're it. They're the last of them. And it's the same thing with the Native Americans. It's like I would hate for a bunch of tornadoes to wipe out, Oklahoma because, that's it. Like they're the last ones on those reservations. I mean, there might be other ones that are spread out in different
Yeah,
parts of the country, but
we got a couple of reservations here in Utah, but they're not very big. Not very
right.
big at all.
So if a tornado devastated those reservations, it would be like an ultra sad thing to happen. It would be like crazy, crazy sadful, right? Sadful, is that a word? I don't know, but yeah. When it comes to over there, like it makes sense that there's borders and laws and people, and that's what makes up a country. Like the people, the borders, and the laws. So, like all this mass immigration, like I don't have a problem with it, but it has to be regulated. So now it sounds like a double standard because here in Texas, I don't care who my neighbor is. Red, yellow, black, and white, they are precious in His sight. That's literally how I was raised. So the reason for that is because this place, Texas, is so big, the entire world could live in this state of Texas. Every man, woman, and child could live here, and it would be no more crowded than Dubai or New York City, Manhattan. So we could all live here. So I don't really care about immigration here. There is like a financial thing where we're kind of competing with the Mexicans and the machines. So we're all competing for jobs because of people like Edward Bernays, who came out of the Frankfurt School, right? And the whole feminist movement, stuff like that. It kind of hurt the economy really bad because it doubled the workforce, right? Doubled the taxpayer and decreased the value of the worker because now women are working. So I think women should be at home raising the children. Fuck the indoctrination system that we have public schools, right? There should be private schools with private. I keep wanting to say doctrine. What's the word? I forgot it earlier too.
Hank, it's really strange that you said you'd hate to see a race or like the Indians be eliminated by a swarm of tornadoes or something like that. Now that I can't help but think that's, I mean, for the lack of a better way to explain it, that's my opinion. That's like God is sorting things out, not us. The creator or the natural cyclical events of the earth are creating or would be causing genocide in that situation. So I don't even know how to respond to that.
Well, just take away the natural disaster and make it to where, let's just say white people kept moving into the reservation and they kept having babies with the natives, and then eventually there was no more native culture. Like their genetics were mixed to the point to where they're all basically of European descent, and there's barely any culture or ethnicity left.
Okay, well that takes the tornado right out of the scenario.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would hate it. I would absolutely hate it if an animal became extinct, even if that animal is a human, right? And it's no different between like white rhinos and native indigenous populations. But it's clear to me that someone has been waging war on these native indigenous populations for thousands of years and trying to wipe them out and trying to get them under the wing of the church so you pay your tithe and your taxes. And that was the whole job of the missionary, in my opinion, to poison the water, right, literally, to kill as many people off so that they could control the population and get everybody to be a good Roman citizen. That's my opinion. That's what the whole space was invented for, right? So you can scare everybody to believe, and aliens are attacking us. We all got to unite and set our differences aside. And I think I think the word permanently should have been right there. They want us to set our differences aside permanently so that there's no longer different races, religions, and creed. We're all one people that all believe the same thing, one religion, one monetary system, one government. Because I think, and it was Eddie Bravo, this is who I'm quoting. Eddie Bravo said it, like, why would they fake space? It was like the emperor, he wants a one world empire, just like they tried to do it in the past, right? And I forget which episode of Joe Rogan Experience that was, but Roger played it. Roger will probably be on in a few hours. But when Roger played it and I listened to it, I was like, man, that's exactly why they would fake space. The empire, the one world order.
Yeah, the controllers. There are some evil bastards in control. And I don't understand why, or I just makes no sense to me. But it is going on. And why they're motivated to do such a thing, I can't fathom it. Can you make sense of it for me? I mean,
it's all power. Everybody just craves power. And that's why, you're supposed to be holy, right? Set apart or separate from the world, right? Because the world system is evil, corrupt, rotten through. They're all a bunch of perverted criminals. And
anything monetary.
That's why
I
don't really have any friends. Like, I got some people that, I could say that I'm friendly with. My brother-in-law was my best friend until I married my wife. Now she's my best friend, but I really like being separate from people. And you guys, none of you guys can hurt me on the internet. Like, you can't do anything. And I have a huge, like, turtle shell mentality. Like, I keep people at a distance because I just don't trust men.
I feel the same way, Hank. I really do.
Yeah, so I don't mind talking to you guys. I mean, I consider some of you guys my friends. People that I've had private conversations with, especially. I'm friendly to everybody, except for trolls. I tend to get a little trolly back. I'm getting a phone call.
We live in a strange.
Hey, God Rockin'.
Yep.
Hey, I'm sorry, I'm with somebody. I'm trying to just show them a reference of NASA's flight training simulator, whatever. But it's so many pages. Do you happen to know which page or which section it's in, so I could just go right to it? I have the PDF.
Say again.
NASA's flight simulating plan, where they say we're to assume we're on a non-rotating level surface.
Yeah.
Do you know the exact site reference or the site number on their paper?
Where they train people to fly on a flat, non-rotating surface?
Yes, correct.
Well, I know there's government documents that dictate that's how you train pilots and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's because that's the only way you can do it. I mean,
yeah, no, I know that. I was just wondering if you knew the exact section that it was in.
I don't.
You don't? Okay. I need to just screenshot that and have it as my screensaver. That's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to make a point to do that. All right, bro. Well, thank you.
Oh, no. Thank you.
All right, brother. Have a good one.
Yep.
Bye.
There are people here that can direct you to those documents. I do know that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I thought somebody would be on here that did. Everybody has their own things that they know, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
For sure. I respect everybody. Like, I get a little bit of knowledge from all types of different people, you know what I mean? On here.
For sure.
Yeah. I'll put it in the chat then, I guess. Thank you.
Hey man, who was that? Actually, if you just look at go to your search. Are you on a mobile phone?
Yeah.
You have to try to get to search in the Discord search, and you just type in 35 documents, and that video will come up. Then, from what I remember, that video has the actual. He's going through the actual documents.
Okay, it's under what? Chat search?
Here, look. It's in the live stream voice text. There's a search.
Oh, okay.
You can search through everything that has ever been posted, and for going back.
Okay, cool.
Ever. And so you can search, but I'll drop it in there. All I have to do is go to search, go 35 docs.
Okay, I'll type that in. 35 docs.
Documents. I would put documents.
Documents.
35 government documents. Let's see. I think I did 35 documents. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was posted today at 9:38. Cool. Okay. This is the video?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
No problem. That's a good start.
Hell yeah. Thank you, bro.
God, I hurt my fucking hand.
I hate it when that happens.
No, I fucking was turning a wrench and I fucking banged the side of my wrist. I mean, the side of my hand.
Yeah.
In between the pinky knuckle and the elbow. I mean, not the elbow, but right in the middle of my hand. Bam! On a corner.
Wow.
That's okay.
Damn.
It's not broken though. I'm happy it's not broken. I can tell that shit.
Yeah, that's good though, bro. You know what I mean? We don't want you walking around or wheeling around like Stephen Hawking. You know what I mean?
No, it's my guitar hand too. Shit.
Yeah, I know.
I can't afford that shit.
Right? I know, bro.
My age.
We need you to put some bass down. Slapping the bass.
Look, I got the other one is a plain true. What is it called?
I'll just watch this video right here.
Yeah, but a plaintruth.info. Let me see.
Okay. Oh, Travis's channel?
I think so. Plaintruth.info, and then he's got tons of docs. Now, some of those are dead links now. I've checked myself. So dead internet theory is in progress. They're deleting shit as we speak right now.
Just a coincidence. They're just free falling.
just a coincidence. Hold on.
They're just taking a knee for a moment. You know what I mean?
Oh, wait a minute. I had the. I gotta go look up in my. I gotta go look for my password because
I'll find it in this video real quick.
I don't freaking remember. That's crazy. Hold on.
Sonny, I'm making professional memes now.
Oops.
Island Boys.
wanted to be left alone so much. I was always trying to think ways to get away. Still am.
That was my son.
You sound holier than thou.
My son just won $500 on those games they play on your phone. $500.
That's cool. Hopefully he stops. Hopefully he stops gambling. Because when I win, I'm like, I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Go and get the money right now. He's won so much money, I can't believe. I mean, he's just, I don't know if it's skill or luck or what it is, but I've watched him win 200, 300, 400, 500, fucking just every week. Every week he does it. I don't know how. He's got a bad gambling habit, but he sure wins a lot of money. Fuck, blows my mind.
So I don't ever gamble unless the odds are like stacked in my favor. I bought a car in the middle of the night in Dallas for like $500, but it was Acura. So because it was a luxury car, I knew those parts were worth more than $500. And you know, I've taken other gambles, but I don't really want to gamble unless everybody else is drinking and they're at my house gambling. That way I know I got a good chance of winning. Like I'll be the sober guy, you know, and everybody else is extra happy because they're drinking. So they're going to not mind spending their money, you know. So I don't really mind taking advantage of people if they're in those conditions. Because that's what they do everywhere else they gamble, right? If they go to the casino, free drinks on me. No, those drinks aren't free. Though you're paying for it because you're losing your inhibitions. But I haven't done that. I haven't gambled in, my own house ever. I've only gambled at my uncle's house, and it was because him and his friends were drunk, and I cleaned them out.
What do you play?
I don't play any card games. I'm not really the gambling type, but I think we were playing poker, and I think I just won because I was the sober one. But yeah, I don't play the lottery. I don't gamble. I don't live very far from the casinos, the boats, but I've never actually been to them. Never technically. I guess other than the Texas lottery, I've never done any legal gambling.
I've lived on the West Coast for how long now? 40, quite a long time. And the whole time I've lived on the West Coast, I've only been to Las Vegas like 2 times in my entire life. One time was way back in the mid 70s. And then the next time I went was like, how long ago was that? 10 years ago? It had changed a lot. I think the first time, I think the original Sands was still there. That's hilarious.
My uncle used to be the CPA for the Sands casino. And they wanted him to cook the books. He told them no and quit. And now he's a junior member of the largest firm in LA. Doing really well. Yeah, I used to be the CPA for Sands Casino in Vegas. And they approached him, wanted him to cook the books. And he said, nope, I cannot do that. I'm sorry. Strange.
It's funny because when Sonny said sands, I thought like Nevada, desert, sand.
Well, that's where it's at in Nevada. And
I had no idea.
The sand is where the Rat Pack all went, like those places. Those old places were still there when I first saw Vegas. Then flash forward 35 years later. What a trip.
Yeah, I've always kind of thought of Vegas kind of like Sodom and Gomorrah, you know?
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's pretty
very
crazy.
similar.
It's really pretty crazy, yeah. But you haven't seen nothing until you go down to Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah, in no way am I like thinking I want to hurt those people or natural disaster or God to bring the brimstone. That's not what I was thinking. I was just thinking of kind of like when Sodom and Gomorrah were around. Like it's the city of lust and luxury and, you know. But I've heard some really good things about their prison system, about how they'll take the homeless people and they'll send them to the prison upstate a little bit and they'll get them kind of reformed and get them trained and get them kind of a specialization in some kind of field, like they'll be electricians or plumbers, and then when they get out they're kind of like completely reformed from gambling and they have a trade where they can make money. So I've heard a lot of really good stuff about their prison system, which is kind of surprising.
Yeah, they have more rights than the people on the outside. It's getting kind of close there.
So I've heard that several states, including Colorado, have done away with the qualified immunity. And if you guys have heard me talk about cops, you know that it's treated as blanket impunity. So I'm like really excited that this is happening, and I hope that it spreads to all the states. I think that men should be responsible for their deeds, and the only way that we can have a civilized community is for people to be able to be held responsible for their deeds.
Yeah, don't make us go medieval on your ass.
I thought that's what they were trying to do there for a while. The BLM, it's okay to riot, but they were preaching. You got to wear your mask 6 feet apart. Never mind. Now's a good time to riot.
That was the weirdest freaking thing I ever saw in my life, man. I was so funny, and I'll just say this once, and I won't say it anymore. I thought when they were saying I can't breathe, it was because they had the mask on. So I was yelling it along with them. Then I figured out, no, it wasn't.
So I was technically one of the first members of Black Lives Matter because I was doing Cop Block. And then when I found out that George Soros was funding Black Lives Matter, I completely left and was not interested. But I was doing Cop Block. Cop Block. It's different than Cop Watch. I was doing Cop Block. What's up, bro?
Well, it's crack-a-lackin'. Way over there. That's so weird. When I was a kid, I never would have thought I could be talking to somebody in Texas, working somewhere in a shop or in a pizza place. And they're talking with their buddy saying, "What's up, bro?" I never thought like that. That would have seemed like Dick Tracy shit to me. Oh, yeah. Speaking of Abraham Lincoln, you know what? That dude has striking me nose with a striking resemblance of my father's nose. And don't forget about my indentured servant French Canadian ancestors that had to flee down the Mississippi. all the way to New Orleans and became the Cajuns. And some of them ended up in Bourbon County, Kentucky, as a matter of fact. Some in Texas, too, actually. Man, Adam Unsalted is just like on an assault. With the Black Swan assault. Missing curve. Earth curve missing. Any globe proof wanted.
I got pictures from space. That work?
Oh boy. Oh boy. I heard somebody had pictures from Halloween. I heard pictures had some picture. I heard people had some pictures from last Halloween too. I bet you could go find those. I mean, they said they were at Halloween.
They said they were in space.
They said they were in space. They just said space existed too. They said it. What's wrong with you, silly flat earthers? Don't believe what people say.
Hell. So did you guys hear that guy call me out? He said my name.
Yeah, I was saying that I never thought when I was growing up as a kid that I would be able to talk to somebody in Texas, working a pizza shop somewhere, and listening to him say, "Hey, what's up?" to his friend.
I'm the one who told my last name. Because when we played football, we called each other by our last names.
Like the military, that's what we always just.
Yeah, so I'm like really glad that he didn't work this out.
Fuck the thing.
But at the same time, it wouldn't be that bad because I definitely got a flat earth last name.
Well, I find something cold to put on my hand. Ow. Oh, shoot. It was plastic, and I did break it that time.
Your hand was plastic?
No, I just broke the plastic part of my refrigerator, which sucks.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, but it wasn't a shelf or anything, so it still works.
Mine was a drawer.
There.
Apparently one of my children felt it necessary to close the drawer with their feet, and they just cracked it right down the middle.
Oh, dang.
Little bastards.
Shit, man. I don't know. I've been achy all day. It's like cold and freaking. I usually go out anyway. I don't care if it's cold, windy. I don't care if it rains on me, actually. I'll put on a jacket for that.
So, funny story, when I was like 15 years old, I bought a Chevy Love for like $100. And I was trying to rebuild the bottom of the engine because it had locked up. So me and that dude, Johnny, who you just heard, and another guy named Ty, two of us are on top of the truck, and one of us was on the bottom. Big Johnny was on the bottom. And we had all of the wrenches connected to one bolt on the exhaust, and it was the last bolt to pull the engine, and it was extremely rusted. And even though all of us were yanking and torquing at the same time on this one thing, we couldn't get it to move at all. And I'll never forget that because all three of us big ass football players, working out like every day, couldn't get that one nut to budge. And then finally we just snapped it.
Yeah, that's usually what happens. You probably had 1,000. You probably had 1,000 foot-pounds of pressure on it, or inch-pounds. I don't know.
Probably something like that. Yeah, because we had a heating bar on the bottom, and what do we have on top? I can't remember, but it was all connected to the same thing, and we were trying to get that one nut loose.
Yeah, those things are impossible, man. Sometimes you have to cut them off, if possible.
I wish I'd have kept that truck.
Rainstorms coming.
Yeah, I went to my grandmother's on Thursday. I had to leave early because there was a rainstorm.
It's probably why I feel so achy and shit. The humidity goes way up and the temperature goes way down at the same time. So that dew point drops, you know?
I think the only thing that I can feel is like my knee. Whenever it gets like really cold and it's like like cold all the way through, I get like real bad aches in my knee from playing football, and it doesn't really stop until I take like a warm bath and heat it up all the way through the bone.
Yeah, I think that's what I need to do. Some Epsom salt. Throw a bunch of sea salt in there too.
Yep. Just warm up your old bones.
That's what it is. It always happens around my shoulders because I'm having some real difficulties with pain with both of my shoulders. So it's fucking really. But I don't care. I just go out and ride anyway. Figure what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? So.
Yeah, that's what they say.
I decided to work
but you'd be surprised what you can live through.
I decided to work harder and complain less. So this fucking had to stop.
Yeah, I really haven't had any trouble this year. I remember last year I was replacing my wife's starter, and I screwed up my elbow, but it's 100% now. Like I can really squeeze my fist and shake my fist at people. But before that, I couldn't. Last year, I had a limp arm. It was limp.
Damn, doesn't get any easier.
Well, I just kept saying to myself, self-healing, self-regulating body, this carbon meat suit is gonna fix itself. And
pretty much,
I ate lots of gristle and just kind of chowed it down. And even though it was kind of fatty, chewy meat, I just swallowed anyway and hoped that I'd, get all the nutrients that I needed to rebuild that tendon or whatever I did to my arm.
Yeah, man. Actually, you know what? I've been known to eat a piece of chicken, the whole bone and everything. I'll eat the whole entire thing. I don't do it every time, but I've done it before. And like when I
like the bone broth. I like that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Hold on, got a cough. When I cook chicken, then usually I'll take the bones and just keep on cooking those bones down and just break them all up and cook it down. Yeah, and get every single bit of the nutrients out of those bones. I've done that for a long time, though.
Yeah, bone broth is good for you. Even if you're a vegan or a vegetarian, I would still recommend that you drink bone broth like once or twice a month.
Now, I cooked this sirloin tip steak the other night because I felt like I needed like a nice big steak, so it was pretty good. And I cooked it with I don't know. Some people would probably say it ruined it. I don't have a barbecue. That would have been the best way. But I put it in a baking dish, like a big glass.
You put it in the baking?
And I put a whole onion in there, and I put a bunch of spices, and what else? And some organic Worcestershire sauce, and I spice it all up, man. I do a really good job. So I took all that juice, and then tonight it was left over. All the meat's gone, of course, but I have that meat juice. I cooked it all down with those onions, put more spices, and put eggs in there, scrambled eggs, and made an egg stir with those onions, eggs, and that juice, and cheddar cheese melted on top with my greens from the outdoors, my mustard greens that taste better than spinach. That's how I like to do, man. I love cooking. I can find numerous things to do with different things, and now I'm so happy with. I can get those greens out there. I'm just like, it hasn't killed me. I know what to eat. I've tried several different things. Some things don't taste that good. I know there's some things that are toxic, and I know what those taste like. Or if it has a smell or tastes like almond, to stay away from it. There's a couple things if they have seeds. Most berries are okay, except a few varieties. But you should know what you're doing before you eat the seeds or plants of any kind without you properly identifying them. This is from someone who's been doing this for several years now. Yep. Pretty important to know how to survive.
Yeah, like I think about 5 or 6 years ago, I was taking out the trash with this guy, and it's a buffet trash, so it's like juicy, full of sodas and bread and pizza dough and all this stuff. Really heavy bags, right? And we pick it up both at the same time, and then we toss it over the dumpster, and he just let go at the moment where you're supposed to hold it and let the bag fall out. And I remember like he tweaked my elbow so bad, and I just remember like not being the same for like a year because it bent backwards. So it took me a really long time to recover.
Man.
And then like last year, I did my right elbow, and it's like, man, those elbow injuries are the worst. And then I'm like looking at UFC, right? And sometimes they just like pop ligaments and tear ligaments and pop bones, and I'm just like, jeez. Like I know that shit's gonna hurt. I got a dash cam, bro. You want to jump out? Go ahead. People are dumb.
Wow. What a world.
Yeah, whenever the jury sees, oh, the dash cam footage, oh, that guy couldn't tell you how to dash cam, so when he jumped out in front of you, he actually has to fix my car. Bet you didn't think that was going to happen, did you? You big dummy. You know that thing you do, like people are walking down the street and they act like they're going to jump out in front of you?
Oh, just joking, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. One of my younger brother's friends in his little, I think it was a Honda Civic. He would just turn the washers to the side.
Oh yeah.
And squirt people on the sidewalk. I know that's not very nice. I would never.
That's very nice, bro. Very nice.
Yeah, so that worked well. It's better than throwing beer bottles, which some of my friends.
All you need is some skunk juice. Put some skunk juice in the windshield wiper fluid.
Beer bottles at cars while we're driving through the streets of LA. I wouldn't suggest.
I remember somebody hit me with a glass bottle. You remember in the 90s, there was still a lot of glass in use. And I remember walking down the road and somebody hit me with a fucking loaded bottle. I was like, bastards. Wish I could catch you.
Yeah, so
But I
weird.
was on my bicycle. So they were going about 30 miles an hour. I was probably going about 10. So they probably hit me at like 45 miles an hour. You know, because they probably threw it about 5 miles an hour. So yeah, all the relative speed together. And they hit me in the chest going about 45 miles an hour with a freaking beer bottle.
Yeah, if I told you some of the crazy stuff I've seen, I don't. Unbelievable.
Well, at least I know what it feels like to get hit in the chest now. It's one good thing.
I hope that never happens for that guy's sake. Whoever that is.
I know, right?
Yeah.
If he'd have hit me in the head, he'd probably knock me off my bike.
Best you could do is duck and swerve out of the way and then go boom, like in a windmill action with a wide stance, just boom with your arms and shoulders and whole torso twisting and your elbows. So like you're just using your whole motion and you have a lot of contact area because you have from your elbow, your forearms, and your hands, boom. So like I like that low, like you talk jujitsu, that's the approach that I take, and I've never had to be in a fight, first of all, because you'll know when that's necessary to do. It hasn't been necessary. I'd rather not fight. But in the case it did happen, I have enough training that it wouldn't take very much motion or effort on my part at all. It's unnecessary. I wouldn't even, I could just move just small movements with a wide stance and move large portions of my body in the strongest parts of your body, right? That's pretty unbeatable.
So
I like that. I like that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't know how much you know about jiu-jitsu, but there's this one maneuver called the flying armbar. And if you've ever seen it, it's like, oh my God.
The flying
what they do is the flying armbar.
The flying armbar.
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 Flying armbar. So what's happening is you're both standing up in like boxing position, and they just run at you, wrap both of their legs around your arm, and then grab it with their hands, and then they try to land on the back of their neck and shoulders because they're literally falling to the ground and dragging you with them. And then they put their hips where your tricep is, and then they make you do the thumbs up, and they thrust their hips forward and pull back on the arm and try to break your elbow.
Huh. I would have to see that. I'm not quite.
Hey, top it on YouTube. Like, it's crazy to think that people do this in real life.
I understand. I don't know why, but it seems like the audio. It sounds like you're saying arm bore or armor or arm war. Like I can't tell what word that is. The flying arm bar.
Yeah.
Yes. Flying arm bar.
Thank you. I couldn't understand it. All righty. Active heavyweight fighters, the armbar. The armbar fight ending submission. Okie dokie.
All right, this is one of my favorite UFC fighters, Rose Namajunas. She's like this little Lithuanian woman, and she's just got like some of the best skills as far as in and out, like low risk, high payoff maneuvers that she does. But this one was like a high risk, high reward maneuver. But yeah, Rose is awesome. I don't care who you are.
Did you see her last fight with Wei Li?
I can't remember.
But she had a rematch.
Yeah, I did see it. She went 5 rounds.
Yeah, fuck. She dominated her. That was so amazing. Oh my God.
Yes.
Rose is one badass little chick. Let me tell you what.
Rose. Yes.
She is so highly skilled. Amazing. I think she's the best woman fighter alive today, myself.
She is awesome. I mean, it's really amazing watching her perform because she just kind of walks up, looks like she's about to take a ride on the bus. She doesn't look pumped or anything, and she's just doing her little mantra. And one day Joe Rogan said, "What are you saying there?" She said, I'm chanting the Lord's Prayer." Like she's just got her little mantra. She's just sitting there talking to herself. And then she goes in there and like a monster, she's just beating people up. And if you look at the Rose Namajunas versus Van Zant, that poor girl got bloodied up bad.
Oh yeah, Van Zant. She was kind of a good little prospect, but when she got hit with Rose, it was pretty apparent that.
So how about this one, Hank? How about that where you grab and I swing my whole body around to the backside of the person and flip them around from the behind them and downward. So spinning and flipping them downward while I'm up in the air with all my weight coming down on their back.
Yeah, and then do a rear naked choke all in one move.
No, at that point I could just release, boom, and they're just gonna. I'll be running off, and before they even hit the ground, I would have taken my first step out of the way.
Yeah, that's the flying armbar. It's one of those things where if you didn't see it, you wouldn't think it was a real thing. But once you see it, you're like, oh my god.
I just posted a link with a timestamp to the flying armbar.
Wham! Like that. Well, I'm talking going all the way around though.
Yeah, if no one's ever watched that second fight with Rose and Wei Li, watch it. She is one bad little bitch, let me tell you. She's a straight fucking killer. She's so I mean, she's good looking too. I mean, you've ever seen her with long hair and makeup and stuff? She's like a model.
Who are you talking about, Garak?
Rose Namajunas.
Oh, okay.
What does she weigh? 120 pounds?
125. Flyweight, I think. Champion of the world.
She's probably a badass for little boys, against little boys. But
period.
What if you like running towards somebody, you jump off to the side of them, so let's say their left side, you launch into the air and grab their arm and shoulder, taking them with you as you're flying past them. See. I prefer lower movements though, like lower to the ground. Almost like dance moves where you like swing your legs around whoosh, and knock their feet out from under them, or put your leg in the way and push them the opposite direction. Most people, when they hit the ground once, they don't get back up. Especially if it's concrete.
Depends if they know how to fall.
I'll tell you another.
That's true. That's true. That's absolutely true.
Another jujitsu maneuver. It's called the Himawari. No, not the Himawari. Umaplata. If you look at the Umaplata, that's just crazy. That shit is so wild because you wrap them up with your legs, and then you're pulling the head down and pushing your shin into their throat, and you're choking them out like the most painful. Because when you get blood choked, it hurts, but it's not really that bad. But when you get air choked, it's freaking painful.
Yeah, but you could kill somebody that way, couldn't you? Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't release them once they pass out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. If it's not a match, if it's like a real fight, you got to be really careful and let go, right? Because you literally can. It's like you can either stop somebody and not hurt them at all, or completely stop them from breathing for like 5 minutes and then let them go. And they're dead.
How were you saying earlier, Hank, about stopping somebody passing? Is that the one that's near below the ear?
That's the rear naked choke. So Think about if I'm behind you, right? You're a little bit shorter than me, and then I wrap my elbow around your neck and bend it right there where your windpipe is, so you can breathe.
Right.
But then with my other hand, I sink my right hand into my left hand's elbow, and then I got a little torque. Now I can pull your neck closer to my neck with both hands. So what I do then is then I shrug, and then I wrap my left hand around the back of your neck, and when I push your head into my arm, and I'm pulling with both arms, and then I shrug my shoulders, and I lift you up, it's only a matter of seconds before you go out. Like literally
Gotcha.
2 to 5 seconds.
So it's up on both sides of the neck below the ears. That pushing up, you will definitely pass out. Yeah, I can see that easily.
Under the chin, right on the throat.
Yep.
Under
the chin. That's right.
Yeah, under the chin. Yeah, but it ends up being right under their neck because you're pulling it back, kind of. So
Actually, the elbow is at the throat, and you're cutting off the carotid artery on both sides of the neck.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's
It's a blood choke, not an air choke.
Yep, that's right.
Good to know.
Jiu-jitsu in Japanese means the gentle art. You don't have to hurt them.
Exactly.
But you submit them.
Yeah.
Put them to sleep.
And it's different when you put someone to sleep because it completely takes the fight out of them. But if they tap or say uncle, right, that's a completely different type of defeat, right? You just gave up.
Yeah.
Like you just gave up. Everybody saw you give up. So walk on home, boy.
Giving up is different than giving out. If you give out because you just had enough, that's no. I mean, that's happens to everybody. So, but if you give up, I'd rather give out than give up.
Submission sucks.
Yeah, really.
It happens. It happens, man.
Yeah, I've heard Hulk Hogan tell stories about trying to get into the professional wrestling, and one of the first things they did when they got him in there is broke his freaking leg. It's like, Jesus, man. Like this dude's trying to join you. Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead. Finish up.
Oh, so he was trying to join them, right? But apparently there's this initiation thing to where they break your leg, and I kind of think that's what they did to Hoist Gracie, because remember he was limping after the second tournament, so I think they were like, "Oh, you want to use jiu-jitsu? We got jiu-jitsu too." But I don't actually know what happened to his leg, but he was definitely being carried out of there like one of those wrestlers got his leg.
There was UFC London today. Paddy the Batty, you know who he is? Paddy
oh yeah, Batty. Yeah, I know who Paddy is.
He's from Liverpool. He submitted the guy in the first round. But anyway, you know who Peter Yan is? The flyweight champion or interim champion?
You guys talking about WWE?
He's a Russian, and his coach can't make it over here for his fight in 2 weeks from now. And so he recruited Sugar Sean O'Malley and Henry Hasudo to be his corner men.
That's awesome, dude.
Isn't that awesome? NFL? Yeah, I love Sugar Sean. He's a crazy looking little fucker.
We're talking about UFC.
Yeah. Oh, you're not. Yeah, my dad's actually in UFC.
What's his name?
Really don't want to tell you.
Okay, don't worry about it. We don't need to know, but yeah.
Are you guys talking about NFL?
No, we hate NFL.
Did you guys see Deshaun Watson got traded to somebody? Can't even remember. Do you watch NFL?
No, bro.
I thought you were talking about NFL.
Oh, talking about UFC.
Yeah, I used to play football, so watching it is fucking boring as hell.
You watch WWE.
What were you what position were you?
Tight end, defensive end, kickoff return.
Oh, me too. Exactly what I used to do.
It's fun. You get to really smash people going that speed. When you're running downfield as fast as you can, you get to really smash somebody.
Yeah, just stick my shoulder out and fuck them.
No,
the position I play, Hank. I was a tailback and punt return and kickoff return.
I'm a quarterback.
Right?
Yep.
Quarterback?
Yeah, I am right now
Corner?
for my team. Yeah.
I got a lot of respect for quarterbacks. It's a very cerebral position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get really nervous.
I would too. You're not the biggest guy out there.
No. You guys ever watch King of the Hill before or what?
I watched it after I made the account.
God damn it, Bobby.
Kickoff return is sort of a kamikaze thing. You got to go
exactly
full head of steam.
Exactly. I'm adding you.
I was a running back, so like they always had me catch the ball because I could.
Yeah, I was a quarterback.
So I didn't get caught very often, but when I did get caught, I got my ass beat. Shit.
Yeah, I beat that ass.
That stuff hurt.
Yeah.
My ass.
So we got new people in here.
You mind unless I playing armbar, bro.
So we got some new people in here. What do you got? What you guys thought on the shape of the Earth?
I'm
think it's flat,
kind of in between. I kind of think it's flat, but I'm kind of in between.
Okay. What's keeping you on the fence on the globe side? What's the globe argument that's really...
I don't know. Like, we've never found the edge of the Earth.
Right? There is
Yeah.
no geometric edge.
What's that
The horizon is geometric, meaning Earth measured edge. So there's no geometric horizon that the boats go over. So when you said we never found the geometric edge, yeah, you're right. No one ever has. The horizon is not the geometric edge of the Earth. The horizon is the limitation of your eye and the weather conditions together, making the horizon move from different places throughout the day. Can somebody please post the Skunk Bay time lapse for me, please?
Are you saying the Earth is endless?
I got you. Yeah, I'll post it in.
Are you saying the Earth is endless?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
We don't know.
What I'm saying is that your Earth curve should be the limitation of how far we can see, but it's not. We can see much further, so there is no Earth curve that we can detect. The distance that we can see has nothing to do with the limitations of the Earth that's given to us. We've been told it's 59 miles. Well, the horizon should be at 1.2 miles at 1 foot. And we've seen it much, much further, even past 10 miles at 1 foot.
Holy shnikes.
So there is no... Yeah, so it's not off by a little bit, right, by a margin of error. It's actually off by an order of magnitude. And that's why there's so many people talking about the flat Earth.
So if there is endless Earth, does that explain how Amelia Earhart went missing?
Nobody says land of Earth.
Very
yeah, I've often thought about Amelia Earhart, right? Ever since I've come to this, but it's just a mystery. No one really knows. Recently, there's been some speculation that they found her because they found a woman who had the same type of stuff that she had to hide her freckles because she was self-aware, and she wore like concealment. I forget what girls call it, base or something. And they found like a pilot that had her exact stuff and a plane, and they said it might be her, but who really knows? It's a mystery. But I want to get back to the missing curvature. So if the Earth...
Man, not trying to be immature or anything, but can I forward in here or should I mute my mic?
Oh, you're
well,
all right.
I mean, you can use your own discretion. If you need to fart, I bet you should probably let it out. But if you fart in your mic and then put that mic back up to your face, it's going to be kind of weird.
You might want to.
Yeah, that'd be a little weird.
What are we talking about here?
I don't know.
We're talking about the curvature of the horizon Earth.
Yeah, we're talking about the curvature of the Earth. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, 3,959, then there should be a curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So at 10 miles, that would be 66 feet of curvature. Well, here's the thing, bro. I've been to the ocean. I couldn't detect that curvature. I was in the ocean about a foot above it, so the water was up to my armpits. And I could see from Corpus Christi, North Beach, I could see Ingleside on the Bay at 10 miles away, which would be literally impossible because that should have been
I've been to the ocean too.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
have you made any measurements?
Yeah.
I actually
Made any
used to live
measurements
in
or
Mexico.
observations?
Oh,
Yeah.
I think you did.
I forget what island. I've heard Mexicans say that you could see. Is it Puerto Rico or is it?
Yeah, Puerto Rico, yeah. If you go down to like
Yeah, you
South
can see.
Florida, yeah, you can see Puerto Rico. I swam all the way over there one time.
Did you know?
No, you did not.
Dude, you're such a liar.
No, I'm not.
You swam 90 miles between Florida.
I'm a swimmer.
So, okay, show us the documentation, would you?
I don't have any of it. I mean, the cameras weren't rolling, but
Oh.
Yeah, you just caught him in his tracks.
no, like I'm being serious. The cameras weren't
Well, here's
rolling.
the
But
thing. That's an extraordinary claim. An extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence, and without that evidence, we can just dismiss the claim. So you may have done it, right? It's not humanly impossible, right?
yeah.
But it's not likely that you did it. So
I did
you're
also
gonna find.
do it when I was in my prime. I was just turned 12. It was like my 12th birthday, and I did it when I was in my prime when I had all the energy. My dad was like right there with me.
That may be true, but here's the thing. Here, we're hyper empiricists, meaning that we don't believe shit. We only know that which we've obtained through experience and firsthand knowledge. So here, everything is objective, right? We don't care about your favorite color. We don't care about what you've accomplished.
My favorite color is green.
Here, we like to talk about that which we can prove. Now, I can't prove that you did that.
Yeah, you like to have evidence, yeah.
Yeah.
So but I'm not trolling or anything. Like I'm being dead serious. I did do that when I was 12 years old.
Okay, cool. I mean, that's a great accomplishment. So here's the deal. Back to the shape of the Earth. It's been said that we can see the boats over the horizon. We've debunked that. We've completely debunked that theory, and now you guys don't have a geometric horizon anymore because we proved that it's due to atmospheric conditions, right? And this is what's making the horizon move around throughout the day. The single one day, the horizon can be in different spots miles apart because the way that the sun perturbs the atmosphere and causes different viewing conditions. I'm sure if you listen to the news or the radio back in the day, they would tell you.
CNN?
No, not Fox News. No, not CNN. I'm not being specific. I'm saying if you listen to the news, they'll tell you like how many miles you can see, how clear the weather or conditions is that day. So if it's a foggy day, it might be, visibility would be like 100 feet. If it's a clear, crystal clear day, you might be able to see something 20 miles away. So would you guys like to hear our arguments?
No.
Oh no, I'm really tired. I can't even understand anything when I'm this tired. I should just go to sleep.
You guys should probably go take a nap then.
Yeah.
What time is it for you guys?
So you guys don't want to hear what I have to say, huh?
Well, it's
no, I do.
Past midnight here.
Which one of you do?
Me.
I'm trying to find which one are you.
Mo and AI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mo's not going to get deafened. AI, you said you didn't want to hear what I have to say. Is that true?
No, I should just go to sleep.
Oh, okay.
I do want to hear.
I'll help you out though.
Thanks.
I mean,
all right, so Mo, did you want to hear our arguments?
I think AI was actually saying he wanted to hear it. Oh no, I would definitely. I'm gonna meet him one more time to ask him.
Okay, let's unmute him.
Hello?
All right, so did you guys want to hear our arguments?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
All right, cool. Perfect. So there's three claims that the globe makes. One is that there's a geometric horizon, right? Earth curvature, right? No duh, right? The second one is that the Earth is spinning at 1,038 miles an hour at the equator, or 1 revolution per day. And the third is that if you go high enough into the atmosphere, apparently it turns into a vacuum of 10 to the 17 negative torque. So I'm going to ask you guys, have you guys ever heard of anyone directly measuring this in ancient history up until modern times any of those questions, if you know, we're going to take it all the way to the end of the conversation and we're going to pry, how do you know this? But if you don't know, just say that you don't know and we'll move on.
Wait, what are you saying? Like, if you stick a pole, like, really high?
No, I'm asking, has anyone in history directly measured curvature, axial rotation, or the vacuum of space? And if so, how did they do it?
I don't know if they have. Hey, Jinx.
So basically, at this point, you guys believe that the Earth is a sphere, axial rotation, and that eventually it'll turn into a vacuum. It's just a belief that you have, right? And if you think about it, you've never experienced the Earth as a sphere or globe. The only thing you've ever experienced is what we all experience. This is the base axiom of a flat, non-rotating Earth. No curvature has ever been experienced by anyone on Earth ever. We've only experienced things disappearing from the bottom up due to atmospheric conditions. And I can provide you evidence of that. And no one has been able to show me evidence of the other thing happening, which is things rising up out of the ocean because of atmospheric conditions. So would you like to see what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Are you going to screen share it?
Nope, we don't do that here.
Yeah. Oh, you don't screen share?
No, I'll just have to post it in the live stream.
Live stream is right above voice. Click on it. To be on the right-hand side. To see pictures while we're talking about it. They're pertinent to the conversation.
That's right. I'm looking for it. I don't see the stunt bay. It's way down here. Way down here. I need to resave that when I post it.
The Black Swan's already posted. I don't know. I guess you know that. But.
Yeah, I'm going to go over this first. Apologize for the wait. Jesus, it's way down here. There it is. All right, perfect. All right, so can you guys see the live stream voice text?
She's bugging.
Careful, bro. Can you guys see the live stream voice text?
You see the images on the right? You can't. You have to click on live stream voice text right above voice channel. You clicked on to get into this room. Right above that, you click on that and you'll see pictures on the screen to the right while we're talking about them.
They're totally not answering.
I know.
Gentlemen, is there any reason why you stopped talking? I'll just mute them. Wasting my time. So, Matthew, welcome back.
Hey, how's it going?
Yep, everything's good.
What's with the name change, Matthew?
I never changed my name here.
Someone else did it?
So
That's
happy semi-annual Globe Evidence Equinox Day tomorrow.
Yeah, you know what the problem with that is, Matthew?
Yeah, the sun rises in the east everywhere on Earth tomorrow morning.
Right. So I heard that one globe earther is going to be doing the Aristophanes observation. Are you excited about that?
I hadn't heard about that, but that sounds interesting. Sure.
I'm excited about it because as soon as they bring it up and we show them the eclipse and how light doesn't travel at 90 degrees, therefore their observation is completely irrelevant, they get all butthurt and try to talk over you to keep you from getting your argument out because they're absolutely terrified of flat earth argument. Is that true, Matthew?
You're talking about the eclipse or the equinox? I'm talking about the equinox.
Yeah, on the equinox, people are going to do the Aristophanes. I heard it in another server. They're going to do the Aristophanes observation.
Okay, but so how is it that the sun rises exactly in the east everywhere on a flat Earth?
Reflection. Duh. Except for my reflection actually makes sense because there's so many different layers of atmosphere. Right? It's the appearance of the sun. It's not the actual position. It's the apparent location.
Got it. So the atmosphere refracts the sun to rise exactly in the east for everybody tomorrow.
Well, it's not the actual location of the sun. You know that, right, man?
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, it's going to appear in the east. That's a fact. Everybody's going to witness this all over the plane, as far as I know. I've never heard otherwise. Yeah, this is a well-known thing.
And that same effect cannot curve 0.07 degrees to make the black swan happen on a curved Earth?
I don't understand what you just said.
Oh, that's pretty strong bending of light to make the sun appear to rise in the east everywhere on the Earth tomorrow. But it's strong enough to do that, but weak enough not to make the black swan work.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, the black swan is in a single layer of atmosphere, right? Because at 1 foot, right, you're looking out to the horizon. So all the way out to the horizon is going to be at 1 foot. That's one single layer of atmosphere. Now, when the sun is actually rising in the east, it's going to pass through all the layers of atmosphere, and that's what actually causes refraction. Different layers of density, right?
Right. Different temperatures or humidity or layers or, all those things.
Right. So you can bet your bottom dollar that when the sun is everywhere but the zenith position, there's a whole lot of refraction going on. And when the sun is at the zenith position, it's not east or west or anything. It's right over your head. So you can guarantee what I said to be absolutely true. The sun will appear to rise in the east tomorrow, but its actual 5 location, unknown.
Interesting. Okay. I hadn't heard that argument before.
Oh yeah, it's always like that. You can just Google apparent location of the sun, and I'm sure they'll, talk about refraction and how it works. And, you don't stab the fish that you see when you're spearfishing. You stab the fish that you don't see, right?
Right, yeah.
If you stab the fish that you actually see, you might accidentally stab yourself in the foot. But if you stab the fish that you don't see behind that fish, then you might actually get your fish. So yeah, it's a well-known thing. Equinox. Sun rises from the east from its apparent location and sets in the west. And the sun should be directly over the equator.
Yep, it's crossing from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere tomorrow, 8:33 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time.
But that's where it's going to appear to be. Yep. That's correct. Oh, I remember Negator. He thought he had one. He thought he had a good one. He was so proud.
Who?
Poor guy. Negator XXX, a globe earther from 2015, who self-admittedly works with the government communication. He's a self-admitted government agent. He thought that he had a good one. because it was going to rise in the east. He thought that just proved the flat Earth somehow. I don't know what the sun, moon, and stars has to do with the shape of the Earth, but you guys sure do have a serious hard on for looking at the sun, moon, and stars and trying to measure the shape of the Earth with them.
Oh, it's
Kinda
similar
weird.
to like if we were sitting in a train arguing about whether the train was moving or not. Looking outside would be a good way to do it.
Well, no, because what if the trees are moving? What if the trees are on a conveyor belt?
Yeah, you'd have to take all that into account.
Right. So all motion is relative. It's not likely that the trees are on the conveyor belt unless you got like an assload of Chinese people to build like a tree moving conveyor belt. And I say an assload of Chinese because you need a lot of manpower. Yeah, you want to know if you're moving or not, you have to get a frame of reference, right?
Right. And if you're trying to see if two people are looking at the same thing, you can tell. You look at some third thing to see if the never mind. I got all stumbled up in that.
Yeah, a separate reference frame outside of the stuff that you're on or in. So yeah, good times. He was so devastated when I said, yeah, the refracted sun. He was like, you're lying. You're making stuff up, Hank. Like, no, the sun's refracted. And then Robert Bassano came out of nowhere like a guardian angel and gave me like some college saying that the sun is refracted and its apparent location is not its actual location. Thank you, Robert Bassano, wherever you are. Yeah, right after he called me dishonest, and said that I was a liar, right after that, I posted the college saying that he was a liar. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's good to have your sources lined up.
It is, especially when you're at work and you can't really line up your sources. I think it was some college in California. I don't remember. I think that was the equinox in 2016. I think that's when that happened. They thought they had a good argument. Well, they were excited about that argument. Then I remember one day they were arguing that the sun would be there would be more refraction looking through a single layer of atmosphere, the black swan imagery, than the Aristophanes so-called observation or experiment. Yeah. And I was like, really? So you think that the sun is passing through all these different layers? And what they weren't telling me is, yeah, the whale, there's not a whole lot of refraction. But like 500 miles away, where there's a pillar, there's going to be a great deal of refraction because that's how it works. It's at an angle. So when the light passes through separate media at an angle, that's what causes more refraction. If the sun is in the zenith position, you're looking at pretty close to where the actual position is. Not distance, but position in the sky. No one's ever measured the distance to the sun. Or any other heavenly body for that matter. It's all calculation.
Yeah, so how is it that the sun gets refracted one direction in the northern hemisphere and another direction in the southern hemisphere. Like Johannesburg, it would have to be refracted north, and up in like Oslo, it'd have to be refracted south. Is that how it works?
Now, I can't claim to know the actual position of the sun and give you the answer to that question.
Oh no,
because
I'm
then I would
talking
be
about the
double
appearance.
speaking.
Yeah, the appearance, because it looks like it's rising directly east of Johannesburg. At the same time, it's
Well, it's going to
rising.
be east of everywhere, right?
Yeah.
So, in order to answer your question, I would have to know the actual location of the sun when it rises, and that would just make me a double speaker and go against everything that I just said.
Yes, I see
don't
what you're
claim to
saying.
know the actual position of the sun. In fact, I don't like to make a whole lot of claims about the sun, moon, and stars. You know, we can see stuff up there, but beyond that, lights in the sky, what are we looking at?
Yeah, I think
You know,
that ignoring the sky is actually a wise way to go to keep flat Earth belief.
No, that's not it at all, right? We're not ignoring it. We're just not making stuff up. Like I could say that the moon is a ball of white cheddar, right? And you might say, no, it's actually covered in dust, finer than finer than powdered donuts, right? But which one of us is right? Which one of us is wrong? Which one of us is closer? Can we go verify? Find out? No? So your bullshit is just as smelly as my bullshit, right?
Oh yeah, that's why you'd have to look at the evidence to see which matches best, I guess.
Yeah, and any evidence about, the makeup of the sun, moon, and stars, it's going to be secondary knowledge to either one of us, right? Isn't that right?
Yeah.
It's not primary knowledge.
For anyone, really. No one can go there and test it for themselves. I mean, no one can know those things. It's not like you can just get in a rocket or a plane and fly up there and jump out and take a sample of it. I mean, it's never been done. So no one's ever going to know how that happens.
So it's kind of like this. Space is a lot like the past, or the heavens is a lot like the past. The Jews believed that his followers stole his body out of the grave, and the Christians, his followers, believe that he rose again. Neither one of us were there. How are we ever going to prove who's right? Well, you can't. You have to take it on faith. Neither one of us are ever going to space, so how are we going to prove which one's right? Well, you can't. None of us have been there. So it's kind of like your religiosophy is no different than my religiosophy, except for I don't make any claims about stuff that I can't substantiate, or at least I try not to. But you guys, on the other hand, you can Google what is the mass of the sun? What is the mass of the earth? How much does Venetian real estate cost? Put me down for 2. Right, and you can buy Venetian real estate if you want to, Matthew. If that's what you want to spend your hard-earned money on when you cash out of the cryptocurrency, right? And you get, your dollars stacked up, you can buy all the Venetian real estate you want to, and I bet you'll never run out. There'll never be a limit to how much you can buy, even if it's more real estate than actually exists on Venus. I bet you could still keep purchasing. But that's not a claim, it's a bet. I bet they wouldn't turn you down, even if you bought every last acre. Because there's probably subterranean real estate too. Yeah. But yeah, Globers will tell you the mass of the Earth, the mass of the Sun, the mass of the Moon, right? All this stuff. And flat Earthers are going, yeah, but how do you know that? And Globe Earthers are like, you just don't understand math and how we calculate things. Yeah, that's the problem. It's a calculation. You never actually physically measure the mass. It's all calculations based on what? Affirmation of your indoctrination. Meanwhile, ridiculing experimentation and investigation. How does that song go? Why would I lie? Does anybody remember that song? Mic check.
I hear you.
Okay.
Do I remember what now?
The song, I think the lyrics are something like, why would I lie? Why would I lie? That's an older
Yeah, I
song.
think I know what you're talking about. Like 80s, 90s?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I don't remember the lyrics.
I don't want to lie to anybody, you know?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to do that, would you?
No. But Matthew, if I ask you with a straight face, what is the mass of Venus? Can you tell me?
Not off the top of my head, but I could look it up.
Right. And when you tell me, at what percentage do you think that it's accurate? Do you think it's like 100% for sure?
Oh no, there's always error bars, like it's some number plus or minus some other number.
Okay, so you can tell me within a margin of error.
Yeah, I mean, what do you mean?
Wouldn't you first have to verify the radius?
Yeah, you'd have to look the
Wouldn't that be the very
do a bunch
first
of stuff.
step? Wouldn't that be the absolute first step, is to verify the radius through measurement?
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah, for me, I don't want to spread any false information. I want to do the best I can. To keep it legit, you know. I'm sure in the past I've accidentally mixed things up, and someone who speaks publicly as much as I do is bound to forget something or leave something out or misspeak from time to time. That's a quote from somebody, I don't know their name, but yeah, I try to keep it as real as possible. And if you were to ask me a question about the heavens, it's probably going to be I don't know, right? Because that's the best answer that I could possibly give. Now, if you were to ask me something about the Earth, right, that's a little more tangible, right? A little less metaphysical. So, if I don't know the answer, I could try to find it. I might look in the library or look on the internet or go out and look at the Earth directly and try to answer that question. But when it comes up to the heavens, the heavenly bodies, this sort of thing, I'm probably going to say I don't know because that's the best answer I got. So, Matthew, what is the most finite resource that we have?
Bitcoins. There's only 21 million.
Okay.
I know what you're asking though. Most finite, I don't know, the rare earth metals probably.
What if I told you it was sand? Beach sand, to be specific, because you can't make concrete out of desert sand because after thousands of years or more of it blowing in the wind, the erosion has caused the sands to be smooth like river rocks and like pebbles. And there's not a whole lot you can do with concrete with desert sand. So what if I told you that they're actually taking the sand off the beach to make the resort hotel, and then when the people get there to go on their resort, there's actually no sand on the beach? Isn't that weird?
Yeah, that would be weird.
You should probably look into that. There's probably been several documentaries made about that. But yeah, sand is one of the things that we actually take it off the bottom of the ocean so that we can make concrete because it's such a rare thing to have sand. And I've been asking this question: do you think they call it sand because it's right in between the sea and the land?
No, I don't.
You know why they use coarse aggregate rather than round and smooth? Do you know why?
Rigidity. It'll slip around. It'll be easy to break.
Yeah, the round rocks do not. They fall out of the hole. If they're coarse, and this way you break up the aggregate sharp pieces, then they won't fall out. Much stronger concrete. Coarse aggregate. They always crush it nowadays. The sand, it gets moved around and smoothed, like in the desert, blown around and knocked all the edges off. It's not very good for concrete. You're right, Hank. It falls out, doesn't bond.
Now, see this guy we're talking to here, God Rockin'. He's worked with concrete for more than a decade, probably close to 20 years, right?
Yeah.
I've only laid concrete with my family less than 5 times. So I know little to nothing about concrete, but I can tell you a lot about sand and how it's finite and how it's one of the most rare resources that we have. Because I'm actually here on Earth and so is the sand. But when it comes to Venetian sand, fuck. I don't know. Is that a thing?
Yeah, I don't know anything about sand or concrete.
Yeah, I don't know a whole lot. I know that there's hempcrete, Greek concrete, and normal concrete that most people use today. It's been exponentially higher quality since we started using rebar, which I don't know why it took us so long to figure that out. Because even back in the Old Testament, the story of Babylon, they talked about using straw or grass to increase the rigidity of the concrete. So why wouldn't we use steel or something to do the same thing? But yeah, I think hempcrete is the future of concrete, in my opinion. I think the sandcrete is going to go out of style real fucking soon.
Yeah, if you can grow something and just uses the carbon dioxide in the air, that's a lot more. It's a better resource than the sand. It sounds like.
And to be honest, I'm not really sure if sand is one of the ingredients of hempcrete, but if it's not, I would definitely say the future is in cheap Texas land where you can grow plenty of marijuana, also hemp. So, in case you were thinking about investing in something tangible, there you go, man.
Thanks for the tip. Appreciate it.
Obviously, that's not financial advice, and I'm no realtor. You should ask your doctor if free thinking is right for you. Because it may not be, you know. For all I know, Matthew, you could be one of the volunteers at Elon's human garage where they do a lot of experimentation on brain chips, and you may be part of the hive, Matthew. I don't know. I can't tell if you're a free thinking human or not. I would like to think that you are, but I'm not quite sure. How can I know such things?
I think you can know it because the idea of an NPC is irrational, and NPCs don't exist. That's why.
Yeah, but Matthew, if every day, all day long, all I'm doing is seeking pleasure, and I really don't do anything else but, let's say I'm addicted to methamphetamines or heroin or something, and that's all I ever do is serve myself. Am I really playing the game of life?
Yes, but badly.
Because to me, the game of life is so extraordinary. There's all these different amazing things that you can do. You can jump out of a perfectly good airplane, climb to the Mount Everest. You could, swim with the dolphins, right? There's all these amazing things to do, but every day some people they chase that dopaminergical positive feedback loop, right? And that's not really living to me, is it?
Yeah, I think you're right. It's living badly.
Especially the positive feedback loop part. Because then it costs more and more and more. Then eventually people start thinking, wow, I really can't afford this anymore. Maybe I should go take it from somebody else. And that's when you get drug crimes, and drug criminals turn into slaves at privately owned prisons. So yeah, they're playing the game of life, but they're playing it badly, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So does an NPC, do they play the game? Let's say, a video game like Super Mario Brothers, right? Does Bowser really play the game? He's not really playing the game of life. Or if he is, he's not doing it badly. Because he's taken a woman that doesn't belong to him, and he's impregnated her, and he's got all these children. There's no female Bowser. Pay attention, Matthew. There's no female Bowser. So all those children are from an illegitimate marriage, and they're all bastards, and they're a product of rape. That's not how you play the game, bro. And that's why Mario and Luigi are so fucking pissed off that they're willing to eat all these magical flowers and search for gold so that they can buy extra men to storm the castle and remove the women from the government's clutches. They're even willing to travel under the ground and go to different worlds to find these children of Bowser and Peach and to kick their ass so that they can find Peach. So really, Mario's the one playing the story and living, the archetype of the adventurer going on an adventure. And Bowser, well, he's just not really playing the game that well. Why don't he find his own lizard woman and make babies with her?
Is Mario tangible?
I gotta go. See you guys around.
Oh, okay. See you, Matthew. Matthew didn't like my Mario Brothers story. I wasn't insinuating that Matthew was an NPC, but there definitely are NPCs in this world. What about Joe Biden's son, the guy that keeps losing laptops? I think it was either the New York Times or the New York something else Post, maybe. I'm not real familiar with New York's newspapers, but apparently on page 35, they admitted that that was Joe Biden's son's laptop.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with, leaving your laptop everywhere. The thing is that it shows how controlled the media is, that they're all willing to lie and say that it's Russia, that did this to try to influence the elections. So the mainstream media is completely complicit in telling lies to the populace when their only fucking job is to tell the truth. That's your only fucking job, mainstream media, and you fucked it up. Nobody will ever believe you again. And that's why jack-off comedians like, what's his name? Jimmy Dore. That's why he's got 1 million subscribers. And what has CNN got on YouTube? Let's check. Jimmy Dore's got 1 million followers. He's a stupid leftist comedian. He wants universal health care and basic income for everybody. So he's a freaking liberal leftard. Okay. CNN. 153,000 subscribers. Okay, maybe he's not a leftard, right? But he is a leftist. And he's anti-war, so that's why I listen to his YouTube channel. Because I don't care who you are, if you're anti-war, there's a part of you that's okay in my book. Even if it's a little piece. If you're anti-war and you fucking mean it, then there's something good to glean there. So, why is it Jimmy Dore has 1 million followers, but CNN has 150,000? Which most of those are probably Russian bots. Because the mainstream media, it's done. It's over. Game over. You lose. You're all fucking known liars.
Come on, man.
We will never trust you again. And it doesn't matter who it is. Fox News, what's that one? Owl. What's the Muslim one? It doesn't matter if it's RT. It's not Al Qaeda. What's the one from Saudi Arabia? Anyway, it doesn't matter. No more mainstream media. No more Alex Jones. None of it. If you're fucking mainstream, we don't give a shit. You're all fucking liars. And during the 2016 campaign, everybody kept asking me, like, do you like Trump? I'm like, I don't know. Let's see what he does. But I definitely don't like Hillary. Because Hillary, she's got like a body count following her everywhere she goes. So I definitely wasn't pro Hillary. I've never been pro Bernie. Never. Never been pro Bernie. But I can't really say I was pro Trump either. Still to this day, not really pro Trump. But at least under Trump's presidency, I don't think I ever paid more than $2.50 for gas. And that's because Trump likes to do business and he likes to make deals, and that's the opposite of war. So other than that little fiasco in Syria where they blew up the airport with the Moab bomb, they were all bombs, and a few other incidences that he did, I guess he was the lesser of two evils. But Biden, dude, this dude is a career dirty diaper politician that severely needs to be changed. We're going to need some Pampers, we're going to need some baby wipes, and we're going to need some powder. We've got to get this dude out of here. He is a dirty fucking diaper.
Yeah, causes a lot of rash.
And it get hot. I got hairy legs.
So, like I said earlier, to sum it up, it's not really a big deal that politicians lie. We're used to that shit. But for the mainstream media to be completely complicit in the lie and to back up, the government, the thing that they're supposed to be watching and regulating and reporting on, they're going to side with those people, right? And against us. And then they wonder why they don't have any subscribers, right? Why aren't people watching CNN? I don't know. Because you guys are a bunch of liars and you wear funny hats.
Hello, hello. Hey,
top of the morning to you.
Top of the morning to you, brother. No, hello, hello. Do you remember the Ford Fairlane movie with Andrew Dice Clay and what's the guy's name? Robert Englund played the the villain in that movie, and he was always saying hello, hello. Anyway, no, you were talking about comedians earlier, and I just have this clip that I just found on Facebook. And you know who Jim Brewer is? He starred in that Half Baked movie with Dave Chappelle.
Was it the guy with the lazy eyes, or was he the guy on the couch?
Yeah, Jim Brewer. Yeah, he's a comedian. Anyway, I guess recently he spoke at this rally. It was like a Trump rally, but it wasn't a Trump rally. It was just it's called Awaken America. Anyway, I'll post a video real quick. I downloaded it from Facebook. It's freaking hilarious. But do you guys mind if I play the audio? I mean, we can't play the video on, well, I can play the video on the live stream, but I can't, it won't necessarily, but it doesn't matter. But, well, I can play both kind of simultaneously, but they won't line up.
Do what you do.
It's freaking hilarious. Let me get the link. Copy link. Go to This is so funny. Hopefully this works.
And I knew from the beginning something was up, but the cockatoos were out of control. They're like, what do you think going on? Numbers are out, numbers are out. Dr. Fauci, CDC, CDC. Mask up, mask down, 2 masks, 1 shot, booster shot. I love the people going, what are you, a conspiracy spirit? That's all I hear when people get mad. What are you into, conspiracies? This is another good one. Trust the science! Trust the
science! That's it, but... He came into my town like 4 months ago. I wanted to go see him, but I didn't make it. But I've always been a big fan of Jim Brewer. He's funny.
Yeah, that guy looks like he's completely baked, not half baked.
Yeah, but when you listen to it, he doesn't smoke weed, which is crazy. He started a movie about weed, and but he doesn't smoke weed or drink or anything. He's completely sober.
That just shows you sometimes you can just look the part, you know?
Yep. Jim Brewer he's a master comedian.
Hey, let me ask you, bro. You're a big fan of comedians. Do you remember Jimmy Dore from the Young Turks?
If I saw his face, probably. The name sounds familiar.
He's the guy with the crooked smile. Looks like he's got like some kind of stroke or something. But he used to be on the Young Turks. He was always a guy cracking jokes about Jesus, always disparaging the Bible and Christians. You remember that guy?
The Young Turks, isn't that like a? like a media like spoof kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jimmy Dore, he left the Young Turks and he's got his own YouTube channel. He's not very funny to me. I mean, he doesn't make me laugh. But what he does do is he reports the news. He's like reporting like actual news, and he's anti-war, and he's a leftist. But I don't think he's a fucktard. Maybe not. Maybe, well, he did take the jab, and he did have a reaction. So maybe he is a fucktard. But anyway, he's got 1 million subs.
That's like I'm a huge fan of Bill Burr, and he makes jokes about people not taking the jab. It's like, you want to get sick. It's like, where do you get this from?
He's a fucking sellout.
Well, this guy,
Bill Burr's a fucking sellout. He used to be cool, but
yeah.
The jab freak. Fuck him, man.
Yeah, man. I like Bill Burr, but damn, and he just gets like, I mean, he talks about conspiracy sometimes, but then he's like, oh yeah, you're right.
Well, I'm asking you on purpose.
What?
Have you seen Jimmy Dore? Have you seen any of his episodes? And if you could, go watch like a 15-minute clip. He's not very funny, right? But he's touring the United States, and he just talks about like mainstream news. Like he talks about how much shit they are, and then he reports the news himself, and gets specialists to come on, other comedians come on. And my point is, I don't think people are watching his show because he's funny. I don't think he's funny at all. But he's reporting news, and he's got 1 million subs on YouTube, and CNN only has like 150,000. And as far as I know,
he's getting on CNN, but he's not really. It doesn't really have good information. Or he's just like.
No, he has good information. He's anti-war, and he talks shit about the shit libs. So he doesn't like, let's go Brandon. He likes Bernie Sanders, right? He's a Bernie supporter. But that's irrelevant. My point is that he's a leftist, and he's not mainstream media, and he has like 5 times the amount of subs. Is that right? No, maybe not. He's got like way more subs, almost 1 million.
I'll look it up.
5 times, that isn't right. My math was bad on that.
5 times the subs of what?
No, I was incorrect. 5 times was incorrect. He's got 1 million subs, and CNN has like 150,000 subs. My point was, do you think he's funny? Because you like watching comedians. So I was asking you to watch Jimmy Dore and tell me if you think he's funny.
He's probably not. If you're not on the level of Bill Burr, he's probably not. Or like Sebastian Maniscalco or Dave Chappelle. Those like the only great comedians out right now. So, and they're all fucking sellouts for the jab.
Yep.
Yeah, they kind of are, and that's why I was, I saw that clip from Jim Brewer today, and he was at a Awaken America rally, and he was making fun of Fauci and the jabs and shit. So I was like, that's pretty cool. So yeah, Jim Brewer still.
Yeah, the only good fucking comedian is dead now, and that was George Carlin. I fucking miss him because of that. Can you imagine him around now? All this dead.
Oh man.
Fucking A, dude.
He'd be rolling all over the rest.
Yeah, dude, he's rolling over his grave with these weak ass comedians now that are part of the system.
So I'm looking at Jimmy Dore. I'm looking at Jimmy Dore's channel. He's had Russell Brand on there. Russell Brand's pretty funny, and to be honest, he's pretty controversial too.
He's come around. He's come around. I'm surprised by Russell Brand. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, because he's said some stupid shit in the past.
Yeah, he's almost anti-corona shit. I mean, so he might be on the up and up.
We'll see.
So my point was, do you think he's funny? Because I'm claiming that this liberal Jimmy Dore, he's getting all these subs because he's reporting on the news
because he's sold out.
No, he hasn't sold out. Is my point. I went to Jim Panda's the other day, and I was talking about where I got the video from 1997 to where Let's Go Brandon was talking about Ukraine war back in 1997. He said if we keep admitting all these people into the European Union and NATO, all these Baltic states, like eventually it's going to cause a war in Ukraine. And then Jeremy said, "Where did you get this?" And I said, "Well, I got it from Jimmy Dore. I don't know why it matters. It's a video of Let's Go Brandon talking." Right, and he started saying that he's an alt-right. What did he say? Jim Panda said that Jimmy Dore was a alt-right extremist, and I was like, "What? He wants universal basic income and Medicare for all. How is he on the right? That's the leftist left
that's
you can get."
socialism. That's fucking socialism.
Right. So I don't agree with Jimmy Dore's policy. I don't think there's anything free about college. There's nothing, absolutely nothing that I see that can work about universal basic income. That's complete communism, and I'm against it. But he's against the war, so that's why I'm talking about him.
Yeah, I haven't followed. I haven't, to be honest. I mean, I didn't like the. What is it? The Turks. What is it?
The Young Turks.
The Young
Yeah,
Turks.
they named themselves after the mass
I mean, I
murdering.
watched a few of their videos, back in the day. I was never a big fan of them. I thought they were all socialists. So I didn't really wasn't a big fan back then.
Well, how does universal income affect the billionaires? Did they go on universal income as well?
The way that I think it works is if everybody gets a universal basic income, then everybody gets like $1,000 a month. And then if you work, you get paid extra, or if you're a billionaire, that you have extra. But you could basically, you could get an apartment and, all bills paid for like $500, and then you could buy food and just live for free, which is communism. So I'm against it. So you guys got to remember, I operate off the philosophy of chew the meat and spit out the bones. So I don't like all the leftist shit that he says. But the fact that he reports fairly about the jab-a-dab-do and the war, he's anti-war and anti-jab.
What's really interesting is, I posted that video with Jim Brewer, but he has this there's a show on Comedy Central that's called "This Is Not Happening," and it has comedians that they tell true stories about what happened to them or whatever, and I'll post this other video that Jim did on that show. And basically, it's just like when he was a teenager, he worked at Sears, and he prank called. He was born to be a comedian, so he prank called one of his coworkers at Sears, and claimed to be Muammar Gaddafi, back in the day, and said that they were gonna said they were sending missiles from. You got to watch it, man. To that mall to blow them up. They evacuated the mall and shit because he prank called one of his idiot coworkers. No, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's still funny. But I mean, this is supposed to be. If you watch this show, this is not happening on Comedy Central. They host comedians who's like, all right, cool. I'm going to give you a true story about me since I'm a comedian, a joker. I'm going to tell you what happened when I was freaking, in my comedian state and faking people out and all that kind of. I mean, it's always fun, whether or not most of it's true or not. I mean, comedians are just built that way. They're going to exaggerate and make all kinds of. They're going to. You know how it works. But anyway, this one's really funny. But anyway, so with all of this, and I'm really surprised to see Jim at one of these Trump rallies, because I didn't know that he was like into that. And you just heard the audio. He was making fun of the people that are just buying mainstream shit, you know. So yeah, I wish he actually came to my town like 4 months ago. I regret not going to see him live. I've always been a big fan of Jim Brewer. I mean, he does like he does like Metallica songs and shit. I mean, he's like does. Let me find some Metallica stuff that he did. He does like metal songs and like sounds and shit, similar to what the guy from Police Academy does. What's the black guy's name from Police Academy that does all the weird sounds? You guys don't remember his name?
You got me, bro. Police Academy.
You didn't watch Police Academy back in the day?
It's Michael something.
Yeah, it's Michael. Anyway, but he does something like that, you know, in his act. You know, he does like AC/DC and Metallica and stuff. You know, it's really fun. Jim Brewer's the shit, man. And
so, do you guys know that the current president or prime minister, or whatever the fuck they got over there, of Ukraine, he's a comedian, and he was saying that he was going to run for president. And he was like, "No, I was just joking. I'm not going to run for president." And then he actually did, and got elected. So this dude's a comedian.
That's pretty cool.
Well, he basically, you know, starting a war.
I mean, how much should we get, you know, emotionally or politically involved in what they're doing now? And that's a genuine question. Yeah, it's interesting, like on the outside looking in, but we live in America, so I mean, I guess we're affected by it.
Oh, you're affected by it. Have you been to the gas pump lately?
Yeah, I have. I put $35 in a car that has like a 15-gallon tank, and it didn't fill it up.
Oh yeah. So that's affecting all of us. So I just want to point out that, you know, they're handing out like fully automatic Kalashnikovs to the people in Ukraine and trying to get them.
Wait,
the government. The government of Ukraine is arming the people, trying to get them to fight. But what's really weird is I don't know if the Russians are there to attack the people. I think they're only attacking the Ukrainian government.
Yeah, well, I mean,
so,
do you know who
people is like, go ahead.
Conservative twins,
yes, those funny motherfuckers, the Hodge twins.
Hodge twins. So they had a video from they were reporting on a video from somebody that went there, and they were like, they said that there are people from America and Canada and different parts of the world going to help the Ukrainians. I don't know if this is true or not. You know, whether I wouldn't go there without support. That would be ridiculous. Well, it's just like, hey, I'm showing up in Ukraine. Hopefully, you give me what this guy was saying is just like they gave me a gun and 10 rounds, and you know, have at it. I was like, well, fuck that.
We're here for your freedom.
We're here for your freedom.
Back the fuck up.
But anyway, there's a lot more involved. There's a lot more involved than a lot of people think. It's just really more propaganda, to be honest. It's just a distraction.
Well, it's a little more than a distraction. I'm distracted. I'll be honest. It is a distraction. But I gotta say, I love the Hodge twins, especially the one that sits on the left. He's the crazy one that kind of says
Yeah,
whatever the fuck
that's
he wants.
Kevin. That's Kevin.
Yeah, I like Kevin. And I love it when he says something crazy because the guy on the right, he's looking at him like, what the fuck did you just say? So,
It's Kevin and Keith. Yeah, I fucking love the Hodge twins, man. I watch every one of their videos.
I think we should just let the very dangerous coronavirus that's killing so many people, I think we should just let it kill all those people up there. Like, we don't even have to go up there. I mean, come on, guys. We're like right in the middle of a motherfucking deadly ass fucking pet.
Bomb. But one of their latest videos is about people volunteering to go over there to fight with the Ukrainians without resources.
COVID love.
I mean, how dumb are you to go over there and fight when you don't have the resources to actually?
How many people from Israel volunteered?
Probably zero.
Oh, I'm sure the Blackwater's involved somehow. Blackstone, Blackwater,
Black
Balls. I don't know.
Black.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's more of a distraction than a real thing. Now, whatever's going on with Ukraine and Russia has nothing to do with us at all. You know,
how many people from the United States? I wonder, because there are mercenary groups, right?
What, gangs? Talking about gangs?
Yeah, gangs, mercenary groups like Blackwater. You changed their name to something else. I don't remember their current name, but
and the United States do hire mercenary groups to go into certain situations, but I don't necessarily think that. It's just a weird thing that someone would volunteer to go over there and fight in Ukraine. Not being a part of one of these black groups or.
When you go to Ukraine to fight, what are you going to do? You're going to park up and shoot at a tank? Like, what's your plan?
With an AK-47, 10 rounds.
What flight do we catch there? Do we fly on the commercial airplane? Like, how do we go there? Do we take a boat? Like, hey, how are we going to go there, Ukraine? I don't know. Try sleeping and dreaming of that.
You know what they said?
That'll help me.
Bong, check this out. The Ukrainian government said if anybody captures a Russian tank, they get to write it off on their taxes, so they don't have to pay any taxes on it, and they get to keep it. So in Ukraine, if you snatch a tank, you can just keep that bitch in your front yard.
Are you serious?
Well, how about after Russia? How about after Russia captures Ukraine? Are they still going to honor the deal?
Well, if Russia overthrows the government, which I don't think that's possible, I don't think it's likely either.
I don't necessarily think it is either, but it's just another weapon of mass distraction for the Russians, the Ukrainians, the Israelis, the United Kingdom.
You know what I think
they
it is,
can
bro?
say anything. A war on food.
Ukraine is the breadbasket of Europe and Russia. So it's also the borderlands, right? So I think this is a war on food, and they're trying to do the 2030 agenda, and they're trying to lower the population.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah, but to be honest, you know how much food not just America throws away every day. It's not just America that throws food away every day. I mean, there's plenty of food for everybody on Earth.
If we have failed to lower the population using medical and the industry, I mean, what else can help us achieve this goal, right? War. I mean, come on, man. What do you know that kills
failure? The failure is government. Governments think they can regulate food, whereas people can actually figure out how to fend for themselves for the most part.
We can regulate food. We have the means and the capability, capacity to have world peace. We can do that. We can manage that.
Sure.
But that's not the plan. That's not the fucking plan. So, well, whoever's hoping for peace and a utopia is dreaming. You're fucking dreaming, dude. Like,
what
this is the
planet?
real world. There's no fucking peace in the real world.
No. Well, yeah, man, as long as, if you have faith in government, then you already lost.
Because we have everything we need to make it work. It's just we are not doing shit about it. Like, we can rally ourselves. Like, people can rally themselves and organize themselves into a new government if they want. But they don't have those. They don't have those skills. Hey, well, what skills do we have? Right? Listen to the guy on the TV. Listen to the guy that's the loudest. Listen to the guy who you can listen, who you can hear. Right? Like,
yeah.
That's it. I mean, and people just follow. Like, it's not like people don't know or can't fix things. We can. We could totally overrun everything and have martial law. But I'd rather have the New World Order than all that nonsense. Fuck you. Then enjoy it, guys. Stop complaining. Go to Ukraine.
Yeah, but with with the weapons, as far as that goes, we can't necessarily win the physical war. But,
here's the situation. You got two choices: a new world order or total fucking chaos. What would you prefer? I prefer total fucking chaos because we can fix it. Because from that we could probably come up with something else, right? Maybe something worse, maybe something better, right? But going with the new world order, like walking into a fucking oven, man. Or, like what?
Yeah, I mean it's scary, but at least you retain your honor, instead of submitting to some shit that you would not agree with,
What is there worth fighting for? What are we fighting for? What cars? What are we fighting for? What oil? What gas? Get the fuck out of here.
Lithium battery.
Fighting to keep the fucking war machine alive, eh?
I think Elbow said lithium batteries, but I'm not quite sure.
Lithium batteries.
Yeah, man. Isn't the Ukraine has the biggest deposit of lithium?
Oh man, that's terrible because that's the breadbasket. And lithium mining or harvesting or whatever they call it, it's nasty, real fucking nasty.
If people don't fight now, people will never fight. People will turn into I don't know, not people. But they already are. Look at them. Look at people, man. Look at them. They're not people. I don't know what the fuck they are, but I ain't fighting for that shit.
Yeah, but it seems like there's a lot of confusion in the world right now about what you should fight for and what you shouldn't, and what you should believe and what you shouldn't believe. I think we're in a very confusing state.
You guys want to know what I'm betting on? I'm putting my money on. I'm putting my money on this Antiquitech. A lot of people refer to it as heirloom seeds, but it's this interesting technology where you take a seed and it has all the genetic material that it needs to produce like copious amounts of food. And all it needs is like sunlight, which is free, and water, which is free, and soil, which costs you an arm and a leg. But if you can get that soil, then people can eat. Called heirloom seeds.
Didn't Hank on that point? Don't they have certain? I think this came out like 10 years ago. That they have like certain in different parts of the world. They have these places where they I can't remember what they call
Arcs.
Yeah, it's just like where they keep the heirloom seeds and stuff. In case of yeah. So you're talking about the same thing I'm talking about. Yeah, they have these. I mean, it's kind of. You remember that movie? Did you watch that movie 2012?
Yeah, with the Cusack twins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I like John Cusack. He does those B movies. I don't like Hollywood. I like those B movies.
Yeah, I've been watching Snowpiercer. The third season came out a few months ago, and I'm getting caught up. I watched the first 2 seasons. The third season just came out. Snowpiercer is, you know what that is, right? That show.
Yep.
Well, it's an old story or whatever. But anyway, it's a train that after the world freezes over, they maintain humanity on a 1,000 car long train, and it's the same old story. There's governments inside the train that travel across the world, and the only way the train can actually exist, it's just like this technology that somebody built, that the only way that it can exist is if it keeps moving. So they anticipated and built all these tracks around the world.
So it's speed, but on a train, not a bus, like the movie Speed, right?
Yeah, well, not sort of, but really, it's just like everybody on Earth is dead, so, except for the people on the train. So it's the arc, that's the arc.
Right. So what about Raised by Wolves? Have you heard about that one?
Yeah, I'm totally on. I'm caught up with that one, and it's fucking trippy, bro.
Jenny sent me a link to watch it. I think I'm gonna watch it.
You gotta watch it, bro. It's fucking trippy.
Snowpiercer?
No, Raised by Wolves.
Oh, Raised by Wolves.
Yeah, it's an HBO show. Yeah, it's I'll put a link for it. Hold on. I mean, it's not. You can subscribe to to HBO and watch it, but I have a link where you can watch it for free.
I don't subscribe to porn. Sorry, man. That's a joke.
Yeah, right. Me too.
Oh, it's not TV. It's porn.
Dude, I was watching Mr. Robot, I think, and it was a show about a guy who was like a hacker, right? And I'm like, okay, my friend, you loved it. I didn't watch after episode 3, so my friend at work told me to watch it. Like 3 episodes in, like some dude's got this other dude bent over, and they're just bumping uglies, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why is this an integral part of the story that they had to make a scene for this? Like, why couldn't they just kept on about the narrative and the hackers? Instead, you got all this character building about these 2 dudes. And
yeah, dude, you know what else is fucked up about that movie? The fucking bad guy is a fucking tranny, cross-dresser. I mean, fucking secretary for China's, the security, defense, whatever. Fucking cross-dresser, right? Like this fucking show, man.
Hey, that link I posted, I mean, it might look kind of sketchy, but that leads you directly to where I watch most of the TV shows I watch too. But if you're going to watch it on Chrome or whatever browser you use, make sure you have an ad blocker installed, and for the most part, you'll be okay with you can watch pretty much any show you want to watch or any movie.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, I hate Hollywood. It's so disgusting. The stuff that comes out of there, it's like mainstream media is just terrible.
Oh yeah, well, like the quote unquote reality shows. That's reality. I mean, it's just like that doesn't make you sad. Why would you sit and watch the 1,000-pound people being extracted from their house all day? That's fucking crazy. Or like these reality shows are like people hooking up, and I don't know. I don't watch that kind of shit. I like drama, I mean, I like fictional drama, and I'm into science fiction and all kinds of stuff like that. But
Dude, you got science fiction TV. I got science fiction video games.
Yeah, there you go. It's like I watch shows like Raised by Wolves, which is like it's a really creative show. and it's Ridley Scott. You know who Ridley Scott is, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's who produced this one or directed this one. So anyway, it's pretty. You know, if Ridley Scott, he's part of it, then.
And I used to love watching those movies, Aliens, until recently. I watched Prometheus, I guess about 5 years ago, and the redheaded guy on there, he was saying that you don't believe in evolution. It's the most scientifically validated theory in the history of science. And I'm like, okay, these motherfuckers are retarded. But I guess it's part of the plot,
No, sure. I mean, I hear people saying that in different. Like I listen to a lot of audiobooks too, and it always follows like planets and Big Bang and evolution, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of authors that are. I don't know if they really believe it or if it's just they're paid to actually just promote that.
That's what I mean, man. Fuck, you fucking watch that shit. Imagine if you didn't watch that and you exposed your mind to something else, a different story. Imagine if you replaced all that fucking propaganda they put in your mind with something else. Some story that's not going to make you think stupid things. Silly thing. Indio came in here the other day and brought up this thing called the Alice in Wonderland effect. I looked it up. It's like, oh, so you bring the guy in, the interrogator, the person you're interrogating, and you just fucking say a bunch of nonsense to him. And you just repeat this over and over and over again until it overwhelms him, until it feels so fucking not normal that he flips out. And then he tells you whatever the fuck you want him to say to you. Like you said, things that come out of Hollywood is that. It puts you in there. Like, what the fuck is this weird shit? And over and over.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder when you're exposed to a lot of the shit that comes from the television or education system. How much could you How much could you counteract without counter interaction? You know, I mean, how could you counteract anything they say?
It's designed to take you out of your natural state and put you into some fucking unnatural where you can't function, where you can't think, you can't predict what will happen next. And you just, fuck this. It's like your whole routine, everything you thought was normal. It's not, you can't even think anymore because, your environment, they've changed, what your mind is exposed to. I mean, if you have a strong mind, that's good. If if you don't know shit, so easy to
Sure. And hey, we experience that shit here all the time, Bong, right? So
yeah, of course.
It's like we can tell when somebody's just completely ignorant about anything we're saying.
Well, to them, we're putting them in. We're doing the effect on them because to them, what's normal is that the Earth is a ball. This is normal. Remember when you first came and you're like, what the fuck is this flat Earth shit? It's so not normal to you. You're like Alice in Wonderland. You don't know what the fuck.
It's like at first. I mean, a lot of people say, "Well, where's the edge?" And it's like, "What edge? Do you mean? Are you implying that we're, still in space?" Or so the idea of the Earth realm comes much later. I mean, once you understand what we're saying, you'll find out that there is not necessarily an edge because we're not in space. It takes a lot of people to really understand that.
I'm sorry, bro. I thought you were done. This is the thing. We're not claiming an edge, so that's a straw man. So I automatically bring them to their geometric horizon that's supposed to be their edge and ask them where their edge is. Because we're not claiming an edge. They are. So I automatically, dismiss their straw man and bring it back to the
just like you can say, hey, do you know anybody that's ever been to the edge? They're going to have to say no. Do you know anybody that's ever found the curvature? Well, they might bring up Aristophanes, and he didn't find the curvature. He just, did.
Even though it's natural to observe and take it in that it's flat, right? It's not natural to imagine that it's not a ball. That's the Alice in Wonderland effect. We all grew up believing in the ball. That's normal to us, right? And then you come to flat Earth, and then this fucking strangeness is presented to you. It's flat. And then, you know, that's what Hollywood does to people. All these years, Hollywood has been normalizing like things that aren't normal, right? Like gradually. That's why when you see something that's not normal and first time you see it, you're shocked. You know, you're like, oh shit. Or you're angry, you get upset. You know, what the fuck, this is so obvious they're doing it. But the people who aren't paying attention like to everybody else, normal to, you know, it's becoming normal to them. But to you, it's strange. You're an Alice in Wonderland. But 5 years later, it becomes normal to you. 10 years ago, you wouldn't give a fuck about all these other things that's happening today, but now it's normal. Oh, you have to use these pronouns when you talk to me. It's like, fuck you. Fucking English speaking motherfucker. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't have to fucking call you shit. I can call you motherfucker if I wanted to. Like, what the fuck are you saying? You can't. Well, you can call me that, but don't say he. Don't assign that pronoun to me. Well, you a piece of shit. Is that better?
I think you're going about it all wrong, Bob. If they say that you have to say this pronoun, right, then okay, you have to address me as King Larry.
Exactly.
Right? And when they say, I'm not calling you that, well, what makes you think that, you know, I'm going to call you what you want me to? You better call me King and bow down when you're in my presence.
Exactly.
King Larry.
I'll walk by. You need to recognize my royalty. That's what I identify as. So bow down. See, yeah, I mean, see how strange people are acting now? Like, and we gotta accept it as normal. Well, you know, not my son. My son growing up, like, that's not normal. That's not normal. That's not all he has ever heard from me is that's not normal.
Well, it's kind of, you know, I kind of wonder when people are confused about their pronouns. What is normal then?
Well, exactly. That's what I mean. Hollywood and the education system, government has made things that are not natural. Or they've basically created this world. You know, it's the world that is pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. No, it's yeah. We live in Alice in Wonder. We live in Wonderland. We live in Neverland. We live in Narnia. You know, we don't live in the real. You know, in the experience.
You know the saddest part about that, Bong. You're right, but that only exists in their mind because guess where we live? We live on Earth. Same Earth that everyone else lives on. All this other bullshit only exists in your mind.
The mind makes it real. And it's true. Because you have to decide things, right? Like when you I can't believe this is happening. What do you mean you can't believe this? I know, but it's happening. So it's either you accept that it's happening, right, and you live with it and you move forward, or you pretend it's not happening and, you know, fuck yourself up, whatever.
So I heard that Hindu guy that's on YouTube, the guy with the ginormous beard, you know, the white beard guy. I don't remember his name, but this is what he said. He said, in reality, all you have is your memory and the present and your imagination. So
yeah.
I'm like changing the quote to the only thing that you know is that which you've experienced through the past and your memory, and the things that you're experiencing now, everything else is belief. If you haven't experienced it, you don't know. Everything else is belief and imagination.
Yeah. I think it's just it's difficult to bring people to that place, you know, that what you have is a belief. You know what I mean? To bring them to that place and accept it, right? You know, they're like, no, it can't be. Let me out. Let me out. It's gonna pop. Gotta talk this.
Yeah, I guess he's some kind of yogi master or something. I don't remember his name, but he's real, like, YouTube famous. But yeah, that's pretty good information. Like you only know what you can glean from your memory and what you experience today in the present. Everything else is in your imagination as belief.
He's Indian. I think I saw a video or two.
Yeah, he's like Indian, Hindu.
Yeah.
Raja
Speaks good.
Yoga. Speaks pretty good English.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't expect I was going to like what he said, but I definitely did. I like what he said.
Eastern thought versus the West. Western, see, so me, the way I see it is the East is the old science. The West is the new science. Old magic, new magic. Old magic, new I mean, still magic. But still, wisdom of men. This is what we as men have found out. Wait, let me Google something real quick. Can men? Yes. Okay, never mind. I don't want to hear anything you men have to say. Look at where we are now as man. Fucking going backwards and shit. How is this getting better? How is knowledge worth, fighting and killing for? Like, how is it? Life equals to, oh, look, life does not equal to knowledge. It's cool. Knowledge is a part of life, but not life. Isn't that cool? That there's more to life than just knowing shit. Imagine knowing everything anyone can know, like King Solomon, and then be a failure in the end anyway. Right? Imagine having everything, money, and still feel like a failure at the end of your life. What a sad. Would have been better if you didn't even live life. I'm not talking about like knowledge, like the Earth is flat. That's just common sense. I'm talking about knowledge, like where do we come from, where are we going, why are we here, what should we be doing, all that stuff. And I'm pretty sure it's not, learning shit so that we can kill shit to get shit. Well, I don't think that's what it's about.
Well, you almost sung the song. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Cotton Eye Joe.
Oh, shit.
You can't get that from war, right? You can't get
Resolve is Noah gonna come in here? I just released him from Cogdis. Is he gonna come in here?
I don't know if he is.
Well, I mean, if
trying to message him.
We had a couple of guys in here earlier, and I was like, "So, guys, do you want to hear our arguments?" And they were like, "No, server mute, server nothing." We just went on the back of you. It's like, you don't want to hear what we got to say? Okay. Why would you join a server and not want to hear what people are going to say? I don't know. Maybe I was abusing my mod powers.
There's no such thing as that.
I'm just here to listen. Oh, wait. I mean, to. I mean, if you're not here to listen, then what are you here to do? Read? You here to read? Here's some books.
Troll.
You here to stare at letters on a screen?
Maybe they're here to stare at goats.
I have no idea. Men who stare at the sky. What are you looking at? Jesus? Are you waiting for Jesus? No. We're waiting for aliens. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Same. All right. Good job. Keep looking. Let me know when he comes. People, it's still, I think there still are, like, when you tell them the earth is flat, they're like, oh, what the? My brain, like, they're still in that. I can't believe you people exist. I think the brainwash is still strong because.
What is a flat earther?
People are dying and you guys are here talking about flat earth? Yeah? Why? People have always been dying, my friend. Since I was born, people have been dying. And guess what? They're still dying. Yeah. Some people die thinking the earth is a ball. Some people died not caring what the earth was, what the fuck they did on earth. Some people die babies, and well, why are you guys talking about flat earth? Well, what else is there to talk about? Who's talking about flat earth? What? Right? It's like, what, do you think the war is more important information and the earth is not a ball? Think about it.
Maybe it's just safer. Flat earther, a person who no longer believes in the bullshit that comes out of everybody's mouth.
You have to make a Wikipedia page for that one.
Sounds like
a flat earther.
Sounds like just a man. That just sounds like a man being a man.
A man that can believe his own eyes.
Us, a man using his body to function and to eat stuff, and drink and not die, right? And then try to figure things out. And then somebody comes along and be like, "Hey, did you know that the thing you're living on is a fucking turtle?" It's like, doesn't feel like a turtle, doesn't look like a turtle. You're full of shit. Like that's what people do, right? Right? When a salesman knocks on your door, right? Hey, I got something to sell you. What do you say? Oh, wow, I would buy it. Is that what you do? I would buy it.
Man.
No. A normal person would be like, no, stop bothering me, dude. Right? You'd look at what he's selling. You'd say, I don't need that. It's too expensive. You think about the thing, right, that they're trying to sell you. You think about it, right? You don't be like, yes, mom and dad, I will go to the school and I will believe everything that the teacher tells me. And I will go to church and I will believe everything the pastor tells me. And even though they contradict each other, I'm still going to believe them. That's me when I was 12. That is me, 12 years old, going to school, right? Just heard about evolution, believing both God when I go to church and teachers when I go to school. And now, teachers are arguing at school, hey, monkey this, monkey that, what are you doing? And I'm like, wait. Are these things like against each other? Yes. Why?
You believe in evil. What? Evolution. What is evolution?
Why would you teach me two things that contradict each other? Mom, Dad? Well, don't look at us. Pastor?
Did you say bong, Dad? Bong, Dad?
Yeah. Exactly. Because mom and dad sent us to school. Because mom and dad sent us to church. And we trusted them. Yeah. And then we trusted the teachers and we trusted the pastors. And they taught us things that contradict each other. And then we come back and say, Mom, Dad. And they're like, well, don't look at me, son. I'm just a farmer. I don't know. I don't understand physics. What are you talking about, son? I was like, Dad, you sent me to school to learn this stuff. What am I supposed to do now? Well, ask the people that know, but you're my dad. But I don't know anything. Then why did you send me to this fucking school so they can confuse me? Well, I'm just doing my best as a father, son. This is our parents to us. What do we do about it? Okay, Dad, I'm going to go listen to that scientist. You can leave your father behind. You can leave your brain and your mind behind and just, here's my body. I offer it to you, science. What the hell is that? Mom and Dad. With that. Not their fault. But you do grow up and you do have a mind, and it is your fault for continuing in that path. On that path, if you know it's not right, and you become a man, maybe you become smarter, maybe you become more wiser than your parents were, and maybe you can make some decisions that they wouldn't have made for you. Maybe you can make some decisions for your children that your parents and great grandparents would have never made for you or for them. But you can make it. You can make that decision. You can change that path. And so what if it seems strange that the world believes it's a ball and your children thinks it's flat? Like, do they have to live like fucking like the way these Christians and these crazy religious people live, going out and oh, the earth is flat, the earth is flat? Or can they live like, like in the Matrix, right? You pick your battles, you choose who you talk to, and you talk, and then you talk to, you don't treat it like it's a religion. It's not a religion. This is the kind of shit talk about. You can lose your job, you can lose your family, fucking lose your life. And I don't think it's something, you know what I mean? It's almost like a secret. You gotta like secretly tell people the truth so that you don't get, all tied up in the mix. You know what I mean? What happened? I just tried to tell people the truth and I got into trouble. How can you get into trouble from telling the truth? I don't know. It's the fucking world, man. Telling the truth will get you into fucking trouble. God damn it. Process that. Okay. Smoke some weed now. If you lie, you might get a good job. Somebody might hire you because of your skill of lying. It's so good. So good. If you tell the truth, fuck you, man. You're stepping on people's toes. You're fucking shit up. You fucking program. You want to tell the truth. The fuck is that? Fuck out of here. That's how the truth is viewed, man. I mean, if it can, if it can make us some money, cool. The truth is cool. If it fucks up our power structure and everything, well, then no. Fuck that. Talk to people about the truth, right? What if people don't want the truth? What if people want peace? What if people want security? What if people want to be safe? Just to be safe. Because they're not concerned about the truth, right? They're concerned about food, shelter, kids. I don't care what the fucking world thinks the earth is. I don't care what the fucking world thinks. I need to feed my kids, And if I have to get vaccinated, I have to do these things to feed my kids. Then I'm going to have to do these things to feed my kids. Smelly cat, what are they feeding you? What are you feeding your kids, man? Truth or bullshit? Hey, children, Santa Claus. Sorry for the rant, guys, man. When I saw the killed it. It's fucking Alice in Wonderland, man. We're all mad down here, right? But I don't want to go amongst mad people.
Well, you can't help that. 'Cause we're all mad.
We're weirdos. As if you know what not being mad is like, right? Mad is your normal. Like, what are you talking about? I don't know, man. I like crazy people. Hey, Google, can men get pregnant? Welcome to Wonderland. Bitches. Oh, fucking.
Can you guys hear me okay? I just got through talking about earlier about how I didn't have no friends and how I didn't like people. And then I meet this dude. I'm automatically talking about real stuff with him. And then I told him that the earth was flat. And then he asked for my phone number and then gave me his phone number. So it's crazy.
Oh, yeah? You think he's a flat earther?
I don't
Either
think
that
so.
or either that or he thought you were cute or wanted to.
I got a face for radio, bro.
Oh, don't lie to us like that, Hank. We know better.
For the few of you that have seen my face, it might be pretty to y'all because I'm all smiling and shit. But when I'm out, in my everyday life, I'm usually not smiling.
Same.
What's that supposed to mean? You're supposed to wear a smile everywhere.
I don't. If it's a genuine smile,
You better knock that shit off, man. Quit it.
Genuine smiles, it's like an automatic reflex. You smile right back, and if it's genuine smiles. But
Exactly.
people that smile at you, but not really.
I'm not talking about a fake smile. I'm talking about I'm happy today and I don't care if anybody knows it kind of smile, and it usually gets other people to smile back at you.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Sometimes that'll change a whole day. Like you might be having a bad day, but you just put a smile on your face and pretend, and someone else will see it and they'll be like, "Hey, how you doing this morning?" You'll be like, "Oh shit, look, somebody cares about me."
Yeah, and changes your whole. It changes your whole chemistry, right? It's like instant.
You do it to yourself, but you can do those things. It is possible.
Yeah.
That's all I was going to say. I'm sorry.
Quick, pick me up. Smile at somebody.
Usually, my friends, whenever they come over and they're all mad about something, or they're all like going off about something, or they're angry or something, metaphorically speaking, of course, I grab them by the shirt and I slap them across the face a couple times and I go, "Are you done?" And then when they're done bitching, then I tell them why they're wrong. And then usually after that, they don't say anything else. I'm just teasing, of course, but metaphorically, that's kind of what I do. I basically tell my friends. Because usually when somebody comes over, yelling and screaming, they're usually wrong. That's why they're yelling and screaming.
I tell people that it's not fair for everybody. That's why it's fair for everybody. So whatever you're going through, just, muscle through it. Just keep swimming. Just keep going. Get through it.
It's like wildebeests crossing the river. It's not fair for everybody. Just keep swimming.
You'll make it to the other side eventually.
Don't look like
skating.
Or if you don't, then you tried. At the very least.
I think if I was a wildebeest, I'd probably just constantly run and constantly jump so that I could outleap and outrun every other wildebeest. That way I wouldn't have to worry about getting killed and eaten. You know what I mean? As long as I'm the first one, as long as I'm the last one getting chased down, then it's usually the slower one that they grab, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. I don't know how smart crocodiles are, but they
just usually go for whatever's thrashing in the water is usually it.
Yeah.
Or Abdullah Umblagata. That makes them sweet.
Whatever the teeth clamp onto is going to be rolled.
Like, we laugh about stuff like that, but if you really think about it, imagine having something with that many rows of teeth that has that kind of pressure of biting down, grab a hold of you, and then spin around in a circle. Can you just imagine that? It's like, it wouldn't be so bad if they just grabbed a hold of your arm, but if they start spinning, you're in trouble.
Yeah. I say, if something bites me like that, I'm going for the eyeballs.
Yeah.
I'm going for wherever I think its nose is at with my knife. I'll stab that spot a few times until I get it to, because it'll either start drowning in its own blood from trying to breathe, or one or the other, right?
It's like I've
I know it sounds horrible.
I'm a huge fan of dogs. But if a dog attacks me, it might get a hold of one part of me. But I'm bigger than most dogs, so I think I can handle myself. Even if it grabs a hold of my leg or my arm or something, I think I could. But I at least have one arm. I can just punch the shit out of it, or just like you were saying, hit it. Their nose is really sensitive. You can hit them in the nose like a bunch of times, or poke one of their eyes out or something. I'm scared of I'm not scared of dogs, but I don't want to get bit by one. But if they ever had a good hold, I think I could frickin'.
You're trying to deal with the dog like a man. You got to deal with the dog like an animal. Animals understand, you just got to look like you're dangerous, like you're scary, like you just present yourself as a threat, like a real threat. I'm not talking about a bear. Like.
Yeah, you can square like a dog if they're just like.
If you just demand respect, the dog will respect.
Yeah, you square up against them, they're gonna be like if they feel like they can take you down, they can take you down. But if you square them, they're gonna rethink their shit.
Yeah, of course. Many dogs. I mean, I've been attacked by many dogs in Samoa, of course. Yeah, you stop, you face them, right? Grab a rock, grab a stick, and that's it. That's the end. They're not coming. They're going to turn around.
They're not gonna come right at you. There are certain dogs. Like some of these. I don't know if I'm getting this from movies and shit, but like police dogs with training. If they just tell them to attack, they're just gonna pretty much go for either your throat or your arm. If they get one arm and they get your arm, they're not going to let go until you're subdued. But if a dog fucking attacks me, I'm not going to stop until it's me or him. You know what I'm saying?
No, they're not going to let go until the cop tells them to let you go.
Yeah. So they're trained that way. Yeah.
That brought his Rottweiler across.
But it's just like imagine it's like the cop says I don't know why a cop would send a dog on me, but
special order, right?
A Rottweiler came at my dog. My dog is blind, and I know the Rottweiler.
I was going to say the one that's out in front of my house. That thing costs $300 or $400 brand new. So just think about it that way. You know what I mean? It ain't much. There ain't much to it, but it runs, right?
Yeah.
It runs. What kind of dog is it, Ricky?
No, it's my scooter. We're talking about my scooter. I have a little electric scooter that somebody gave me, and there was their dog had chewed the cords off of it. Like the handlebar, where the cable, the
and you fixed
throttle. Yeah, and I basically just repaired it.
They gave it to you, and you fixed it?
Yeah, they gave it to me, and I put the new cable and stuff on it, and put a new battery in it, and it works good. And I ride it almost every night. I go ride on it. It's fun.
It's electric?
Yeah, it's just a little it's an E350. What is it called?
I used to have some of those.
Little Razor
yeah,
E350.
Those things are pretty cool.
Razor scooter, yeah, they are pretty
cool. Oh, bro, you can't take up both lanes. Get the fuck out of the way. And come to a complete stop, redneck. All right, so yeah, I used to have a couple of those.
Who are you calling redneck?
I work at nighttime. I ain't got no sunburn on my neck.
Okay, we'll call you Scratch Pack instead of redneck.
My dog fought off two Great Danes, and animals will fight. Animals will fight. Unlike people, animals will fight. Like they fight with all their might. You know what I mean? People don't do that. People give up because
like when they get into fighting mode, they don't know how to stop until it's over.
Fight for life. That's why humans don't do that. People just fucking lie down and die, like they lose hope. Animals don't do that. Animals fight for life. Like, so crazy, right?
But at the same time, if I'm attacked by an animal, and if it's me or him, it's me. But I'm gonna kill the motherfucker if it's trying to kill me.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Because that's what I'm saying. They don't know how to stop once they're in that mode. If they feel threatened, so I don't want to put them down.
Well, luckily they go for your arm and
I'll
not
do
your
it.
face. So
well,
at least they train.
Depends on how they're trained. Yeah, if they're trained to go for your throat, that.
Well, yeah, but
that'd be a problem. But you're going to put your arm up in front of you if they're going to come in for your throat, so they're going to be on your arm. Then I'm going to start punching it in the nose and freaking try to poke their eyes out and shit, and hopefully they'll release. But I'm still going to have a fucked up arm.
What about like a lion or a bear? You think you could kill one of those with just like let's say you're just walking, with a spear and a sword,
No, you're gonna have to look intimidating. Yeah, no. One of the larger animals like a lion or a bear. It depends on.
I mean, a spear. Maybe you can chase it away. I don't think you could chase away a bear with the spear.
I don't know. I mean, it just depends. It depends. I mean, you never know. I mean, with animals,
I've things away before, but I don't know what it was. All I know is it was big and it was dark.
Bears won't attack you unless they're trying to protect your young. For the most part, they avoid you unless they're really hungry. Like I've been camping, and you.
Oh, bro, a grizzly bear will hunt you down and eat you.
Yeah. Hopefully, I never meet one of those. A grizzly. You remember Grizzly Adams, that TV show back in the freaking 80s?
I remember the show, but I don't really remember what it was about. I just remember it was about a guy who had a big old long beard, probably a plaid,
and his
flannel or something on.
He had a pet grizzly bear.
Yeah, it was something like that, like a cub.
Yeah, it was Grizzly Adams. That's why it was called. He was Adams. And he had a pet grizzly bear, and it was a really cool show.
Was it?
And so, if you could tame a grizzly bear and make him your familiar, and nobody, with you,
that would be helpful. Definitely.
I mean, people with guns
definitely take things down. Like you could outsmart the animals, and he could take them down for you, and you guys could work together, right?
You know what? I loved that show when I was growing up. I haven't watched it in a long time. Let me see if I can.
You know my favorite line from any movie ever? I'm a lead farmer, motherfucker.
What? Say it again.
I'm a lead farmer, motherfucker.
Lead farmer.
Yeah. It's
something to do with guns.
Tropic Thunder.
Oh my god! I watched that like 2 months ago again. Oh, that's a funny ass movie. That movie is so freaking hilarious, man.
Yeah, funny movie.
It's like the cast members didn't realize that they were dropped in. They thought they were making a movie, but they were dropped into a hostile environment, and people started getting blown up. It's like, wow, that's some really good special effects.
So it's Robert Downey Jr. And he's all right. Listen, this is hilarious. Robert Downey Jr. He's doing blackface. He never loses character, right? So he's pretending to be a black guy. And there's a part in the movie where he pretends to be Asian. And he's like got a thing covering his face, and he's pretending to be Asian. And then they catch, he said something wrong in Chinese, and they caught that he was American. And they said, "What kind of farmer are you?" And he just pulls up like 2 full assault rifles, what they call them. And he's like, "I'm a lead farmer, motherfucker." It's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's like slapstick. That's so like, isn't it like slapstick comedy? You know, that way where it's just like,
Oh yeah, it was hilarious. It was so
yeah, I think
masterfully
that
done.
movie. Yeah, I love it. That's kind of reminds me of some of the
fucking
like
Tom Cruise. Remember Tom Cruise?
No, not Tom Cruise. I'm thinking.
Yeah, Tom Cruise was in that movie. Yeah,
Tom Cruise is there. I'm talking about like Blazing Saddles. Blazing Saddles is one of my favorite movies too. It's like
Blazing Saddles is one of the best movies in the world.
Ever made. Yeah. Blazing Saddles is one of the best freaking movies ever made.
What are you guys talking about?
Nothing, because there's no Globies that come in and challenge us.
Yeah, Matthew was here a few times, but he's gone to bed now. So we were talking about Robert Downey Jr. playing blackface in Tropic Thunder. And then he was like, he was still doing blackface, and he was an Asian guy at the same time. So he was a dude dressed like a dude, disguised as another dude.
Yeah.
He's an Australian dude, right? Dressed up as a black dude. But disguised as an Asian dude. Yep, that's okay.
And that's why it's my favorite line, because he was part Asian when he said it. He was part black and part white when he said it.
That movie's funny. Jack Black is fucking hilarious in that movie too, man. Jack Black is the shit.
Yeah, he played the character properly. Yeah.
Hey, you need to go watch that movie again. It's so hilarious. Tropic Thunder.
So no shit, when that movie first came out, I had a copy early, and my Vietnamese friend was like, "Hey, can you bring that by my house?" It was the first time he had ever invited me to his house. And I get there, and I'm like, "Hey, is so-and-so here?" He was like, "No." I was like, "Here." And I gave his fucking family this spoof movie about the Vietnam War, and I thought about that after I left. Like, what if they put that movie in, like, right when I left? And, like, you know, there's no explanation. Why did he bring us this movie? You know?
Well, you never got feedback?
I think I did, but I don't remember what he said. But I was just thinking about it when I left. Like, what if his dad, who fought in the Vietnam War, was like fucking watching that movie going, "What the fuck?"
You have to understand comedy to watch it, though. I mean, hey, fuck you if you can't take a joke. That's a quote from
Hey, fuck you.
Axl. That's from Axl Rose. You remember
Axl Rose is a joke.
Yeah, but that's one thing that he said in one of his songs. Fuck you if you can't take a joke.
Well, he's a joke because he's like, I don't know.
He's a fucking dickhead. Yeah, if Axl Rose is a dickhead, everybody
Something's
knows.
wrong with my voice. He's like smoking and drinking. Like, I don't get it. What's wrong with my voice today?
Dude, he shows up 2 hours late to a fucking show. You know, I mean, yeah, he's a fucking dick. Everybody knows Axl Rose is a dickhead. Yeah, Axl is like, he's notorious for like, it's like, all right, Guns N' Roses, and everybody waits around for an hour. So I go, where the fuck is Axl?
Dude, I remember the day I
Yeah, but all of those of us who were late for the concert, we love that.
Yeah.
No, I ain't gonna say I'm still not a fan of Axl Rose, because I mean he owns it. I mean, it's just like it's like you still want to wait around for it, and you just like do your thing while you're waiting for Axl to get his ass up on stage.
Well, yeah. What do you think rock stars were like back in? What do Axl Rose? I'm a fucking rock star. What do rock stars
They were
do?
probably always waiting
No,
for.
no, no, no. I've been to a lot of concerts. It's
Party and
pretty
late for
scheduled and on time. Axl Rose is the only one that will make people wait for an hour or 2 hours with no show until he shows up. That's hardcore right there, bro.
Why am I picturing like Pink Floyd, where they had to get the guy going, like, they had to get the guy like
Sounds
ready
like
for the
me.
show.
That sounds like me when I smoke too much weed. It's like 2 hours. I'm
Exactly.
supposed to do something.
Stand up, stand up.
Yeah, I think
not
that's
possible
I think
to
that's
smoke
that,
too
but
much
I
weed.
think that was just to be honest. I mean, it doesn't. I think Axel did that. I don't know if he did it on purpose or what. I don't know the motherfucking guy,
So
but
what if he did? He's a fucking rock star, and he can do whatever the fuck he wants. His fans can
Need
suck his
some
dick.
information.
dude, I
Right.
would wait for an hour to see Axel
Right, that's what I
Just the
mean.
basic
Like, you
facts.
will wait for an hour.
Can
Because
you
that's what a
show
fan
me
fucking
where it
does.
hurts?
This is what a crazy fanatic does, okay? Fanatical things. Fucking sleeping out in the goddamn fucking snow, waiting for the street to open in the morning, waiting for the store to open. That's what
dude,
crazy.
I've been to some concerts, man. I was like trumping through the mud and shit to see some of my favorite bands.
And
Yeah,
rock
I've
stars
been
know
there.
this. Rock stars know that fans are just as fucked up and high as they are. So fuck it, let's party. They know they know what it's about. Woo! When I come out on stage, like,
Yeah, but it just means he's an asshole to make them wait that long. But is he doing it on purpose, or was he indisposed? Hold on,
if he do
was
that on
he
purpose,
indisposed, or was he
Maybe
doing it
he
on
was too
purpose?
messed up. Maybe
if
he
you
was
do
too
it on
messed up.
purpose, you should go out to a psychologist, right? If you didn't do it on purpose, you're a fucking rock star. That's what rock stars do. It was designed. It was designed to be that
Yeah,
way.
I'm with
No,
Bong.
sure.
It was designed. A wizard arrives precisely when he means to.
Yeah, the anticipation builds.
Of course,
It's
to
just like
show
when he shows up, it's just like,
the worship to you.
what you that this guy? Woo! And I'm fucking Axl Rose in front of your face.
And the gods
Here
will
we go.
descend from the
And
gods.
and as a performer singer on stage, I know what that feels like, because when I get on stage,
servants.
it's a monster thing. I'd lose control, but there's no thing. I don't think anymore. I just perform.
Well, as the bass player, you guys are assholes, and you're extremely pompous. Fucking lead singer.
Okay, well, I guess that's the way it works. But for the most part, I mean, I haven't played a major stadium or anything like that. And in clubs, they're like, "Hey, motherfucker, we got to shut this shit down pretty quick. If you don't get your ass out there, then you ain't gonna have a
I've
show."
played in garages. I've played in trailer houses and flooded front yards, standing on what are they called? The pallets. Yeah, standing on wooden pallets so we didn't get electrocuted.
I've done that too. I mean, don't get me wrong. But I've played on some stages, but never in a coliseum or anything like that. But it's just like, but at the same time, as a singer, that the front man or whatever, I go into a different zone when I'm singing.
Like performers are not rock stars. There's a big difference in the way the performer performs and the way the audience views it, and a rock star or a not mainstream artist, that's been promoted to,
Sure, you're putting on a show rather than performing your music.
right. A singer, you're there to sing the part. You're a
Like in a
guitarist.
small club, it's different than playing in a coliseum or.
Well, yeah, even even if you're local, you've got a local following, it's still not the same as like big, major.
Yeah, sure.
Major
Yeah,
people backing you and promoting you, the whole fucking world loving you just because you were promoted to fucking to the moon and
Yeah,
back.
it's way different. Yeah, I get you.
It's not
But
the
at the
same.
same time, yeah, it's not
Yeah.
the same thing. But I like the club environment too. I mean, it's just like you can pretty much just let go instead of actually having to hype up the crowd and all that kind of shit because you only have like 100 to 200 people there instead of 20,000. I mean, it's a really different environment.
Oh, if you're
But
smart,
I've always wanted to perform in front of 30,000 people. But I mean, that would be fun as hell. I think
if you
I
get
could
good,
do it good.
like if you get a good filmmaker or a person who's good with the camera, they can make 200 people look like 20,000 people.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be
Make it feel like 20,000 people.
No. Dude, I think if I was actually in front of that a crowd like that, 20,000,
Yeah, think about.
I would be different on stage, especially since the stage would be much wider,
Oh
and
no!
I would actually be different, performing.
I was only like the magic of film. You remember Hillary Clinton's campaigns, right? They never showed the crowd. Why? Because there's nobody in the crowd.
Because there was nobody there. No, that's what I'm saying. Well, maybe, but Hillary Clinton.
You show a small part of it, right? A few people, like make it look like busy. Like, oh my gosh, there's so many people here, but there's only like 20 people standing. Like.
Hey, you know what? When Bill Clinton was elected, I was downtown Little Rock at the rally.
Yeah.
You know what? I was I 18 or 19? I voted for Bill Clinton because he was the governor of Arkansas, and I was growing up in that shit, and so when he got elected for president, I was downtown in Little Rock, freaking at the rally, man. I don't know what that has anything to do with anything, but I'm telling you, when you're performing, rock and roll or metal, and you have like I've performed in clubs many times, but having a stage and 20,000 fans and a light show, that would be a totally different thing for me, and I think I would lose my mind and go balls out.
You probably drink too much. Dude, I don't know. I've never played in front of people other than like friends and family. So when like our little band would get together, we did it for like 2.5 years. And as soon as we started getting like decent, our drummer would flake out on us, and we'd have to find a new drummer. So I started out playing in a barn, and then we started playing in my garage until we could find another drummer. We were writing songs, and then we found another drummer who let us play in his garage. And then as soon as we started getting our timing down, he fucking flaked out on us. So we went back to writing music in the garage. Then we found this old Canadian bug-eyed drummer, and then we went in his trailer and we played.
Wait, the bug-eye. Did he like really had bug eyes?
Yeah,
dude, he had some fucking beaters, man. He had some really big eyeballs.
Wow, but was he a decent drummer?
After we got him the double bass pedal, he was pretty good. But then the lead singer sat down on his drum set and apparently was playing too rough, and those two had a tiff.
Well, that's unfortunate for them, but
when you're a rock star
for me,
and depending on your content of your music, let's say a rock star and content of your music is about, I don't know, because some people's music, right, it has a different energy to it. But you have to use that. And what I'm saying is, like, when you come out and there's 20,000 people, then the right thing to do is to.
You have to set it. It's a performance. You have to take. You have to, especially if you're a popular band. You can't. You have to take. You have to make a performance. I mean, it's you're on a stage. You have to
That's
make
not
a
my point.
performance.
My point is, like, if there were only 5 people in the audience, those 5 people, when you get up to perform for them, are the 5 people you're responding to. You know what I
Right.
mean? They're giving you the energy, and they're responding to their energy. If you come out and there's 20,000 people, that's like an excess amount of you can harness that energy and use that
Yep.
energy to craft your performance. But to give the kind of performance, like you're reading the energy, the crowd, and you're like giving it back. You're giving it back. You know, it's
And
coming
that
in.
takes practice. That takes practice when you perform in front of audiences that large.
It's a spiritual thing. It's a spiritual experience. It's not get up and play music. That's what I mean. You have to be in that moment with those people and do the damn thing. You know, you're here.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. The club experience was really good for me because I feed off of the audience, and that's what I'm saying. But when you're performing that large, and you're working with a crew that is, you know, making all that shit happen, and you know, for you, go ahead.
Freddie Mercury, you know, I like the way he does it. You know what I mean? It's so.
Freddie Mercury was like, Well, I mean, he was a Freddie Mercury was
there,
legend,
dude.
bro.
You're there in 1980 something, whenever that concert was happening. You're there when you watch it. Watch, rewind it and watch it
1988.
again.
Yeah.
You're there again.
The AIDS concert. You talking about the AIDS concert?
Well, all their concerts, all his performances are like that.
Freddie Mercury is a legend, man. I mean, there's nothing you can't take anything from Freddie, man.
Well, because he's there for the people, and the people know that.
He gave everything. He gave it his all, and everything he did. Yeah, he's one of my favorite
You guys know
things.
about Freddie Mercury and his cats? You know about his cats?
I didn't. I heard something.
Did you watch that movie that came out a couple of years ago?
Yeah, I watched it. But I knew this before the movie. So Freddie Mercury loved his cats so much that they had like their own rooms in his mansion. And like he was like so fucking in love with those cats. They were like everywhere. And you can see pictures of him with his cats. It's pretty amazing.
All right, well, you know, he was a lonely guy, man. You know, like, and if you love your animals that much and you've got that much money, like, I guess that's what a person would do. A person was lonely and had cats that he loved so much. But I don't know about a whole room. If you had 10 cats, looks like 10 rooms.
My cats don't have a whole room. Like, but he fucking loved those cats.
It's a lot of space for a small animal.
That movie made me think a lot. It's just like maybe I could have, because you know I'm a good singer. You guys know. If I'd have done something different in the past and been as passionate and just said, hey, I have something. You know, Freddie was very confident about his talent.
Yeah, but
you want to hear some of the lyrics of one of our songs? We used to sing about the fire burning on the mountaintop. You know what that's from, right? The story of Moses. We were singing about the fire on the mountain. We haven't got any mountains around here.
Yeah, but you know what they call the mob
I remember
mentality?
Jane's Addiction. Coming down mountain.
Or the bewildered herd. You know how people say individuals are smart, but groups are stupid? Yeah, that's what you're dealing with when you go on the stage in front of you're dealing with the collective. You know, there's this energy. These people can fucking eat you up.
You know what's really cool when you form a band, the first thing you want to impress, you know, whether you're a guitar player, drummer, bass player, vocalist, you want to first impress everyone in the band, right?
Well, of course, but you can't fool people. See, that's what I'm trying to say. People are the fucking expert listeners. You can't fool them. Yeah, you could be talented, but if you get on the stage and you give a fake performance,
well, that's what I'm saying. Everyone in the band has to impress each other, because once we start performing this, then we're going to have to perform it in front of other people that are listeners, just like you're saying.
Hello.
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 I thought of a good
Is there
argument.
anybody in there?
I
Just
thought
not
of
if
a
you
really
can
good
hear
argument.
me.
Let him see.
I thought of a good argument against flat Earth.
All right,
Okay,
cool,
let's hear it.
cool. What do you got? What do you got?
Everybody go on mute.
Do you believe mass and energy are both different manifestations of the same thing? Yes or no?
What is mass?
Math.
What is mass?
Mass.
What is it? Define
See,
it.
that's what I thought he said. I thought he said math and
No, I said
energy,
mass.
not mass.
It's a mass.
Math is
What?
a way to describe something you can measure.
He said mass. Yes, he said mass. But what is it? What are you talking about? Mass.
Mass?
Yes.
Are you guys serious? I'm pretty sure he
physics.
said math. Did you
No,
say
no.
math.
He said mass.
Okay, my bad.
He's asking us about mass and energy and what we think about it. And yeah, go ahead and define these things you're asking us about.
Okay, so mass is how much of something is. How
Okay,
much
what is something?
is a way of measurement how much something is.
How much something? How much what is something? What is? What is this?
How
Something?
much of something you have.
Okay, okay. Now I have a cup in my hand. Okay.
Yes.
Now,
It
what
has
is
a
this
mass.
something? What is this something that this cup has that you're talking about? How much?
How do you say it in English? It's made of matter, right?
Right.
So
Now that
how much?
matter? Are you talking about
Can you
matter and
use a
what
cup
matter?
to contain mass?
Yes. You're doing it when when you
Would the
have
mass
water.
be inside the cup or be the cup?
The
Well,
the
he's
water will be
defining.
contained. The mass will be contained inside the
I'll
cup.
shut up, Bong. I'm just messing around.
It's just.
Good.
What was your question? What was your question? Do we?
So
I mean,
do you
I think
believe
he's confused
mass and
about
energy
mass versus energy. That's
No,
really
I
kind
asked.
of a
So I asked.
generic question.
No, so I no, it's not a generic question because I have a point. I have something leading to it.
Well, why don't you just get to the point?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Ask the question again. And then...
Nuclear bombs. Nuclear bombs.
Oh
Right?
my God.
Yeah, nuclear.
If you don't
Yeah,
believe
bomb.
that, if you
No, we can't tell you how to make one.
We know that there are nuclear. That there's nuclear energy. We know that nuclear energy.
We don't know that, Bong. But anyway, that's my opinion.
Okay, we know that.
do you believe nuclear bombs
As
exist?
they are taught to us. Okay, but I
Hold
don't.
on. Let's start from the beginning with this guy. Let's start from the beginning before getting into the abstract. Come on.
Yeah, just assume they're all real. That's better to assume they're all real. Okay, until you find out they're not real. Because if they're real
believe
and you say it's not
that
real, then you're in trouble.
You're not answering my question.
What is
Do you believe that
Should
nuclear
we?
bombs exist?
Why don't you ask a real question? Do you believe? Hey, we're not here talking about beliefs. There's no beliefs going on here.
Do you know that nuclear bombs are a thing?
Okay, do I know? No, I don't know nuclear bombs exist. So, yes, I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't know that nuclear bombs exist. How
He's
about
trying to
that?
make an argument against the flat Earth. I think he's still trying to get to his argument.
No, I really think he's just bringing us some bullshit. So I am cool. So
if nuclear bombs exist, Earth must be a ball because if nuclear bombs exist,
that's not a point. Yeah, go rework it.
if you start a question, for us with if, then you're in the wrong room.
What?
It's not a good argument. It's not even an argument. Okay, that's just
it is
not
an argument.
How is it an argument? How does it prove
did you
that
come
the
here
Earth
to
is
make a
ball?
statement or a question?
For nuclear bombs to exist,
Hold on. How does that prove that the Earth is curving?
Okay, so for nuclear bombs to exist,
our calculations that we did needs to be correct, and how we created a nuclear bombs
then
need to
your
be correct,
argument should not
and
be
mass and
nuclear
energy.
bombs.
Mass
And
Your
here's the next.
argument
Here's a question I have for you. I am cool. Who is we?
Hold up. Your argument should not be
Who's
about
we?
nuclear bombs. It should
humans.
be about how we target things using the globe Earth. Now you have to prove that we actually use a globe to target stuff all the way on the other side of the world
What
and
do you mean
send it
target stuff?
to target it. Okay, so you can lock in
No,
the
I'm not.
nuclear
That's
sending.
not.
Okay,
Yeah, but
then
that's
how
not
do you
what I'm
fly
talking
a
about. Why are
plane?
you
And
shifting
listen,
out of the
target.
topic?
Hold on. I am cool. Sound. Hold
How
on.
do you fly a plane over a goddamn ball? Okay, that's your
Okay,
I
don't
argument.
am
be
cool.
so angry.
I am cool. I am cool. Sounds. Listen, Bong, and both of you. Hold on, Bong. Hold on, Bong. He
Sorry.
sounds a little upset because he thinks we don't understand how this nuclear bomb thing is a
He's
thing.
wrong. His
No, I
argument
know
is
he's wrong, but I want him to understand that we've gone through this information many times. So I am cool. Welcome to the server. There's no reason for us to, really take the piss out of you if you don't take the piss out of us. You know what that means?
No.
Let's have a All right, well, let's have a conversation about how you came to this across this information where we're a bunch of flat earthers sitting here talking about this 24 hours a day. Where's your evidence for a globe? I mean, to be honest, nuclear energy and
It's not nuclear energy.
well,
It's
either
how it's
I know that. Jesus Christ, can you let me do this for a second?
Go ahead.
How did you find our server?
You know me. I'm
Nuclear
here a
stuff
lot of
won't
times.
prove anything about shape of Earth. Now, if
Yes,
you're
it
trying to,
would.
if you really, how explain to us how nuclear energy could prove that balls spin around the universe in galaxies?
It doesn't.
Okay, for nuclear bomb, the nuclear energy to exist, energy and mass have to need to be two manifestations of the same thing, and we use the equation E
You're gonna have
squared
to
equals
describe who
MC
we is.
squared
Who's
plus
we? You're gonna have to describe who we is.
humans.
Humans.
Humans have
He's gonna have to
been
define mass too.
Human
Can you define
scientists.
mass? Hey, Helio, let's let him do this first. He had mass in his sentence, his first sentence. So can you define mass?
I asked him, and
I already did.
My bad for interrupting. Go ahead. I am cool. Finish your statement, and then we'll address
Yeah,
it.
I already described it.
Oh, okay. So can you give me the definition again, just quickly?
If you want me to describe, is how much of a thing.
Yeah.
It's how much of a thing, huh? Isn't that just density?
Yeah, but
okay, hold on, everybody, just real quick. I'll be
Density
2 seconds.
No, density
2
is not the
seconds.
same.
Hey, everybody. Yeah.
Real quick.
Let's slow
Nature does not
the
offer us
conversation
any
down a little bit.
conception.
Let's have a conversation about
The
this.
size of something doesn't change its density,
Guys,
but
can
the
I
size
just-
of something does
Can I
change
get
its
you to be
mass.
quiet just for a second? So nature does not offer us any concept of the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms or by any other counting method to try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass.
anyways, you okay, listen. Nuclear energy existing, okay, does not prove that the
Yes.
Earth is curving. Okay, does not prove that the Earth is curving.
It does.
Curvature. No matter what you say, okay, if you do not have curvature, it is not proof that the Earth is a ball. Okay, look, listen, my friend. This is not about flat Earth. This is not about proving that flat Earth is false. This is about proving that the globe Earth is true. Okay, we're not here to disprove flat Earth. We're here
Exactly.
to prove that the globe is real. So without the curvature,
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm
without
doing.
the curvature of the Earth, it's not a ball. What don't you get about that? No matter what
Yeah,
science
that's what
did,
I'm doing, but you're not letting me speak.
on Earth, Just because you develop technology on Earth doesn't mean
All
that
right.
a flat.
So this is weird. I mean, he's trying to prove through nuclear energy. No, I mean, I'm saying Homeboy is trying to prove through nuclear energy that the Earth is a ball. That's not even a related topic.
The theories of mass and
Yes, they are.
energy.
No, it's not.
He's saying
How are they related? I am cool. How are they related?
Exist, and because we got technology from it. That is proof.
It would be fun if I could speak.
All right, cool.
Okay, now
Hey,
can you let me speak?
all right, let's give him. Hold on, Bonk. Let's give him 2 minutes. Let's give him 2 minutes to explain.
Proves that the Earth is a ball. You're saying that this technology proves that the Earth is a globe without curvature. That's what you're saying. You can't say that.
Hey, he brought a shovel, Bong. Let him dig his hole. Come on, man.
Fucking assholes on TV tell you that the Earth is so big.
Just let me speak.
Okay.
Why can't you just let me speak?
Just calm down. Yeah. How long you keep going, Bong? Come on.
It doesn't mean you can lie to other people.
Why are you speaking so much?
Lie doesn't mean you go and lie.
Bong, please shut up.
Bro.
I need you to understand that. I'm sorry.
I have no clue.
Hey, we can address that afterwards, Bong. After he explains how his dipshit nonsense, we can let him fucking go through this, and then we can talk about it after he makes up his nonsense about his pretend universe.
No. Well, it is just for a little while though, Bong. Like he's about to say that nuclear weapons prove that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. I would like to know how nuclear weapons.
Yeah, I'm
prove
curious
that the Earth
about
is a
that
spinning
too,
ball in the
right?
vacuum of space.
Yeah, come on, man. Bong, let him say something
That's why
about that.
Okay, so to make those nuclear weapons and nuclear facilities and to make all this nuclear power, we needed to use math. Humans needed to use math, and part of that math was E squared equals mc squared plus pc squared, which is with the inertia, and just the full one, and because we used that and our calculations were correct and we made nuclear weapons and got nuclear power, it means that this is a correct calculation, and this calculation means that mass and energy are both different manifestations of the same thing. That's why they're interchangeable and they're connected.
So
and for that to be
let him finish.
For that to be true, the whole idea of general relativity or something at least similar to general relativity needs to be true. And if general relativity or something at least close to general relativity is true,
hold
on, Abby. He's almost to the end. I think.
Yeah. Let him go a little longer, Bong. Let him go a little longer.
Go ahead.
Okay, so if general relativity, or at least something that is close to general relativity, maybe not exactly, it does work and is correct, means
how do you know that?
How we understand what?
How do you
know? No, you're almost done. Hold on, I wanted
because
to
we
finish.
used those calculations.
A little longer.
Because we used those calculations and they were correct.
Who's we? We humans?
Humans, yes.
Not we.
Humans have used.
Yes, I agree.
Men and women, not humans.
Wasn't that fun? Wasn't that fun?
Come on, I'm trying to moderate here. Okay, so did you complete your argument? I am cool.
I think everyone gets my point, so yeah.
Yes, okay. We're going to let Bong go first because he's been waiting. Go ahead.
I don't even know what to say. You've assumed so many things there to be true. So many things. I don't know where to start. I wish we could just back up but you guys go ahead first. I'll figure out something to say.
I just thought that was the most beautiful word salad I've ever heard in my life.
What?
Thanks, Orion. Helio, you want to go next, bud? Helio, trying to moderate. Trying to make it listenable. If you could help me out. Okay, back to you, Bong.
Does anyone want to talk? To speak?
What is
Yeah, now we
energy?
can
Tell
done.
me
Oh,
why
go
I
ahead.
was
Go ahead.
wrong.
Go ahead, Bong. Sorry.
There's so many things to talk about. We got to define energy. We got to define mass. We got to talk
Energy
about
is the
how
ability to do
we
something.
gotta. Yeah, let me finish. We gotta talk about how energy is converted to mass and back, to matter and back, like whatever, And then we gotta talk about general relativity. Then we gotta talk about theories. There's so many things from all different, so many different models that you kind of threw all together into
Okay, so
one
tell me what we need to talk about
convenient
and let's talk
explanation.
about it.
Look, man, it sounds nice, right? It feels good, but go look into all those things you just listed here. They don't work together. They don't all mesh together to make one model. They don't. So we can't talk
Can you give
about
me an example?
brought up because they're all from all these different theories and models. Like, what do we start with first? What do we
The
start
only
with? Energy
theory
or
I
mass?
put here was general relativity.
Well, because you're basing your argument, okay? You're basing it on the idea that if equations can help us build things, then that must mean the Earth is a ball. That's what you're saying, and that's not how it's
No,
done. That's
but
not
but if
science, right?
mass and energy wouldn't be two manifestations of the same
What
thing and
That's not the
connected,
point.
nuclear bombs wouldn't exist.
Listen, that's not the point. The point is that if the Earth is a ball, okay, then it's a certain size, a certain scale. There's a radius. Okay? If the Earth
Yeah,
is
wait
what
for a
it
second.
really is, the ball that it is, then there has to be something called curvature. And if that does not exist, okay, no matter what observations we make, if it's not existing, the geometry, then the Earth is not a ball with that radius. It's either flat or it's such a big a ball that you can throw all of science, gravity, and everything out the window and start over. It may as well be flat. That's the problem. So, talking about somebody's equations, right, that developed something, does not help us solve this problem of curvature, of science, of observing things and making sure they're this size and correlates to this equation, right? That helps us build this rocket so that we can go to that other body out there. And now we got more problems. See, what are we talking about? Are we talking about mass? Are we talking about energy? Are we talking about theories? Or are we talking about geometry? What are we talking about? We're talking about geometry. We're talking about our experience, right? And we're talking about doing real science. We're talking about correlating, okay, the equations and the math to the real world experience. So this radius, this curve, this ball, this globe, we want to correlate it with the real world. This model, because you can create any model, infinite models using the same data, and it'll work for whatever purpose you do it for because it's using the same data. It's still doing the same thing, but it's not matching with the real world. And curvature, man. Curvature. Like, do you understand what I'm saying to you, or are you still there?
I am cool appears to be muted and deafened, and it appears that he's done it to himself.
That's fine. Yeah,
So
I probably frustrated him. Sorry. It's
no,
all
it's
good.
nothing that you did. That was extremely rude, as far as I'm concerned, to come in here and get what you got to get out, and then not listen to the response. So I'm gonna serve a mute and deafen.
Yes. Yeah, I hope it figures it out. It's not hard to figure out that fallacy. Like, hold
He
on.
gets so mad when we don't listen to him, right? But when he just turns around and does it to us, he just expects us to, wait for him to come back around.
He sounds young, so he's got a lot of energy. He'll be back. Probably find something else and come back. What about
Somebody
this?
else is gonna have to unmute him. It ain't me, babe. Oh no, no, it ain't me, babe.
Yeah, he's gonna have to earn his unmute. Eh? What were we talking about?
You got to admit though, that was a pretty funny rant of his or whatever. or spiel about nuclear weapons prove that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. I was cheering him on. I was rooting for him. Like, come on, buddy, you can do it. You can do it. You can prove it's a ball with nuclear weapons. You can do it. Come on. You can do it.
Keep. It's almost finished. One more.
Yeah, I was gonna try to steal man his argument when I got a turn. Yeah, but I guess that I'm not gonna be able to steal man his argument. It's a shame, isn't it?
He sounds like he's trying, but he's going the wrong way. It's like, hey, this way, not that way, this way. No, I'm gonna go that way. Then go that way. Fine.
I just wish he wouldn't have muted and deafened himself. That was like the wrong thing to do.
No, I probably annoyed him. I probably frustrated him. That wouldn't let him speak.
What did he think you were going to do, Bong? Go, oh, I see now. Because nuclear bombs exist, and the fact that I accept that mass equals energy, now all of a sudden the Earth is a perfect sphere, flying through space at unknowable speeds that I can't verify, but now I get it. That makes so much sense. No, it actually doesn't follow at all. What does it have to do with the price of rice in China?
Well, he can't. Like in school, I used to ask the teacher these questions. I wouldn't tell her, well, that doesn't make sense, because I give her the benefit of the doubt, I credit her like she's probably encountered this question before in her career and probably has an answer. I'm not just gonna assume, hey, well, you got a question, and then you ask the question like, is it possible? What if? You know what I mean? But you don't. If he was to be like, is it possible that because of all the equations, if he would have put it that way, it would have changed the tone of the discussion, but because of the way he was putting it, he's like full on, it's like, yo, I'm like, nah, man, you gotta stop it right there and back the fuck up, dude. You're totally going the wrong way before you go too deep into that bullshit, and get lost into the because people worship Einstein, and it took me some courage to challenge and to question. Well, okay, maybe Einstein is lying. This is as a flat earther. I became a flat earther, new flat earther, and I was still like, oh, Einstein and those guys are smart, and I think he's still going. His brain is like that. I trust Einstein's work, and I trust that these people did the right thing, and that they would never lie to us or try to deceive us. This is science, guys. This is science. Science trying to help the world. It's bullshit. And pulling him back to look at Einstein, do you think Einstein could be lying? I think that's more powerful than talking about debating about it, because once you cut those legs off, Einstein and all these other liars, once he realizes that these people were lying, or could they be lying, then you know what I mean, then there's no more, oh, Einstein, these equations, we know this and we know that, and we stand on the shoulders of giants. What if you destroyed the
giants eat people, moron. Don't stand there.
Hey, exactly. They're not giving you a ride.
Yeah. Hey, there's a good chance that even Einstein himself, he with what he discovered, or people that were involved with him discovered, through mathematics, that's a virtual realm as far as I'm concerned. It actually connects with the natural. It connects with the natural realm that we experience, but it really doesn't have anything to do with spheres. It's part of the understanding of our realm and what it doesn't. And I think that person was confused. Refusing the difference between what we experience and going into a virtual realm of mathematics and pretending that the Earth could be a sphere if this were possible, and that's and when especially with the nuclear energy and all that kind of stuff. So that's what I see. That's how I see it.
Counting. Ooh, so
Yeah,
mysterious.
but could you imagine flat earthers if we went around citing wartime propaganda as proof that the earth is flat? Can you imagine how hard people would laugh at us?
Exactly. Exactly.
People would be laughing their asses off. We would never have an intelligent conversation in here. Everything would be metaphorical Rotten Tomatoes in our faces.
Hey,
Because that's all
did somebody server deafen I Am Cool?
He did it to himself.
No, but he can't server deafen himself. So
he did it first, so we did it after because he decided to mute and not.
I'm going to unserver deafen him. I'll leave him server muted, but he needs to hear what we're saying. So that's
what the left thing for. See, here's
anyway,
the thing. After we let him make his spill, right? We heard everything he said. Then Bong started responding, and he deafened and muted himself. So he didn't want to hear anything we had to say. So why would I want to hear anything he has to say?
Well, he needs to hear what we have to say. I mean, so I don't know who server deafened him. That's not cool. I don't like the server deafen people. You can listen all fucking day.
Okay.
Yeah, on YouTube, we sure can.
Then server mute him then.
Yeah, he's still server muted. I'm just saying, don't server deafen somebody.
Okay. So you're telling me if a Glober came in here and gave his spill, and then as soon as you went to respond, he deafened himself, you would just let that slide?
Well, if like in this room, if they're responding in the live voice text and they're in this room and they're responding but not listening, that's not what this room's for. But if you server deafen them, they can't hear anything we're saying.
Psychopaths are born, but sociopaths are created. They are molded. They are made. And
I mean, all about server mute whenever they're being out of control or whatever. Yeah, I'm about
consider
that.
sociopaths.
Just saying.
Right when you respond to them, they server deafen themselves to let you know that they're not fucking
You
listening.
can't server deafen your. You can only deafen yourself individually.
If somebody does this right to you, now nobody might notice what he's doing, but if you notice, he's saying "fuck you" and what you're saying. I don't give a fuck about people. When I come in, like, I will take advantage of a fucking person, right? I will take advantage of that fucking person and fuck off and not feel anything about it. That's what people are like today. Narcissistic fucking sociopaths, antisocial motherfuckers. This is how it's like.
Sure, put them in
Bong are in complete agreement. Bong, write this stay down. Write it down, bro. Me and you are in complete agreement right now.
There you go.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you guys. I mean, I just don't see any reason to ever server deafen anyone.
Well, it's not just anyone; it's him because he's
anyone ever,
right?
ever.
To make a point,
There's no reason to ever server deafen anyone where they can't hear what we're saying in that room.
He deafened himself.
Okay, I know he did, but and he's still see, now I unserver deafened him. He's still deafened, not hearing what we're saying.
Exactly.
Okay, cool. Well, then just leave it alone. If he doesn't hear it, then boom. Fine. Don't. I would recommend. Please don't server deafen anyone.
Helio, there's a YouTube. He knows there's a YouTube. People who are here know that we have a fucking YouTube. They know we have 2 YouTube live streams. Just because we server deafen them here doesn't mean they can't listen.
I just think server deafen is dumb.
They're going to listen. They're going to create a new account and come and listen. They're going to go on YouTube and listen.
Okay, just fine.
It's what they want to do.
But if they're in here, there's no reason to server deafen them if you have them muted. So they can let them listen, but they can't open their microphone.
Was specifically to this person. He did that
to disrespect us. So we server. I server deafened him.
Hey,
Why?
guys, hold on. Can you just instead talk about how ironic his name is? I am cool.
Yeah, he's pretty not cool.
I am cold. He should be. I am cold. Cold like ice.
Yeah, I use server mute a lot, but I never server deafen anyone because if if they want to listen, just freaking let them listen. As long as they're not going to be able to open their mic if they're being an asshole.
Well, that's a mighty fine argument you got there, and I believe that you should be able to moderate however you want to moderate. But I think that he showed no evidence that he wanted to listen. That's why he received a server deafen.
I think that's ridiculous. But anyway, so we disagree.
I'm a new mod. I'm still learning. Well,
that's your.
You can cut me some slack, right? Because I haven't been doing this long.
No.
Well, I mean, it's just kind of a standard. I mean, it's just like we talk a lot of shit. I mean, people listen.
No, usually you guys ban the fuck out of people.
No, I don't ban anybody.
Well, okay, maybe not you, but yeah, usually it's just ban them, right? So, I didn't ban anybody.
I'm only tolerant because he's young. That's all. If he was an older person, I'd probably be a little more upset. Like, fuck you, dude.
To be honest, from that conversation, I gathered that he's familiar with Einstein's ideas and stuff.
No, he's not.
Well, some of it.
Familiar with Einstein's ideas, he wouldn't have made the statement, whatever the hell he said.
That's true. I mean, some of the shit when he started waffling toward the end, yeah, it sounded ridiculous.
I mean, it sounds like he just kind of like put together whatever he heard on at school on TV and try to like form an argument without even understanding what what Einstein's talking about, what the theories are about. Sounds like a kid trying to figure things out.
Something funny about his word salad was that I was actually paying attention to his whatever explanation, if you want to call that, of how nuclear bombs prove that the Earth is a ball. Prove the Earth is a planet.
Well, that was the beginning of his argument.
Yeah, exactly. Like it started out that way, and then it ended with somehow, some way, in a way that I can see the connection. Him saying that nuclear power proves that the Earth is a ball. So I was like, okay, nuclear power, not nuclear bombs, but I still don't see that connection. I was like,
well, hold on. I think I catch the connection is that he thinks that Einstein was intrinsic into the development of nuclear power. Einstein's ideas were intrinsic into the development of nuclear power and the nuclear bomb. Well, it was just nuclear bomb first because they didn't have nuclear power before they had the nuclear bomb, which I don't think either one exists, to be honest. But you can call me the reason that people will say, "Oh, he's just dumb about math. That's why he doesn't think nuclear power exists."
What if nuclear power exists, but it's not actually dangerous like people say it is? Like those reactors. Maybe they just tell people that so that they don't steal.
These power plants
expensive material.
Yeah, Orion. The power plants definitely exist, and they do produce power, but it's not. They're not splitting atoms and shit.
Oh, you were saying he's talking about equations. He was saying like because these equations, right? Therefore, it must be ball because these equations rely on the ball because these equations assume that the Earth is a ball. Blah 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 blah. Right?
Therefore, and that's how he doesn't understand nuclear power.
Well, it's a fallacy. Like that's not how you prove something is a ball. Okay,
yeah. As far as the ball,
maybe he does. Maybe he does understand nuclear power, but he just for some reason thinks that proves the Earth is a ball, which it doesn't, because it's not. The Earth is not a ball.
You're in the wrong room if you want to talk about nuclear power.
Because general relativity is about whatever bending of space time. Therefore, it has to be a ball. That's his proof. And I was trying to explain to him that that's not how you prove something is a ball, especially from a theory, from a guy. I mean, you got to prove all these things first. That but it's not proof of it's how do you prove a man is a man and not a female? Well, you don't go look at a crocodile. You know what I mean? You don't go look at a monkey, right? You look at the man and try to, and that's what he's doing. He's not looking at the ball at the thing you're supposed to be looking at. He's looking at some idea from Narnia. You know what I mean?
I do
That's
know
what he
what you
doesn't
mean,
do.
Bob. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he's trying to like imply. What's the word? Indirectly through an equation. I don't know what fallacy that's called, but it's some kind of. It doesn't work.
Affirming the consequent formological fallacy. The sky is blue, therefore everything I say after that has to be true. And it can't be no other way because we know the sky is blue.
Yeah. Affirming the consequent.
It has to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I say affirmation of their indoctrination while rejecting investigation and experimentation. Because that's what they do. They're telling everybody, this is what I learned when I was in school. This is my indoctrination. Right? And it has to be true. It's like, okay, can we look into that? No. What about science? Can we science that? Hell no. Don't science that, bro. Hell no. The scientific method, that shit don't even exist. That's something quantum eraser invented in 2015.
How do you science the math on a chalkboard?
Right? How do you even science space, bro? Can't manipulate the variables here on Earth.
Yep.
Learn facts. Education for free and for fun. For fun and for free.
No, I feel sorry for that kid. I am cool because it sounds like he's really interested in that stuff, right? Like he's kind of looking into it.
He wouldn't have deafened himself. He would have listened to what you had to say. He was interested.
Yep, he deafened himself. Somebody server deafened him. I unserver deafened him, and he still deafened. So if he wanted to hear what we have to say, he can undeafen himself.
Yeah, you're right. It was real dumb for me to deafen him.
Yeah, there's no reason to deafen anyone.
Really?
Yes, really.
Well,
I never deafen anyone. I mean, you can mute them, but I would recommend don't ever deafen them. If you deafen them, they're just going to leave and go. I mean, if they want to listen on YouTube, they can. But I mean, I don't see any reason to
Wait,
deafen
hold on,
anybody.
guys. I got to say something really quickly. You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. Definite.
Okay, well, you can just go listen on YouTube and then talk to the cat there. Fine. But I just really don't see reason to server deafen someone in here. But that's my opinion. I mean, everybody can disagree with me, and I'm not controlling.
So is there a reason to server deafen yourself after you come in and make your spill? Can you tell me what reason that he deafened himself?
Oh, hey guys.
No, I can't speak for the person. I
recommend you buy some glasses that let you see.
Somebody said hello.
Yeah, what's
hello.
up, Hank?
How you doing?
Thanks, Hank. Yeah, I just wanted to just say hello to It's Me. We had a nice chat in the check-in. He seemed like a genuine kid. He had some questions. We talked about curvature and Eratosthenes and stuff. So I think he's far from a troll. And if you guys have any questions for him, maybe he'd be happy to answer. But he's also said he's willing to listen. So just wanted to give him a chance to say hi to the panel.
Awesome, cool. Welcome, It's Me.
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome to the server. How you doing?
I'm good.
Don't be nervous.
So would you like to hear some of our arguments, or would you like to ask us questions?
I want to listen. Hank.
Well, we really don't have anyone to... Go ahead.
I think I did a good... I'll pat myself on the back. I think we talked about curvature pretty extensively, but I did mention the gas pressure argument. So if you could... Maybe if you want to talk to him about gas pressure, I think that'd be helpful as well. We touched on it just a little.
Well, he said he wants to listen, and you know, I don't know. I don't know if he's actually listening, so I'm going to ask you some questions over now and then, just to make sure that you're listening, because I'm kind of tired and don't want to waste my breath. But if you're willing to listen, then I'm willing to talk. So are you willing to answer my questions here and there? They'll be easy questions, just so that I know you're listening.
Answer.
Cool. All right, so what do you know about gas pressure? Do you know what it is?
Nope.
So gas pressure is the force the gas particles exert against the walls of its container. So you ever seen a propane tank?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so in order to have gas pressure, you have to have the tank. You can't just go to the propane store and buy propane without propane accessories. And the reason for that is because as soon as you get the propane in your hand and you try to drive home, it's going to fuck off into the atmosphere and you're never going to see it again. Right? But if you got a container, it's not going anywhere. You got it contained. So the normal PSI outside is around 14.7 at sea level, but the tank is going to be up to 250 PSI. So that's a huge difference, right? Like that's a lot of pressure inside that tank, and that's why they're usually made of metal, something really rigid and sturdy. So the only way that we can do that is with a container, which I just explained. So my question is, if we know that gas always escapes into the open volume until it reaches